Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Virgin River by Robyn Carr, narrated by Therese Plummer and directed by Drew Sussman. This book is copyrighted 2007 by Robyn Carr. This recording is copyrighted 2009 by Recorded Books. When recently widowed Melinda Monroe takes a new job in a remote mountain town, she relishes the chance to re-energize her beloved nursing career and, more especially, to heal from her terrible heartache. But within hours of arriving at Virgin River, Melinda discovers that her mountain idol is not exactly what she expected. And now, Virgin River.
Chapter 1. Mel squinted into the rain and darkness, creeping along the narrow, twisting, muddy, tree-enshrouded road, and for the 100th time thought, "Am I out of my mind?" And then she heard and felt a thump as the right rear wheel of her BMW slipped off the road onto the shoulder and sank into the mud. The car rocked to a stop. She accelerated and heard the wheels spin, but she was going nowhere fast. "I am so screwed," was her next thought. She turned on the dome light and looked at her cell phone. She'd lost the signal an hour ago when she left the freeway and headed up into the mountains. In fact, she'd been having a pretty lively discussion with her sister Joey when the steep hills and unbelievably tall trees blocked the signal and cut them off. "I cannot believe you're really doing this," Joey was saying. "I thought you'd come to your senses. This isn't you, Mel. You're not a small-town girl." "Yeah? Well, it looks like I'm gonna be. I took the job and sold everything so I wouldn't be tempted to go back." "You couldn't just take a leave of absence? Maybe go to a small private hospital? Try to think this through." "I need everything to be different," Mel said. "No more hospital war zone. I'm just guessing, but I imagine I won't be called on to deliver a lot of crack babies out here in the woods. The woman said this place, this Virgin River, is calm and quiet and safe. And stuck back in the forest 1,000,000 miles from a Starbucks, where you'll get paid in eggs and pig's feet, and none of my patients will be brought in handcuffed, guarded by a corrections officer." Then Mel took a breath and, unexpectedly, laughed and said, "Pig's feet? Oh, Joey, I'm going up into the trees again. I might lose you. You wait. You'll be sorry. You'll regret this. This is crazy and impetuous and—" That's when the signal, blessedly, was lost. And Joey was right. With every additional mile, Mel was doubting herself and her decision to escape into the country. At every curve, the roads had become narrower and the rain a little harder. It was only 6 p.m., but it was already dark as pitch. The trees were so dense and tall that even that last bit of afternoon sun had been blocked. Of course, there were no lights of any kind along this winding stretch. According to the directions, she should be getting close to the house where she was to meet her new employer. But she didn't dare get out of her swamped car and walk. She could get lost in these woods and never be seen again. Instead, she fished the pictures from her briefcase in an attempt to remind herself of a few of the reasons why she had taken this job. She had pictures of a quaint little hamlet of clapboard houses with front porches and dormer windows, an old-fashioned schoolhouse, a steepled church, hollyhocks, rhododendrons, and blossoming apple trees in full glory. Not to mention the green pastures upon which livestock grazed. There was the pie and coffee shop, the corner store, a tiny one-room freestanding library, and the adorable little cabin in the woods that would be hers, rent-free, for the year of her contract. The town backed up to the amazing sequoia redwoods and national forests that spanned hundreds of miles of wilderness over the Trinity and Shasta mountain ranges. The Virgin River, after which the town was named, was deep, wide, long, and home to huge salmon, sturgeon, steelfish, and trout. She'd looked on the internet at pictures of that part of the world and was easily convinced no more beautiful land existed. Of course, she could see nothing now except rain, mud, and darkness. Ready to get out of Los Angeles, she had put her resume with the nurses' registry, and one of the recruiters brought Virgin River to her attention. The town doctor, she said, was getting old and needed help. A woman from the town, Hope McCrae, was donating the cabin and the first-year salary. The county was picking up the tab for liability insurance for at least a year to get a practitioner and midwife in this remote, rural part of the world. "I faxed Mrs. McCrae your resume and letters of recommendation," the recruiter had said, "and she wants you. Maybe you should go up there and look the place over." Mel took Mrs. McCrae's phone number and called her that evening. Virgin River was far smaller than what she'd had in mind, but after no more than an hour-long conversation with Mrs. McCrae, Mel began effecting her move out of L.A. the very next morning. That was barely 2 weeks ago. What they didn't know at the registry, nor in Virgin River for that matter, was that Mel had become desperate to get away. Far away. She'd been dreaming of a fresh start and peace and quiet for months. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had a restful night's sleep. The dangers of the big city, where crime seemed to be overrunning the neighborhoods, had begun to consume her. Just going to the bank and the store filled her with anxiety. Danger seemed to be lurking everywhere. Her work in the 3,000-bed county hospital and trauma center brought to her care the victims of too many crimes, not to mention the perpetrators of crimes hurt in pursuit or arrest, strapped to hospital beds in wards and in emergency, guarded by cops. What was left of her spirit was hurting and wounded, and that was nothing to the loneliness of her empty bed. Her friends begged her to stave off this impulse to run for some unknown small town. But she'd been in grief group, individual counseling, and had seen more of the inside of a church in the last 9 months than she had in the last 10 years. And none of that was helping. The only thing that gave her any peace of mind was fantasizing about running away to some tiny place in the country where people didn't have to lock their doors, and the only thing you had to fear were the deer getting in the vegetable garden. It seemed like sheer heaven. But now, sitting in her car, looking at the pictures by the dome light, she realized how ridiculous she had been. Mrs. McCrae told her to pack only durable clothes, jeans and boots, for country medicine. So, what had she packed? Her boots were Stuart Weitzman's, Cole Haan's and Fry's, and she hadn't minded paying over a tidy $4.50 for each pair. The jeans she had packed for traipsing out to the ranches and farms were Rockin' Republics, Joe's, Lucky's, 7 for All Mankind. They rang up between $1.50 and $2.50 a copy. She'd been paying $300 a pop to have her hair trimmed and highlighted. After scrimping for years through college and post-grad nursing, once she was a nurse practitioner with a very good salary, she discovered she loved nice things. She might have spent most of her workday in scrubs, but when she was out of them, she liked looking good. She was sure the fish and deer would be very impressed. In the past half hour, she'd only seen one old truck on the road. Mrs. McCrae hadn't prepared her for how perilous and steep these roads were, filled with hairpin turns and sharp drop-offs, so narrow in some places that it would be a challenge for 2 cars to pass each other. She was almost relieved when the dark consumed her, for she could at least see approaching headlights around each tight turn. Her car had sunk into the shoulder on the side of the road that was up against the hill and not the ledge where there were no guardrails. Here she sat, lost in the woods and doomed. With a sigh, she turned around and pulled her heavy coat from the top of one of the boxes on the back seat. She hoped Mrs. McCrae would be traversing this road either en route to or from the house where they were to meet. Otherwise, she would probably be spending the night in the car. She still had a couple of apples, some crackers, and 2 cheese rounds in wax. But the damn Diet Coke was gone. She'd have the shakes and a headache by morning from caffeine withdrawal. No Starbucks. She should have done a better job of stocking up. She turned off the engine, but left the lights on in case a car came along the narrow road. If she wasn't rescued, the battery would be dead by morning. She settled back and closed her eyes. A very familiar face drifted into her mind. Mark. Sometimes the longing to see him one more time, to talk to him for just a little while, was overwhelming. Forget the grief. She just missed him. Missed having a partner to depend on, to wait up for, to wake up beside. An argument over his long hours even seemed appealing. He told her once, "This, you and me, this is forever." Forever lasted 4 years. She was only 32, and from now on, she would be alone. He was dead, and she was dead inside. A sharp tapping on the car window got her attention, and she had no idea if she'd actually been asleep or just musing. It was the butt of a flashlight that had made the noise, and holding it was an old man. The scowl on his face was so jarring that she thought the end, she feared, might be upon her. "Missy," he was saying. "Missy, you're stuck in the mud." She lowered her window, and the mist wet her face. I know. I hit a soft shoulder." "A piece of crap won't do you much good around here," he said. Piece of crap, indeed. It was a new BMW convertible, one of her many attempts to ease the ache of loneliness. "Well, no one told me that, but thank you very much for the insight." His thin white hair was plastered to his head, and his bushy white eyebrows shot upwards in spikes. The rain glistened on his jacket and dripped off his big nose. "Sit tight. I'll hook the chain around your bumper and pull you out. You going to the McCrae house?" Well, that's what she'd been after. A place where everyone knows everyone else. She wanted to warn him not to scratch the bumper, but all she could do was stammer, "Yes." "It ain't far. You can follow me after I pull you out." "Thanks," she said. So, she would have a bed after all. And if Mrs. McCrae had a heart, there would be something to eat and drink. She began to envision the glowing fire in the cottage with the sound of spattering rain on the roof as she hunkered down into a deep, soft bed with lovely linens and quilts wrapped around her. Safe, secure. At last. Her car groaned and strained and finally lurched out of the ditch and onto the road. The old man pulled her several feet until she was on solid ground, then he stopped to remove the chain. He tossed it into the back of the truck and motioned for her to follow him. No argument there. If she got stuck again, he'd be right there to pull her out. Along she went, right behind him, using lots of window cleaner with her wipers to keep the mud he splattered from completely obscuring her vision. In less than 5 minutes, the blinker on the truck was flashing, and she followed him as he made a right turn at a mailbox. The drive was short and bumpy, the road full of potholes, but it quickly opened up into a clearing. The truck made a wide circle in the clearing so he could leave again, which left Mel to pull right up to a hovel. This was no adorable little cottage. It was an A-frame with a porch, all right, but it looked as though the porch was only attached on one side while the other end had broken away and listed downward. The shingles were black with rain and age, and there was a board nailed over one of the windows. It was not lit within or without. There was no friendly curl of smoke coming from the chimney. The pictures were lying on the seat beside her. She blasted on her horn and jumped immediately out of the car, clutching the pictures and pulling the hood of her wool jacket over her head. She ran to the truck. He rolled down his window and looked at her as if she had a screw loose. Are you sure this is the McCrae cottage?
Yep.
She showed him the picture of the cute little A-frame cottage with Adirondack chairs on the porch and hanging pots filled with colorful flowers decorating the front of the house. It was bathed in sunlight in the picture.
He said. Been a while since she looked like that.
I wasn't told that. She said I could have the house rent-free for a year plus salary. I'm supposed to help out the doctor in this town, but this...
Didn't know the doc needed help. He didn't hire you, did he? He asked.
No, I was told he was getting too old to keep up with the demands of the town and they needed another doctor, but that I'd do for a year or so.
Do what?
She raised her voice to be heard above the rain. I'm a nurse practitioner and certified nurse midwife. That seemed to amuse him.
That a fact?
You know the doctor? She asked.
Everybody knows everybody. Seems like you should have come up here and looked the place over and meet the doc before making up your mind.
Yeah, seems like, she said in some self-recrimination. Let me get my purse. Give you some money for pulling me out of the... But he was already waving her off.
Don't want your money. People up here don't have money to be throwing around for neighborly help. So,
he said with humor, lifting one of those wild white eyebrows.
Looks like she got one over on you. That place's been empty for years now.
He chuckled.
Rent-free! Ha!
Headlights bounced into the clearing as an old Suburban came up the drive. Once it arrived, the old man said,
There she is. Good luck.
And then he laughed. Actually, he cackled as he drove out of the clearing. Mel stuffed the picture under her jacket and stood in the rain near her car as the Suburban parked. She could have gone to the porch to get out of the elements, but it didn't look quite safe. The Suburban's frame was jacked up and the tires were huge. No way that thing was getting stuck in the mud. It was pretty well splashed up, but it was still obvious it was an older model. The driver trained the lights on the cottage and left them on as the door opened. Out of the SUV climbed this itty-bitty elderly woman with thick, springy white hair and black-framed glasses too big for her face. She was wearing rubber boots and was swallowed up by a rain slicker, but she couldn't have been 5 feet tall. She pitched a cigarette into the mud and, wearing a huge, toothy smile, she approached Mel.
Welcome,
she said gleefully, in the same deep, throaty voice Mel recognized from their phone conversation. Welcome? Mel mimicked. Welcome? She pulled the picture from the inside of her jacket and flashed it at the woman. This is not that. Completely unruffled, Mrs. McCrae said,
Yeah, the place could use a little sprucing up. I meant to get over here yesterday, but the day got away from me.
Sprucing up? Mrs. McCrae, it's falling down. You said it was adorable. Precious is what you said.
My word, Mrs. McCrae said. They didn't tell me at the registry that you were so melodramatic.
And they didn't tell me you were delusional.
Now, that kind of talk isn't going to get us anywhere. You want to stand in the rain or go inside and see what we have?
I'd frankly like to turn around and drive right out of this place. But I don't think I'd get very far without four-wheel drive. Another little thing you might have mentioned. Without comment, the little white-haired sprite stomped up the 3 steps and onto the porch of the cabin. She didn't use a key to unlock the door, but had to apply a firm shoulder to get it open.
Swollen from the rain,
she said in her gravelly voice, then disappeared inside. Mel followed, but didn't stomp on the porch as Mrs. McCrae had. Rather, she tested it gingerly. It had a dangerous slant, but appeared to be solid in front of the door. A light went on inside just as Mel reached the door. Immediately following the dim light came a cloud of choking dust as Mrs. McCrae shook out the tablecloth. It sent Mel back out onto the porch, coughing. Once she recovered, She took a deep breath of the cold, moist air and ventured back inside. Mrs. McCrae seemed to be busy trying to put things right, despite the filth in the place. She was pushing chairs up to the table, blowing dust off lampshades, propping books on the shelf with bookends. Mel had a look around, but only to satisfy her curiosity as to how horrid it was, because there was no way she was staying. There was a faded floral couch and matching chair and ottoman, an old chest that served as a coffee table, and a brick-and-board bookcase, the boards unfinished. Only a few steps away, divided from the living room by a counter, was the small kitchen. It hadn't seen a cleaning since the last person made dinner, presumably years ago. The refrigerator and oven doors stood open, as did most of the cupboard doors. The sink was full of pots and dishes. There were stacks of dusty dishes and plenty of cups and glasses in the cupboards, all too dirty to use. "I'm sorry. This is just unacceptable," Mel said loudly.
"It's a little dirt is all."
"There's a bird nest in the oven," Mel exclaimed, completely beside herself. Mrs. McCrae clomped into the kitchen in her muddy rubber boots, reached into the open oven door, and plucked out the bird's nest. She went to the front door and pitched it out into the yard. She shoved her glasses up on her nose as she regarded Mel.
"No more bird's nest,"
she said in a voice that suggested Mel was trying her patience. "Look, I'm not sure I'd make it. That old man in the pickup had to pull me out of the mud just down the road. I can't stay here, Mrs. McCrae. It's out of the question. Plus, I'm starving and I don't have any food with me." She laughed hollowly. "You said there would be adequate housing ready for me, and I took you to mean clean and stocked with enough food to get me through a couple of days till I could shop for myself. But this—"
"You have a contract,"
Mrs. McCrae pointed out.
"So do you,"
Mel said. "I don't think you could get anyone to agree this is adequate or ready." Hope looked up.
"It's not leaking. That's a good sign."
"Not quite good enough, I'm afraid."
"That damn Cheryl Crichton was supposed to be down here to give it a good cleaning, but she had excuses 3 days in a row. Been drinking again is my guess. I got some bedding in the truck, and I'll take you to get dinner. It'll look better in the morning."
"Isn't there someplace else I can stay tonight? A bed and breakfast? A motel on the highway?"
"Bed and breakfast?"
she asked with a laugh.
"This look like a tourist spot to you? The highway's an hour off, and this is no ordinary rain. I've a big house with no room in it, filled to the top with junk. They're going to light a match to it when I die. It would take all night to clear off the couch."
"There must be something."
"Nearest thing is Joe Ellen's place. She's got a nice spare room over the garage she lets out sometimes. But you wouldn't want to stay there. That husband of hers can be a handful. He's been slapped down by more than one woman in Virgin River. And it'd be a bad thing, you in your nightie, Joe Ellen sound asleep, and him getting ideas. He's a groper, that one."
Oh, God, Mel thought. Every second, this place sounded worse and worse.
"Tell you what we'll do, girl. I'll light the hot water heater, turn on the refrigerator and heater, then we'll go get a hot meal."
"At the pie and coffee shop?"
"That place closed down 3 years back," she said.
"But you sent me a picture of it, like it was where I'd be getting lunch or dinner for the next year."
"Details. Lord, you do get yourself worked up."
"Worked up?"
"Go jump in the truck and I'll be right along," she commanded.
Then, ignoring Mel completely, she went to the refrigerator and stooped to plug it in. The light went on immediately, and Mrs. McCrae reached inside to adjust the temperature and close the door. The refrigerator's motor made an unhealthy grinding sound as it fired up. Mel went to the Suburban as she'd been told, but it was so high off the ground she found herself grabbing the inside of the open door and nearly crawling inside. She felt a lot safer here than in the house where her hostess would be lighting a gas water heater. She had a passing thought that if it blew up and destroyed the cabin, they could cut their losses here and now. Once in the passenger seat, she looked over her shoulder to see the back of the Suburban was full of pillows, blankets, and boxes. Supplies for the falling-down house, she assumed. Well, if she couldn't get out of here tonight, she could sleep in her car if she had to. She wouldn't freeze to death with all those blankets. But then, at first light, a few minutes passed, and then Mrs. McCrae came out of the cottage and pulled the door closed. No locking up. Mel was impressed by the agility with which the old woman got herself into the Suburban. She put a foot on the step, grabbed the handle above the door with one hand, the armrest with the other, and bounced herself right into the seat. She had a rather large pillow to sit on, and her seat was pushed way up so she could reach the pedals. Without a word, she put the vehicle in gear and expertly backed down the narrow drive out onto the road.
"When we talked a couple of weeks ago, you said you were pretty tough,"
Mrs. McCrae reminded her. I am. I've been in charge of a woman's wing at a 3,000-bed county hospital for the past 2 years. We got all the most challenging cases and hopeless patients, and did a damn fine job if I do say so myself. Before that, I spent years in the emergency room in downtown L.A., a very tough place by anyone's standards. By tough, I thought you meant medically. I didn't know you meant I should be an experienced frontier woman.
"Lord, you do go on. You'll feel better after some food."
I hope so, Mel replied. But inside she was saying, I can't stay here. This was crazy. I'm admitting it and getting the hell out of here. The only thing she really dreaded was owning up to Joey. They didn't talk during the drive. In Mel's mind, there wasn't much to say. Plus, she was fascinated by the ease, speed, and finesse with which Mrs. McCrae handled the big Suburban, bouncing down the tree-lined road and around the tight curves in the pouring rain. She had thought this might be a respite from pain and loneliness and fear, a relief from the stress of patients who were either the perpetrators or victims of crimes, or devastatingly poor and without resources or hope. When she saw the pictures of the cute little town, it was easy to imagine a homey place where people needed her. She saw herself blooming under the grateful thanks of rosy-cheeked country patients. Meaningful work was the one thing that had always cut through any troubling personal issues. Not to mention the lift of escaping the smog and traffic and getting back to nature and the pristine beauty of the forest. She just never thought she'd be getting this far back to nature. The prospect of delivering babies for mostly uninsured women in rural Virgin River had closed the deal. Working as a nurse practitioner was satisfying, but midwifery was her true calling. Joey was her only family now. She wanted Mel to come to Colorado Springs and stay with her husband Bill, and their 3 children. But Mel hadn't wanted to trade one city for another, even though Colorado Springs was considerably smaller. Now, in the absence of any better ideas, she would be forced to look for work there. As they passed through what seemed to be a town, she grimaced again. Is this the town? Because this wasn't in the pictures you sent me either.
"Virgin River," she said. "Such as it is. Looks a lot better in daylight, that's for sure. Damn, this is a big rain. March always brings us these nasty weather. That's the doc's house there, where he sees patients when they come to him. He makes a lot of house calls, too. The library," she pointed, "open Tuesdays."
They passed a pleasant-looking steepled church which appeared to be boarded up, but at least she recognized it. There was the store, much older and more worn, the proprietor just locking the front door for the night. A dozen houses lined the street, small and old. "Where's the schoolhouse?" Mel asked.
"What schoolhouse?"
Mrs. McCrae countered. "The one in the picture you sent the recruiter."
Can't imagine where I got that. We don't have a school. Yet.
God, Mel groaned. The street was wide but dark and vacant. There were no streetlights. The old woman must have gone through one of her ancient photo albums to come up with the pictures. Or maybe she snapped a few of another town. Across the street from the doctor's house, Mrs. McCrae pulled up to the front of what looked like a large cabin with a wide porch and big yard. But the neon sign in the window that said open clued her into the fact that it was a tavern or cafe.
Come on, Mrs. McCrae said. Let's warm up your belly and your mood.
Thank you, Mel said, trying to be polite. She was starving and didn't want an attitude to cost her dinner, though she wasn't optimistic that anything but her stomach would be warm. She looked at her watch. 7 o'clock. Mrs. McCrae shook out her slicker on the porch before going in, but Mel wasn't wearing a raincoat. Nor did she have an umbrella. Her jacket was now drenched, and she smelled like wet sheep. Once inside, she was rather pleasantly surprised. It was dark and woody, with a fire ablaze in a big stone hearth. The polished wood floors were shiny clean, and something smelled good, edible. Over a long bar above rows of shelved liquor bottles was a huge mounted fish. On another wall, a bearskin so big it covered half the wall. Over the door, a stag's head. Whew! A hunting lodge? There were about a dozen tables sans tablecloths and only one customer at the bar. The old man who had pulled her out of the mud sat slumped over a drink. Behind the bar stood a tall man in a plaid shirt with sleeves rolled up, polishing a glass with a towel. He looked to be in his late 30s and wore his brown hair cropped close. He lifted expressive brows and his chin in greeting as they entered. Then his lips curved in a smile.
Sit here,
Hope McCrae said, indicating a table near the fire.
I'll get you something.
Mel took off her coat and hung it over the chair back near the fire to dry. She warmed herself, vigorously rubbing her icy hands together in front of the flames. This was more what she had expected. A cozy, clean cabin, a blazing fire, a meal ready on the stove. She could do without the dead animals, but this is what you get in hunting country.
Here,
the old woman said, pressing a small glass of amber liquid into her hand.
This'll warm you up. Jack's got some stew on the stove and bread in the warmer. We'll fix you up.
What is it? She asked.
Brandy. You gonna be able to get that down?
Damn right, she said, taking a grateful sip and feeling it burn its way down to her empty belly. She let her eyes drift closed for a moment, appreciating the unexpected fine quality. She looked back at the bar, but the bartender had disappeared. That guy, she finally said, indicating the only customer. He pulled me out of the ditch.
Doc Mullins, she explained. Might as well meet him right now, if you're okay to leave the fire.
Why bother? Mel said. I told you, I'm not staying.
Fine, the old woman said tiredly. Then you can say hello and goodbye all at once. Come on.
She turned and walked toward the old doctor, and, with a weary sigh, Mel followed.
Doc, this is Melinda Monroe, in case you didn't catch the name before. Miss Monroe, meet Doc Mullins.
He looked up from his drink with rheumy eyes and regarded her, but his arthritic hands never left his glass. He gave another single nod. Thanks again, Mel said, for pulling me out. The old doctor gave a nod, looking back to his drink. So much for the friendly small-town atmosphere, she thought. Mrs. McCrae was walking back to the fireplace. She plunked herself down at the table. Excuse me, Mel said to the doctor. He turned his gaze toward her, but his bushy white brows were drawn together in a definite scowl, peering over the top of his glasses. His white hair was so thin over his freckled scalp that it almost appeared he had more hair on his brows than his head. "Pleasure to meet you. So, you wanted help up here?" He just seemed to glare at her. "You didn't want help? Which is it?"
"I don't much need any help,"
he told her gruffly.
"But that old woman's been trying to get a doc to replace me for years. She's driven."
"And why is that?" Mel bravely asked.
"Couldn't imagine."
He looked back into his glass.
"Maybe she just doesn't like me. Since I don't like her that much, makes no difference."
The bartender and presumably proprietor was carrying a steaming bowl out of the back, but he paused at the end of the bar and watched as Mel conversed with the old doctor. "Well, no worries, mate," Mel responded. "I'm not staying. It was grossly misrepresented. I'll be leaving in the morning, as soon as the rain lets up."
"Wasted your time, did you?"
he asked, not looking at her. "Apparently. It's bad enough the place isn't what I was told it would be, but how about the complication that you have no use for a practitioner or midwife?"
"There you go,"
he said. Mel sighed. She hoped she could find a decent job in Colorado. A young man, a teenager, brought a rack of glasses from the kitchen into the bar. He sported much of the same look as the bartender, with his short-cropped, thick brown hair, flannel shirt, and jeans. Handsome kid, she thought, taking in his strong jaw, straight nose, heavy brows. As he was about to put the rack under the bar, he stopped short, staring at Mel in surprise. His eyes grew wide. His mouth dropped open for a second. She tilted her head slightly and treated him to a smile. He closed his mouth slowly, but stood frozen, holding the glasses. Mel turned away from the boy and the doctor. She headed for Mrs. McCrae's table. The bartender set down a bowl along with a napkin and utensils, then stood there, awaiting her. He held the chair for her. Close up, she saw how big a guy he was, over 6 feet and broad-shouldered.
"Miserable weather for your first night in Virgin River,"
he said pleasantly.
"Miss Melinda Monroe, this is Jack Sheridan. Jack, Miss Monroe."
Mel felt the urge to correct them, tell them it was Mrs., but she didn't because she didn't want to explain that there was no longer a Mr. Monroe. A Dr. Monroe, in fact. So she said, "Pleased to meet you. Thank you," she added, accepting the stew.
"This is a beautiful place when the weather cooperates," he said.
"I'm sure it is," she muttered, not looking at him.
"You should give it a day or two,"
he suggested. She dipped her spoon into the stew and gave it a taste. He hovered near the table for a moment. Then she looked up at him and said in some surprise, "This is delicious."
"Squirrel,"
he said. She choked.
"Just kidding," he said, grinning at her. "Beef, corn-fed."
"Forgive me if my sense of humor is a bit off," she replied irritably. "It's been a long and rather arduous day."
"Has it now?" he said. "Good thing I got the cork out of the Remy, then."
He went back behind the bar, and she looked over her shoulder at him. He seemed to confer briefly and quietly with the young man, who continued to stare at her. His son, Mel decided.
"I don't know that you have to be quite so pissy," Mrs. McCrae said. "I didn't sense any of this attitude when we talked on the phone."
She dug into her purse and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. She shook one out and lit it. "This," explained the gravelly voice. "Do you have to smoke?" Mel asked her.
"Unfortunately, I do,"
Mrs. McCrae said, taking a long drag. Mel just shook her head in frustration. She held her tongue. It was settled. She was leaving in the morning and would have to sleep in the car. So why exacerbate things by continuing to complain? Hope McCrae had certainly got the message by now. Mel ate the delicious stew, sipped the brandy, and felt a bit more secure once her belly was full and her head a tad light. There, she thought. That is better. I can make it through the night in this dump. God knows I've been through worse. It had been 9 months since her husband, Mark, had stopped off at a convenience store after working a long night shift in the emergency room. He had wanted milk for his cereal. But what he got was 3 bullets, point blank to the chest, killing him instantly. There had been a robbery in progress, right in a store he and Mel dropped into at least 3 times a week. It had ended the life she loved. Spending the night in her car, in the rain, would be nothing in comparison. Jack delivered a second Remy Martin to Miss Monroe, but she had declined a second serving of stew. He stayed behind the bar while she ate, drank, and seemed to glower at Hope as she smoked. It caused him to chuckle to himself. The girl had a little spirit. What she also had was looks. Petite, blonde, flashing blue eyes, a small heart-shaped mouth, and a backside in a pair of jeans that was just awesome. When the woman left, he said to Doc Mullins, "Thanks a lot. You could have cut the girl some slack. We haven't had anything pretty to look at around here since Bradley's old golden retriever died last fall." "Humph," the doctor said. Ricky came behind the bar and stood next to Jack. "Yeah," he heartily agreed. "Holy God, Doc! What's the matter with you? Can't you think of the rest of us sometimes?" "Down, boy," Jack laughed, draping an arm over his shoulders. "She's out of your league." "Yeah? She's out of yours, too," Rick said, grinning. "You can shove off any time. There isn't going to be anyone out tonight," Jack told Rick. "Take a little of that stew home to your grandma." "Yeah, thanks," he said. "See you tomorrow." When Rick had gone, Jack hovered over Doc and said, "If you had a little help, you could do more fishing." "Don't need help. Thanks," he said. "Oh, there's that again," Jack said with a smile. Any suggestion Hope had made of getting Doc some help was stubbornly rebuffed. Doc might be the most obstinate and pig-headed man in town. He was also old, arthritic, and seemed to be slowing down more each year. "Hit me again," the doctor said. "I thought we had a deal," Jack said. "Half, then. This goddamn rain is killing me. My bones are cold." He looked up at Jack. "I did pull that little strumpet out of the ditch in the freezing rain." "She's probably not a strumpet," Jack said. "I could never be that lucky." Jack tipped the bottle of bourbon over the old man's glass and gave him a shot. But then he put the bottle on the shelf. It was his habit to look out for Doc, and left unchecked, he might have a bit too much. He didn't feel like going out in the rain to be sure Doc got across the street all right. Doc didn't keep a supply at home, doing his drinking only at Jack's, which kept it under control. Couldn't blame the old boy. He was overworked and lonely, not to mention prickly. "He could have offered the girl a warm place to sleep," Jack said. "It's pretty clear Hope didn't get that old cabin straight for her." "Don't feel up to company," he said. Then Doc lifted his gaze to Jack's face. "Seems you're more interested than me anyway." "Didn't really look like she'd trust anyone around here at the moment," Jack said. "Cute little thing, though, huh?" "Can't say I noticed," he said. He took a sip and then said, "Didn't look like she had the muscle for the job anyway." Jack laughed. "Thought you didn't notice." But he had noticed. She was maybe 5'3", 110 pounds, soft, curling blonde hair that, when damp, curled even more. Eyes that could go from kind of sad to feisty in an instant. He enjoyed that little spark when she had snapped at him that she didn't feel particularly humorous. And when she took on Doc, there was a light that suggested she could handle all kinds of things just fine. But the best part was that mouth. That little pink heart-shaped mouth. Or maybe it was the fanny.
Yeah,
Jack said.
you could have cut a guy a break and been a little friendlier. Improved the scenery around here.
Chapter 2. When Mel and Mrs. McCrae returned to the cabin, it had warmed up inside. Of course, it hadn't gotten any cleaner. Mel shuddered at the filth, and Mrs. McCrae said,
I had no idea when I talked to you that you were so prissy.
Well, I'm not. A labor and delivery unit in a big hospital like the one I came from is pretty unglamorous. And it struck Mel as curious that she had felt more in control in that chaotic, sometimes horrific environment than in this far simpler one. She decided it was the apparent deception that was throwing her for a loop. That, and the fact that however gritty things got in the L&D, she always had a comfortable and clean house to go home to. Hope left her in possession of pillows, blankets, quilts, and towels, and Mel decided it made more sense to brave the dirt than the cold. Retrieving only one suitcase from her car, she put on a sweatsuit, heavy socks, and made herself a bed on the dusty old couch. The mattress, stained and sagging, looked too frightening. She rolled herself up in the quilts like a burrito and huddled down into the soft, musty cushions. The bathroom light was left on with the door pulled slightly closed in case she had to get up in the night. And thanks to 2 brandies, the long drive, and the stress of spoiled expectations, she fell into a deep sleep, for once not disturbed by anxiety or nightmares. The softly drumming rain on the roof was like a lullaby, rocking her to sleep. With the dim light of morning on her face, she woke to find that she hadn't moved a muscle all night, but lay swaddled and still, rested, her head empty. It was a rare thing. Disbelieving, she lay there for a while. Yes, she thought, though it doesn't seem possible under the circumstances. I feel good. Then Mark's face swam before her eyes, and she thought, what do you expect? You summoned it. She further thought, there's nowhere you can go to escape grief. Why try? There was a time she had been so content, especially waking up in the morning. She had this weird and funny gift, music in her head. Every morning, the first thing she noticed was a song, clear as if the radio was on. Always a different one. Although in the bright light of day, Mel couldn't play an instrument or carry a tune in a bucket, she awoke each morning humming along with a melody. Awakened by her off-key humming, Mark would raise up on an elbow, lean over her, grinning, and wait for her eyes to pop open. He would say, "What is it today?" "Begin the Begin," she'd answer. Or, "Deep Purple." And he'd laugh and laugh. The music in her head went away with his death. She sat up, quilts wrapped around her, and the morning light emphasized the dirty cabin that surrounded her. The sound of chirping birds brought her to her feet and to the cabin's front door. She opened it and greeted a morning that was bright and clear. She stepped out onto the porch, still wrapped in her quilts, and looked up. The pines, firs, and ponderosa were so tall in daylight, rising 50 to 60 feet above the cabin, some considerably taller. They were still dripping from a rain that had washed them clean. Green pine cones were hanging from branches, pine cones so large that if a green one fell on your head, it might cause a concussion. Beneath them, thick, lush green fern. She counted 4 different types, from wide-branched floppy fans to those as delicate as lace. Everything looked fresh and healthy. Birds sang and danced from limb to limb, and she looked into a sky that was an azure blue, the likes of which she hadn't seen in Los Angeles in 10 years. A puffy white cloud floated aimlessly above, and an eagle, wings spread wide, soared overhead and disappeared behind the trees. She inhaled a deep breath of the crisp spring morning. Ah, she thought. Too bad the cabin, town, and old doctor didn't work out, because the land was lovely, unspoiled, invigorating. She heard a crack and furrowed her brow. Without warning, the end of the porch that had been sagging gave out completely, collapsing at the weak end, which created a big slide, knocking her off her feet and splat, right into a deep, wet, muddy hole. There she lay, a filthy, wet, ice-cold burrito in her quilt. "Crap," she said, rolling out of the quilt to crawl back up the porch, still attached at the starboard end, and into the house. She packed up her suitcase. It was over. At least the roads were now passable, and in the light of day she was safe from hitting a soft shoulder and sinking out of sight. Reasoning she wouldn't get far without at least coffee, she headed back toward the town, even though her instincts told her to run for her life, get coffee somewhere down the road. She didn't expect that bar to be open early in the morning, but her options seemed few. She might be desperate enough to bang on the old doctor's door and beg a cup of coffee from him, though facing his grimace again wasn't an inviting thought. But the doc's house looked closed up tighter than a tick. There didn't seem to be any action around Jack's or the store across the street. But a complete caffeine junkie, she tried the door at the bar and it swung open. The fire was lit. The room, though brighter than the night before, was just as welcoming. It was large and comfortable, even with the animal trophies on the walls. Then she was startled to see a huge bald man with an earring glittering in one ear come from the back to stand behind the bar. He wore a black t-shirt stretched tight over his massive chest, the bottom of a big blue tattoo peeking out beneath one of the snug sleeves. If she hadn't gasped from the sheer size of him, she might have from the unpleasant expression on his face. His dark, bushy brows were drawn together, and he braced two hands on the bar. "Help you?" he asked. Coffee?" she asked. He turned around to grab a mug. He put it on the bar and poured from a handy pot. She thought about grabbing it and fleeing to a table, but she frankly didn't like the look of him, didn't want to insult him. So she went to the bar and sat up on the stool where her coffee waited. "Thanks," she said meekly. He just gave a nod and backed away from the bar a bit, leaning against the counter behind him with his huge arms crossed over his chest. He reminded her of a nightclub bouncer or bodyguard. Jesse Ventura with attitude. She took a sip of the rich, hot brew. Her appreciation for a dynamite cup of coffee surpassed any other comfort in her life, and she said, "Ah, delicious." No comment from the big man. Just as well, she thought. She didn't feel like talking anyway. A few minutes passed in what seemed like oddly companionable silence when the side door to the bar opened and in came Jack, his arms laden with firewood. When he saw her, he grinned, showing a nice batch of even white teeth. Under the weight of the wood, his biceps strained against his blue denim shirt. The width of his shoulders accentuated a narrow waist. A little light brown chest hair peeked out of the opened collar, and his clean-shaven face made her realize that the night before his cheeks and chin had been slightly shadowed by the day's growth of beard. "Well now," he said. "Good morning." He took the firewood to the hearth, and when he stooped to stack it there, she couldn't help but notice a broad, muscular back and a perfect male butt. Men around here must get a pretty good workout just getting through the rugged days of rural living. The big bald man lifted the pot to refill her cup when Jack said, "I got that, preacher." Jack came behind the bar and, preacher, went through the door to the kitchen. Jack filled her cup. "Preacher?" she asked in a near whisper. "His name is actually John Middleton.
but he got that nickname way back. If you called out to John, he wouldn't even turn around.
Why do you call him that? She asked.
He's pretty straight-laced. Hardly ever swears, never see him drunk, doesn't bother women.
He's a little frightening looking, she said, still keeping her voice low.
Nah, he's a pussycat, Jack said. How was your night?
Passable, she said with a shrug. I don't think I could make it out of town without a cup of coffee.
You must be ready to kill Hope. She didn't even have coffee for you?
Afraid not.
I'm sorry about this, Miss Monroe. You should have had a better welcome than this. I don't blame you for thinking the worst of this place. How about some eggs? He gestured over his shoulder. He's a fine cook.
I won't say no, she said. She felt that odd sensation of a smile on her lips. And call me Mel.
Short for Melinda, he said. Jack hollered through the door to the kitchen. Preacher, how about some breakfast for the lady?
Back at the bar, he said,
Well, the least we can do is send you off with a good meal. If you can't be convinced to stay a couple of days.
Sorry, she said. That cabin, it's uninhabitable. Mrs. McCrae said something about someone who was supposed to clean it, but she's drinking? I think I got that right.
That would be Cheryl. Has a bit of a problem that way, I'm afraid. She should have called someone else. Plenty of women around here who'd take a little work.
Well, it's irrelevant now, Mel said, sipping again. Jack, this is the best coffee I've ever had. Either that, or I had a bad couple of days and am easily impressed by some creature comforts.
No, it's really that good.
He frowned and reached out, lifting a lock of her hair off her shoulder.
Do you have mud in your hair?
Probably, she said. I was standing on the porch, appreciating the beauty of this nice spring morning, when one end gave way and spilled me right into a big, nasty mud puddle. And I wasn't brave enough to try out the shower. It's beyond filthy. But I thought I got it all off.
Oh, man, he said, surprising her with a big laugh. Could you have had a worse day? If you'd like, I have a shower in my quarters, clean as a whistle. He grinned again. Towels even smell like Downy.
Thanks, but I think I'll just move on. When I get closer to the coast, I'm going to get a hotel room and have a quiet, warm, clean evening. Maybe rent a movie.
Sounds nice, he said. Then back to Los Angeles?
She shrugged. No, she said. She couldn't do that. Everything from the hospital to the house would conjure sweet memories and bring her grief to the surface. She just couldn't move on as long as she stayed in L.A. Besides, now there was nothing there for her anymore. It's time for a change. But it turns out this was too big a change. Have you lived here all your life?
Me? No. Only a little while. I grew up in Sacramento. I was looking for a good place to fish and stayed on. I converted this cabin into a bar and grill and built on an addition to live in. Small, but comfortable. Preacher has a room upstairs over the kitchen.
What in the world made you stay on? I'm not trying to be flip. There doesn't seem to be that much of a town here.
If you had the time, I'd show you. This is incredible country. Over 600 people live in and around town. Lots of people from the cities have cabins up and down the Virgin River. It's peaceful and the fishing is excellent. We don't have much tourist traffic through town, but fishermen come in here pretty regularly, and some hunters pass through during the season. Preacher is known for his cooking, and it's the only place in town to get a beer. We're right up against some redwoods. Awesome. Majestic. Lots of campers and hikers around the national forests all through the summer. And the sky and air out here, you just can't find anything like it in a city.
And your son works here with you?
Son? Oh, he laughed. Ricky? He's a kid from town. He works around the bar after school most days. Good kid.
You have family? She asked.
Sisters and nieces in Sacramento. My dad is still there, but I lost my mother a few years back.
Preacher came out of the kitchen, holding a steaming plate with a napkin. As he sat it before Mel, Jack reached beneath the bar and produced silverware and a napkin. On the plate was a luscious-looking cheese omelet with peppers, sausage patties, fruit, home fries, wheat toast. Ice water appeared. Her coffee was refilled. Mel dipped into the omelet and brought it to her mouth. It melted there, rich and delicious. Mmm, she said, letting her eyes close. After she swallowed, she said, I've eaten here twice, and I have to say the food is some of the best I've ever had.
Me and Preacher, we can whip up some good food sometimes. Preacher has a real gift, and he wasn't a cook until he got up here.
She took another bite. Apparently, Jack was going to stand there through her meal and watch her devour every bite. So, she said, what's the story on the doctor and Mrs. McCrae?
Well, let's see,
he said, leaning his back on the counter behind the bar, his arms wide, big hands braced on either side of him.
They tend to bicker. Two opinionated, stubborn old farts who can't agree on anything. The fact of the matter is, I think Doc could use help, but I imagine you gathered he's a bit on the obstinate side.
She made an affirmative noise, her mouth full of the most wonderful eggs she'd ever eaten.
The thing about this little town is, sometimes days go by without anyone needing medical attention. Then there will be weeks when everyone needs to see Doc. A flu going around, while 3 women are about to give birth. And right then, someone will fall off a horse or roof. That's how it goes. And although he doesn't like to admit it, he is 70.
Jack gave a shrug.
Next town doctor is at least a half hour away, and for rural people out on farms and ranches, over an hour. The hospital is farther yet. Then we have to think about what will happen when Doc dies, which hopefully won't be too soon.
She swallowed and took a drink of water. Why has Mrs. McCrae taken on this project? She asked. Is she really trying to replace him, as he says?
Nah, but because of his age, it's about time for some kind of protege, I would think. Hope's husband left her enough so she'll be comfortable. She's been widowed for a long time now, I gather. And she seems to do whatever she can to keep the town together. She's also looking for a preacher, a town cop, and a school teacher. Grades 1 through 8, so the little ones don't have to bust 2 towns over. She hasn't had much success.
Dr. Mullins doesn't seem to appreciate her efforts, Mel said, blotting her lips with the napkin.
He's territorial. He's in no way ready for retirement. Maybe he's worried that someone will show up and take over, leaving him with nothing to do. A man like Doc, never married and in service to a town all his life, would balk at that. But, see, there was an incident a few years ago, just before I got here. 2 emergencies at the same time. A truck went off the road and the driver was critically injured, and a kid with a bad case of flu that turned to pneumonia stopped breathing. Doc stopped the bleeding on the truck driver, but by the time he got across the river to the kid, he was too late.
God, she said.
Bet that leaves some hard feelings. I don't think anyone really blames him. He saved some lives in his time here. But the feeling he could use some help gets more support.
He smiled.
You're the first one to show up.
She said, taking a last sip of coffee. She heard the door open behind her and a couple of men walked in.
Arv? Ron?
Jack said. The men said hello and sat at a table by the window. Jack looked back at Mel.
What made you come up here? He asked.
Burnout, she said. I got sick of being on a first-name basis with cops and homicide detectives.
Jesus. Just what kind of work did you do?
Ever been to war? She asked.
As a matter of fact,
he replied with a nod. Well, big city hospitals and trauma centers get like that. I spent years in the emergency room in downtown L.A. while I was doing my post-grad work to become a family nurse practitioner. And there were days it felt like a battle zone. Felons transported to ER after incurring injuries during arrest. People who were still so out of control and impossible to subdue that 3 or 4 cops had to hold them down while one of the nurses tried to start an IV. Addicts with so much junk in them, 3 hits with an officer's taser wouldn't even slow them down, much less a dose of Narcan. ODs, victims of violent crimes, and, given it was the biggest trauma center in L.A., some of the ugliest MVAs and GSWs. Sorry, motor vehicle accidents and gunshot wounds. And crazy people with no supervision, nowhere to go, off their meds, and... Don't get me wrong, we did some good work, excellent work. I'm real proud of what we got done. Best staff in, maybe America. She gazed off for a second, thinking. The environment was wild and chaotic, yet while she was working with and falling in love with her husband, it was exciting and fulfilling. She gave her head a little shake and went on. I transferred out of ER to women's health, which I found was what I'd been looking for. Labor and delivery. I went to work on my certification in midwifery. That turned out to be my true calling. But it wasn't always a sweeter experience. She laughed sadly and shook her head. My first patient was brought in by the police, and I had to fight them like a bulldog to get the cuffs off. They wanted me to deliver her while she was handcuffed to the bed. He smiled. Well, you're in luck. I don't think there's a pair of handcuffs in town. It wasn't like that every day, but it was like that often. I supervised the nurses on the L&D ward for a couple of years. The excitement and unpredictability zooped me up for a long time, but I finally hit a wall. I love women's health, but I can't do city medicine like that anymore. God, I need a slower pace. I'm wiped out. That's an awful lot of adrenaline to leave behind, he said. Yeah, I've been accused of being an adrenaline junkie. Emergency nurses often are. She smiled at him. I'm trying to quit. Ever live in a small town? He asked, refilling her coffee. She shook her head. Smallest town I've ever lived in had at least 1 million people in it. I grew up in Seattle and went to Southern California for college. Small towns can be nice, and they can have their own brand of drama and danger. Like? She asked, sipping. Flood, fire, wildlife, hunters who don't follow the rules, the occasional criminal. A lot of pot growers out here, but not in Virgin River that I know of. Humboldt homegrown, it's called around here. They're a tight-knit group and usually keep to themselves. Don't want to draw attention. Once in a while, though, there'll be a crime associated with drugs. He grinned. But you never had any of that in the city, right? When I was looking for change, I shouldn't have made such a drastic one. This is kind of like going cold turkey. I might have to downsize a little more gradually. Maybe try out a town with a couple 100,000 people and a Starbucks. You aren't going to tell me Starbucks can beat that coffee you're drinking, he said, nodding at her cup. She gave a short laugh. Coffee's great. She favored him with a pleasant smile, deciding that this guy was okay. I should have considered the roads. To think I left the terror of Los Angeles freeways for the heart-stopping curves and cliffs in these hills? Whew! A tremor ran through her. If I did stay in a place like this, it would be for your food. He leaned toward her, bracing hands on the bar. Rich brown eyes glowed warm under serious hooded brows. I can get that cabin put right for you in no time, he said. Yeah, I've heard that before. She put out a hand and he took it. She felt his calluses as he gently squeezed her hand. He was a man who did hard physical work. Thanks, Jack. Your bar was the only part of this experiment I enjoyed. She stood and began fishing for her wallet in her purse. What do I owe you? On the house. The least I could do. Come on, Jack. None of this was your doing. Fine. I'll send Hope a bill. At that moment, Preacher came out of the kitchen with a covered dish wrapped in a towel. He handed it to Jack.
"Doc's breakfast. I'll walk out with you."
"All right," she said. At her car, he said,
"No kidding. I wish you'd think about it."
"Sorry, Jack. This isn't for me."
"Well, damn. There's a real dearth of beautiful young women around here. Have a safe drive."
He gave her elbow a little squeeze, balancing the covered dish in his other hand. And all she could think was, what a peach of a guy. Lots of sex appeal in his dark eyes, strong jaw, small cleft in his chin, and the gracious, laid-back manner that suggested he didn't know he was good-looking. Someone should snap him up before he figured it out. Probably someone had. Mel watched him walk across the street to the doctor's house, then got into her car. She made a wide U-turn on the deserted street and headed back the way she had come. As she drove by Doc's house, she slowed. Jack was crouched on the porch, looking at something. The covered dish was still balanced on one hand, and he lifted the other, signaling her to stop. As he looked toward her car, his expression was one of shock, disbelief. Mel stopped the car and got out. "You okay?" she asked. He stood up.
"No,"
he said.
"Can you come here a sec?"
She left the car running, the door open, and went up on the porch. It was a box, sitting there in front of the doctor's door, and the look on Jack's face remained stunned. She crouched down and looked within, and there, swaddled and squirming around, was a baby. "Jesus," she said.
"Nah,"
Jack said.
"I don't think it's Jesus."
"This baby was not here when I passed this house earlier." Mel lifted the box and asked Jack to park and turn off her car. She rang the doctor's bell, and after a few tense moments, he opened it, wearing a plaid flannel bathrobe, loosely tied over his big belly and barely covering a nightshirt, his skinny legs sticking out of the bottom.
"Ah, it's you. Never know when to quit, do you? You bring me breakfast?"
"More than breakfast," she said. "This was left on your doorstep. Have any idea who would do that?" He pulled at the receiving blanket and revealed the baby.
"It's a newborn,"
he said.
"Probably only hours old. Bring it in. Ain't yours, is it?"
"Come on," she said in aggravation, as though the doctor hadn't even noticed that she was not only too thin to have been pregnant, but also too lively to have just given birth. "Believe me, if it were mine, I wouldn't have left it here." She walked past him into his house. She found herself not in a home, but a clinic. Waiting room on her right, reception area complete with computer and filing cabinets behind a counter on her left. She went straight back on instinct, and when she found an exam room, turned into it. Her only concern at the moment was making sure the infant wasn't ill or in need of emergency medical assistance. She put the box on the exam table, shed her coat, and washed her hands. There was a stethoscope on the counter, so she found cotton and rubbing alcohol. She cleaned the earpieces with the alcohol. Her own stethoscope was packed in the car. She listened to the baby's heart. Further inspection revealed it was a little girl, her umbilicus tied off with string. Gently, tenderly, she lifted the baby from the box and, cooing, lay her on the baby scale. By this time, the doctor was in the room. 6 pounds, 9 ounces, she reported. Full term. Heartbeat and respirations normal. Color is good. The baby started to wail. Strong lungs. Somebody threw away a perfectly good baby. You need to get social services right out here. Doc gave a short laugh just as Jack came up behind him, looking into the room.
"Yep, I'm sure they'll be right out."
"Well, what are you going to do?" she asked.
"I guess I'm going to rustle up some formula," he said. "Sounds hungry."
He turned around and left the exam room. "For the love of God," Mel said, rewrapping and jiggling the baby in her arms.
"Don't be too hard on him," Jack said. "This isn't L.A. We don't put in a call to social services and get an immediate house call. We're kind of on our own out here."
"What about the police?" she asked.
"There's no local police. County Sheriff's Department is pretty good," he said. "Not exactly what you're looking for either, I bet."
"Why is that?"
"If there's not a serious crime, they would probably take their time," he said. "They have an awful lot of ground to cover. The deputy might just come out and write a report and put their own call into social services, which will get a response when they're not overworked, underpaid, and can rustle up a social worker or foster family to take over this little—"
He cleared his throat.
"problem."
"God!" she said. "Don't call her a problem," she admonished. She started opening cupboard doors, unsatisfied. "Where's the kitchen?" she asked him.
"That way,"
he said, pointing left. "Find me towels," she instructed. "Preferably soft towels."
"What are you going to do?"
"I'm going to wash her." She left the exam room with the baby in her arms. Mel found the kitchen, which was large and clean. If Jack was delivering the doctor's meals, it probably wasn't used that much. She tossed the dish rack onto the floor in the corner and gently laid the baby on the drain board. Under the sink, she found cleanser and gave the sink a quick scrub and rinse. Then she tested the temperature and filled the sink with water while the baby, most annoyed at the moment, filled the kitchen with the noise of her unhappiness. Fortuitously, there was a bar of ivory soap on the sink, which Mel rinsed off as thoroughly as possible. Rolling up her sleeves, she lifted the naked little creature into her arms and lowered her into the warm water. The cries stopped. "Aw," she said. "You like the bath? Does it feel like home?" Doc Mullins came into the kitchen, dressed now, with a canister of powdered formula. Behind him trailed Jack, bearing the towels he was asked to fetch. Mel gently rubbed the soap over the baby, rinsing off the muck of birth. The warmth of the water hopefully bringing the baby's temperature up. "This umbilicus is going to need some attention," she said. "Any idea who gave birth?"
"None whatsoever,"
Doc said, pouring bottled water into a measuring bowl. "Who's pregnant?" That would be a logical place to start.
"The pregnant women in Virgin River who have been coming here for prenatal visits wouldn't give birth alone. Maybe someone came from another town. Maybe I've got a patient out there who gave birth without the benefit of medical assistance, and that could be the second crisis of the day, as I'm sure you know," he added somewhat smugly.
"As I'm sure I do," she returned with equal smugness. "So what's your plan?"
"I imagine I will diaper and feed and become irritable."
"I think you mean more irritable."
"I don't see many options," he said.
"Aren't there any women in town who could help out?"
"Perhaps, on a limited basis."
He filled a bottle and popped it in the microwave.
"I'll manage, don't you worry."
Then he added somewhat absently,
"Might not hear her in the night, but she'll live through it."
"You have to find a home for this baby," she said.
"You came here looking for work. Why don't you offer to help?"
She took a deep breath and, lifting the baby from the sink, laid her in the towel being held by Jack. She cocked her head in appreciation as Jack took the infant confidently, wrapping her snugly and cuddling her close. "You're pretty good at that," she said.
"The nieces,"
he said, jiggling the baby against his broad chest.
"I've held a baby or two. You going to stay on a bit?" he asked.
"Well, there are problems with that idea. I've nowhere to stay. That cabin is not only unacceptable for me, it's more unacceptable for this infant. The porch collapsed, remember? And there are no steps to the back door. The only way in is to literally crawl."
"There's a room upstairs," Doc said. "If you stay and help out, you'll be paid."
Then he looked at her over the rims of his reading glasses and sternly added,
"Don't get attached to her. Her mother will turn up and want her back."
Jack went back to the bar and placed a call from the kitchen. A groggy, thick voice answered. "Hello?
Cheryl, you up?
Jack? The woman said. That you?
It's me. I need a favor, right away.
What is it, Jack?
Weren't you asked to clean that McCrae cabin for the nurse coming to town?
Yeah. Didn't get to it, though. I think it was the flu.
It was the Smirnoff flu, he thought. Or even more likely, the Everclear flu. That really evil 190 proof pure grain alcohol. Can you do it today? I'm going out there to repair the porch, and I need that place cleaned. I mean, really cleaned. She's here and is staying with Doc for now, but that place has to be whipped into shape. So?
You're going to be there?
Most of the day. I can call someone else. I thought I'd give you a crack at it first. But you have to be sober.
I'm sober, she insisted. Totally.
He doubted it. He expected she would have a flask with her as she cleaned. But the risk he was taking, and it was not a pleasant risk, was that she would do it for him, and do it very well if it was for him. Cheryl had had a crush on him since he hit town and found excuses to be around him. He tried very hard never to give her any encouragement. But despite her struggle with alcohol, she was a strong woman and good at cleaning when she put her mind to it. The door's open. Get started and I'll be out later. He hung up the phone and Preacher said, Need a hand, man? I do, he said. Let's close up and get the cabin fixed up. She might be persuaded to stay. If that's what you want. It's what the town needs, he said. Yeah, Preacher said. Sure. If Mel practiced any other kind of medicine, she might have put the baby in the old doctor's arthritic hands and gotten in her car to leave. But a midwife would never do that. Couldn't turn her back on an abandoned newborn. For that matter, she couldn't shake a profound concern for the baby's mother. It was settled within seconds. She couldn't leave the baby to an old doctor who might not hear her cry in the night. And she had to be close by if the mother sought medical attention because women in childbirth and postpartum were her specialty. During the rest of the day, Mel had ample opportunity to check out the rest of Doc's house. The spare room he provided turned out to be more than something for overnight guests. It was furnished with 2 hospital beds, an IV stand, tray table, bedside bureau, and oxygen canister. The only chair in the room happened to be a rocking chair, and Mel was sure that was by design for the use of a new mother and baby. The baby was provided with a plexiglass incubator from the downstairs exam room. The doctor's house was completely functional as a clinic and hospital. The downstairs living room was a waiting room. The dining room was fronted by a counter for check-in. There was an exam room, treatment room, both small, and the doctor's office. In the kitchen, there was a small table where he no doubt ate his meals when he wasn't at Jack's. No ordinary kitchen. This one had an autoclave for sterilizing and a locked medicine chest for narcotic drugs kept on hand. In the refrigerator, a few units of blood and plasma, as well as food. More blood than food. The upstairs had 2 bedrooms only, the one with the hospital beds and Doc Mullins's. Her accommodations were not the most comfortable, though better than the filthy cabin. But the room was cold and stark. Hardwood floors, small rug, rough sheets with a plastic mattress protector that crinkled noisily. She already missed her down comforter, 400 count sheets, soft Egyptian towels, and thick plush carpet. It had occurred to her that she would be leaving behind creature comforts, but she thought it might be good for her, thought she was ready for a big change. Mel's friends and sister had tried to talk her out of this, but unfortunately they had failed. She had barely gotten over the traumatic experience of giving away all of Mark's clothes and personal items. She'd kept his picture, his watch, the cufflinks she had given him on his last birthday, platinum, and his wedding ring. When the job in Virgin River came available, she'd sold all the furniture in their house, then put it on the market.
There was an offer in 3 days, even at those ridiculous LA prices. She'd packed 3 boxes of little treasures, favorite books, CDs, pictures, bric-a-brac. The desktop computer was given away to a friend, but she'd brought the laptop and her digital camera. As far as clothes, she'd filled 3 suitcases and an overnight and gave the rest away. No more strapless dresses for fancy charity events. No more sexy nighties for those nights that Mark didn't have to work late. Mel was going to be starting over no matter what. She had nothing to go back to. She hadn't wanted anything to tie her to L.A. Now that things in Virgin River were not going as planned, Mel decided to stay and help out for a couple of days, and then head out to Colorado. Well, she thought, it'll be good to be near Joey, Bill, and the kids. I can start over there as well as anywhere. It had been just Mel and Joey for a long time now. Joey was 4 years her senior and had been married to Bill for 15 years. Their mother had died when Mel was only 4. She could barely remember her. And their father, considerably older than their mother had been, had passed peacefully in his lazy boy at the age of 70, 10 years ago. Mark's parents were still alive and well in L.A., but she had never warmed to them. They had always been stuffy and cool toward her. Mark's death had brought them briefly closer, but it took only a few months for her to realize that they never called her. She checked on them, asked after their grief, but it seemed they'd let her drift out of sight. She was not surprised to note that she didn't miss them. She hadn't even told them she was leaving town. She had wonderful friends. True. Girlfriends from nursing school and from the hospital. They called with regularity, got her out of the house, let her talk about him and cry about him. But after a while, though she loved them, she began to associate them with Mark's death. Every time she saw them, the pitying looks in their eyes was enough to bring out her pain. It was as if everything had been rolled up into one big miserable ball. She just wanted to start over so badly. Someplace where no one knew how empty her life had become. Late in the day, Mel handed off the baby to Doc while she took a badly needed shower, scrubbing from head to toe. After she had bathed and dried her hair and donned her long flannel nightgown and big furry slippers, she went downstairs to Doc's office to collect the infant and a bottle. He gave her such a look, seeing her like that. It startled his eyes open. "I'll feed her, rock her, and put her down," she said. "Unless you have something else in mind for her."
"By all means,"
he said, handing the baby over. Up in her room, Mel rocked and fed the baby. And of course, the tears began to well in her eyes. The other thing no one in this town knew was that she couldn't have children. She and Mark had been seeking help for their infertility. Because she was 28 and he 34 when they married, and they'd already been together for 2 years, they didn't want to wait. She had never used birth control, and after 1 year of no results, they went to see the specialists. Nothing appeared to be wrong with Mark, but she'd had to have her tubes blown out and her endometriosis scraped off the outside of her uterus. But still, nothing. She'd taken hormones and stood on her head after intercourse. She took her temperature every day to see when she was ovulating. She went through so many home pregnancy tests, she should have bought stock in the company. Nothing. They had just completed their first $15,000 attempt at in vitro fertilization when Mark was killed. Somewhere in a freezer in L.A. were more fertilized ovum, if she ever became desperate enough to try to go it alone. Alone. That was the operative word. She had wanted a baby so badly, and now she held in her arms an abandoned little girl. A beautiful baby girl with pink skin and a sheer cap of brown hair. It made her literally weep with longing. The baby was healthy and strong, eating with gusto, belching with strength. She slept soundly despite the crying that went on in the bed right beside her. That night, Doc Mullins sat up in bed, book in his lap, listening. So, she was in pain. Desperate pain. And she covered it with that flip wit and sarcasm. Nothing is ever what it seems, he thought, flicking off his light. Chapter 3. Mel woke to the ringing of the phone. She checked the baby. She had only awoken twice in the night and still slept soundly. She found her slippers and went downstairs to see if she could rustle up some coffee. Doc Mullins was already in the kitchen, dressed.
Going out to the Driscolls. Sounds like Janine might be having an asthma attack. There's the key to the drug box. I wrote down the number for my pager. Cell phones aren't worth a damn out here. If any patients wander in while I'm gone, you can take care of them.
I thought you just wanted me to babysit, she said.
You came here to work, didn't you?
You said you didn't want me, she pointed out to him.
You said you didn't want us either. But here we are. Let's see what you got.
He shrugged on his jacket and picked up his bag, then jutted his chin toward her, lifted his eyebrows as if to say, Well? Do you have appointments today?
I only make appointments on Wednesdays. The rest are walk-ins, or call-outs like this one.
I wouldn't even know what to charge, she argued.
Neither do I, he said. Hardly matters. These people aren't made of money, and damn few have insurance. Just make sure you keep good records, and I'll work it out. It's probably beyond you anyway. You don't look all that bright.
You know, she said, I've worked with some legendary assholes, but you're competing for first place here.
I'll take that as a compliment,
he said gruffly. That figures, she answered tiredly. Incidentally, the night was fine. No comment from the old goat. He started for the door and, on his way out, grabbed a cane. Are you limping? Mel asked him.
Arthritis,
he said. He dug an antacid out of his pocket and popped it in his mouth.
And heartburn. Got any more questions?
God, no.
Good.
Mel got a bottle ready, and while it was in the microwave, she went upstairs to dress. By the time that was accomplished, the baby started to stir. She changed her and picked her up and found herself saying, Sweet Chloe, sweet baby. If she and Mark had had a girl, she was to be Chloe. A boy would be Adam. What was she doing? But you have to be someone, don't you? She told the baby. When she was coming down the stairs, the baby swaddled and held against her shoulder. Jack was opening the front door. He was balancing a covered dish on his hand, a thermos tucked under his arm. Sorry, Jack. You just missed him.
This is for you. Doc stopped by the bar and said I'd better get you some breakfast, that you were pretty cranky.
She laughed in spite of herself. I'm cranky, huh? He's a giant pain in the ass. How do you put up with him?
He reminds me of my grandfather. How'd it go last night? She sleep?
She did very well. Only woke up a couple of times. I'm just about to feed her.
Why don't I give her a bottle while you eat? I brought coffee.
Really? I didn't know they made men like you, she said, letting him follow her into the kitchen. When he put down the plate and thermos, she handed over the baby and tested the bottle. You seem very comfortable with the newborn. For a man. A man with some nieces in Sacramento. He just smiled at her. She passed him the bottle and got out 2 coffee mugs. Ever married? She asked him, then instantly regretted it. It was going to lead to him asking her.
I was married to the Marine Corps, he said, and she was a real bitch.
How many years? She asked, pouring coffee.
Just over 20 years. I went in as a kid. How about you?
I was never in the Marines, she said with a smile. He grinned at her.
Married?
She couldn't meet his eyes and lie, so she concentrated on the coffee mug. I was married to a hospital, and my bitch was as mean as your bitch. That wasn't a total lie. Mark used to complain about the schedules they kept. Grueling. He was in emergency medicine. He just finished a 36-hour shift when he stopped at the convenience store, interrupting the robbery. She shuddered involuntarily. She pushed a mug toward him. "Did you see a lot of combat?" she asked. "A lot of combat," he answered, directing the bottle into the baby's mouth expertly. "Somalia, Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq, twice. No wonder you just want to fish. 20 years in the Marines will make a fisherman out of just about anyone." "You seem too young to have retired." "I'm 40. I decided it was time to get out when I got shot in the butt." "Ouch. Complete recovery?" she asked, then surprised herself by feeling her cheeks grow warm. He lifted a corner of his mouth. "Except for the dimple. Want to see?" "Thanks, no. So, Doc left me in charge, and I have no idea what to expect. Maybe you should tell me where the nearest hospital is, and do they provide ambulance service to the town?" "That would be Valley Hospital, and they have ambulance service, but it takes so long to get here. Doc usually fires up his old truck and makes the run himself. If you're desperate and have about an hour to spare, the Grace Valley doctors have an ambulance. But I don't think I've seen an ambulance in this town since I've been here. I heard the helicopter came for the guy who almost died in the truck accident. I think the helicopter got as much notice as the accident." "God, I hope these people are healthy until he gets back," she said. Mel dug into the eggs. This seemed to be a Spanish omelet, and it was just as delicious as the one she'd eaten the day before. She said appreciatively. "Here's another thing. I can't get any cell phone reception here. I should let my family know I'm here safely, more or less." "The pines are too tall, the mountain's too steep. Use the landline, and don't worry about the long-distance cost. You have to be in touch with your family." "Who is your family?" "Just an older married sister in Colorado Springs. She and her husband put up a collective and huge fuss about this, as if I was going into the Peace Corps or something. I should have listened." "There will be a lot of people around here glad you didn't," he said. "I'm stubborn that way." He smiled appreciatively. It made her instantly think, don't get any ideas, Buster. I'm married to someone. Just because he isn't here doesn't mean it's over. However, there was something about a guy, at least 6'2" and 200 pounds of rock-hard muscle, holding a newborn with gentle deftness and skill. Then she saw him lower his lips to the baby's head and inhale her scent, and some of the ice around Mel's broken heart started to melt. "I'm going into Eureka today for supplies," he said. "Need anything?" "Disposable diapers, newborn. And since you know everyone, could you ask around if anyone can help out with the baby? Either full-time, part-time, whatever. It would be better for her to be in a family home than here at Doc's with me." "Besides," he said, "you want to get out of here." "I'll help out with the baby for a couple of days, but I don't want to stretch it out. I can't stay here, Jack." "I'll ask around," he said, and decided he might just forget to do that, because, yes, she could. Little baby Chloe had only been asleep 30 minutes after her morning bottle when the first patient of the day arrived. A healthy and scrub-looking young farm girl wearing overalls, in the middle of which protruded a very large pregnant tummy, carrying 2 large jars of what appeared to be preserved blackberries. She put the berries on the floor just inside the door. "I heard there was a new lady doctor in town," she said. "Not exactly," Mel said. "I'm a nurse practitioner." Her face fell in disappointment. "Oh," she said. "I thought it would be so nice to have a woman doctor around when it's time." "Time?" Mel asked. To deliver? Uh-huh. I like Doc, don't get me wrong, but when are you due? Mel asked. She rubbed her swollen belly. I think about a month, but I'm not really sure, she said. She wore laced-up work boots, a yellow sweater underneath the overalls, and her brown hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She looked 20 years old at most. It's my first. I'm a midwife as well, Mel said, and the young woman's face lit up in a beautiful smile. But I have to warn you, I'm only here temporarily. I'm planning to leave as soon as... She thought about what she should say. Then, instead of explaining about the baby, she said, Have you had a checkup recently? Blood pressure, weight, etc.? It's been a few weeks, she said. I guess I'm about due. Why don't we do that since you're here, if I can find what I need, Mel said. What's your name? Polly Fishburne. I bet you have a chart around here somewhere, Mel said. She went behind the counter and started opening file drawers. A brief search turned up a chart. She went in search of litmus and other obstetric supplies in the exam room. Come on back, Polly, she called. When was the last time you had an internal exam? Not since the very first, she said. She made a face. I was dreading the next one. Mel smiled, thinking about Doc's bent and arthritic fingers. That couldn't be pleasant. Want me to have a look? See if you're doing anything like dilating or effacing? It might save you having Doc do it later. Just get undressed, put on this little gown, and I'll be right back. Mel checked on the baby, who was napping in the kitchen, then went back to her patient. Polly appeared to be in excellent health with normal weight gain, good blood pressure, and... Oh boy, Polly, baby's head is down. Mel stood and pressed down on her tummy while her fingers stretched toward the young woman's cervix. And you're just barely dilated and effaced about 50%. You're having a small contraction right now. Can you feel that tightening? Braxton Hicks contractions. She smiled at her patient. Where are you having the baby? Here, I think. Mel laughed. If you do that anytime soon, we're going to be roommates. I'm staying upstairs. When do you think it'll come? Polly asked. 1 to 4 weeks. And that's just a guess, she said. She stepped back and snapped off her gloves. Will you deliver the baby? Polly asked. I'll be honest with you, Polly. I'm planning to leave as soon as it's reasonable. But if I'm still here when you go into labor, and if Doc says it's okay, I'd be more than happy to. She put out a hand to help Polly sit up. Get dressed, I'll see you out front. When she walked out of the exam room and back toward the front of the house, she found the waiting room was full of people. By the end of the day, Mel had seen over 30 patients, at least 28 of whom just wanted a look at the new lady doctor. They wanted to visit, ask her questions about herself, bring her welcome gifts. It was at once a huge surprise to her, and also what she had secretly expected when she took the job. By 6 o'clock, Mel was exhausted, but the day had flown. She held the baby on her shoulder, gently jiggling her. Have you had anything to eat? She asked Doc Mullins. When, during our open house, would I have eaten? He shot back. But it was not nearly as sarcastic as Mel imagined he wished it to be. Would you like to walk across the street while I feed the baby? She asked. Because after you and little Chloe have eaten, I really need some fresh air. No, make that, I'm desperate for a change of scenery, and I haven't eaten since breakfast. He put out his old, gnarled hands. Chloe? He asked. She shrugged. She has to be called something. Go, he said. I'll see that she's fed. Then I'll poke around here for something. She handed over the baby with a smile. I know you're trying to act miserable and just can't pull it off, she said. But thank you. I'd really like to get out of here for an hour. She grabbed her jacket off the peg by the front door and stepped out into the spring night. Out here, away from the smog and industry of city life, There were at least 1,000,000 more stars. She took a deep breath. She wondered if a person actually got used to air like this, so much cleaner than the smog of L.A. It shocked the lungs. There were quite a few people at Jack's, unlike that stormy night when she'd arrived. 2 women she'd met earlier in the day were there with their husbands, Connie and Ron of the corner store, and Connie's best friend Joy and husband Bruce. Bruce, she learned, delivered the mail and was also the person who would take any specimens to the lab at Valley Hospital if needed. They introduced her to Carrie and Fish Bristol, and Doug and Sue Carpenter. There were a couple of guys at the bar and another 2 at a table playing cribbage. By their canvas vests, she took them for fishermen. Mel hung up her jacket, gave her sweater a little tug to bring it over the waist of her jeans, and popped up on a bar stool. She did not realize she was wearing a smile, that her eyes shone. They had all come out to see her, welcome her, tell her about themselves, ask her for advice. When the day was full of people who needed her, even those who weren't necessarily sick, it filled her up inside, passed for happiness if she dared go that far. "A lot of action across the street today, I hear," Jack said, giving the bar a wipe at her place. "You were closed," she said. "I had things to do. So did Preacher. We stay open most of the time, but if something comes up, we put up a sign and try to get back by dinner." "If something comes up?" she asked. "Like fishing," Preacher said, putting a rack of glasses under the bar. Then he went back to the kitchen. Out of the back came the kid, Ricky, bussing tables. When he spied Mel, he grinned hugely and came over to the bar with his tray of dishes. "Miss Monroe, you still here? Awesome." Then he went to the kitchen. "He is too cute." "Don't let him hear you say that," Jack advised. "He's at the crush age, a very dangerous 16. What do you feel like?" "You know, I wouldn't mind a cold beer," she said, and it instantly appeared before her. "What's for dinner?" she asked. "Meatloaf," he said, "and the best mashed potatoes you'll ever experience." "You don't have anything like a menu, do you?" "Nope. We get whatever Preacher's in the mood to fix. You want to enjoy that beer for a minute, or you want your supper fast?" She took a pull. "Give me a minute." She took another sip and said, "Ah." It made Jack smile. "I think I met half the town today." "Not even close. But the ones who came out today will spread the word about you. Have any real patients, or were they all just checking you out?" "I had a couple. You know, I really didn't have to come over here. The house is full of food. When they come, they bring food, whether they're really sick or not. Pies, cakes, sliced meat, fresh bread. It's very country." He laughed. "Careful," he said. "We'll grow on you." "You have any use for a couple of jars of canned berries? I think it was a patient fee." "You bet. Preacher makes the best pies in the county." "Any news about the baby's mother?" "I call the baby Chloe," she said, expecting a sting of tears that, remarkably, didn't come. "No, nothing. I hope the woman who gave birth isn't sick somewhere." "With the way everyone around here knows everyone's business, if there were a sick woman out there, word would get out." "Maybe she did come from another town." "You look almost happy," he said. "I almost am," she returned. "The young woman who brought the berries asked me to deliver her baby. That was nice. The only problem seems to be that she's going to be having her baby in my bedroom, and she could be doing that pretty soon, too." "Ah," he said. "Polly. She looks like that baby's ready to fall out of her." "How did you know?" "Oh, never mind. Everyone knows everything." "There aren't that many pregnant women around," he laughed. She turned on her stool and looked around. 2 old women were eating meatloaf at a table by the fire, and the couple she had met, all in their 40s or 50s, seemed to be socializing, laughing and gossiping. There were perhaps a dozen patrons. Business is pretty good tonight, huh?
They don't come out in the rain so much. Busy putting buckets under the leaks, I suppose. So, still feel like getting the hell out of here?
She drank a little of her beer, noting that on an empty stomach the effects were instantaneous. And actually delightful. I'm going to have to leave, if for no other reason than there's nowhere around here to get highlights put in my hair.
There are beauty shops around here. In Virgin River, Dot Schumann does hair in her garage.
That sounds intriguing. She lifted her eyes to his face and said, I'm getting a buzz. Maybe I better do that meatloaf. She hiccuped, and they both laughed. By 7, Hope McCrae had wandered in and took the stool next to her.
Heard you had a lot of company today,
she said. She pulled her cigarettes out of her purse, and as she was going to shake one out, Mel grabbed her wrist. You have to wait until I'm done with dinner, at least.
Oh, phoo. You're a killjoy.
She put the pack down.
The usual,
she ordered. And to Mel,
So, how was it? Your first real day. Doc scare you off yet?
He was absolutely manageable. He even let me put in a couple of stitches. Of course, he didn't compliment my work, but he didn't tell me it was bad either. She leaned closer to Hope and said, I think he's taking credit for me. You might want to stand up for yourself.
You're staying now?
I'm staying a few days at least, until we get a couple of things that need attention ironed out.
I heard. Newborn, they say.
Jack put a drink down in front of Hope.
Jack Daniels neat, he said.
Have any ideas on the mother? Mel asked Hope.
No, but everyone is looking at everyone else strangely. If she's around here, she'll turn up. You done pushing food around that plate yet? Because I'm ready for a smoke.
You shouldn't, you know. Hope McCrae looked at Mel in impatience, grimacing. She pushed her 2 big glasses up on her nose.
What the hell do I care now? I've already lived longer than I expected to.
That's nonsense. You have many good years left.
Huh, God, I hope not.
Jack laughed, and, in spite of herself, so did Mel. Hope, acting like a woman with a million things to do, had her drink and cigarette, put money on the bar, hopped off the stool, and said,
I'll be in touch. I can help out with the little one if you need me.
You can't smoke around the baby, Mel informed her.
I didn't say I could help out for hours and hours, she answered. Keep that in mind.
And off she went, stopping at a couple of tables to pass the time on her way out. How late do you stay open? Mel asked Jack.
Why? You thinking about a nightcap?
Not tonight. I'm bushed. For future reference.
I usually close around 9, but if someone asks me to stay open, I will.
This is the most accommodating restaurant I've ever frequented, she laughed. She looked at her watch. I better spell Doc. I don't know how patient he is with an infant. I'll see you at breakfast, unless Doc's out on a house call.
We'll be here,
he offered. Mel said goodbye, and on her way to her coat, stopped at a couple of the tables to say goodnight to people she had just met.
Think she'll stay on a while?
Preacher quietly asked Jack. Jack was frowning.
I think what she does to a pair of jeans ought to be against the law.
He looked at Preacher.
You okay here? I'm thinking of having a beer in Clear River.
It was code. There was a woman in Clear River.
I'm okay here,
Preacher said. As Jack drove the half-hour to Clear River, he wasn't thinking about Charmaine, which gave him a twinge of guilt. Tonight, he was thinking about another woman, a very beautiful young blonde woman who could just about bring a man to his knees with what she looked like in boots and jeans. Jack had gone to a tavern in Clear River for a beer a couple of years ago and struck up a conversation with the waitress there, Charmaine. She was the divorced mother of a couple of grown kids. A good woman, hard-working, fun-loving, and flirtatious. After several visits and as many beers, she took him home with her, and he fell into her as if she were a feather bed. Then he told her what he always made sure women understood about him, that he was not the kind of man who could ever be tied down to a woman, and if she began to have those designs, he'd be gone. "What makes you think all women want to be run by some man?" she had asked. "I just got rid of one. Not about to get myself hooked up to another one." Then she smiled and said, "Just the same, everyone gets a little lonely sometimes." They started an affair that had sustained Jack for a couple of years now. Jack didn't see her that often, every week, maybe a couple of weeks. Sometimes a month would go by. He wasn't sure what she did when he wasn't around. Maybe there were other men, though he'd never seen any evidence of that. He never caught her making time in the bar with anyone else, never saw any men's things around her house. He kept a box of condoms in her bedside drawer that didn't disappear on him, and he'd let it slip that he liked being the only man she entertained. As for Jack, he had a personal ethic about one woman at a time. Sometimes that woman could last a year, sometimes a night, but he didn't have a collection he roved between. Although he wasn't exactly breaking that rule tonight, he wasn't quite sticking to it either. He never spent the night in Clear River, and Charmaine was not invited to Virgin River. She had only called him and asked him to come to her twice, and it seemed a small thing to ask. After all, he wasn't the only one who needed to be with someone once in a while. He liked that when he walked in the tavern and she saw him, it showed all over that she was happy he'd come. He suspected she had stronger feelings for him than she let show. He owed her. She'd been a real sport about it, but he knew he'd have to leave the relationship before it got any more entangled. So sometimes, to demonstrate he had a few gentlemanly skills, he'd drop in for just a beer. Sometimes he'd bring her something, like a scarf or earrings. He sat down at the bar and she brought him a beer. She fluffed her hair. She was a big blonde, bleached blonde. At about 5'8", she kept her figure mostly. He didn't know her exact age, but he suspected late 40s, early 50s. She always wore very tight-fitting clothes and tops that accentuated her full breasts. At first sight, you'd think cheap. Not so much tawdry or low class as simple, unrefined. But once you got to know Charmaine and how kind and deep-down earnest she was, those thoughts fled. Jack imagined that in younger years she was quite the looker with her ample chest and full lips. She hadn't really lost those good looks, but she had a little extra weight around the hips, and there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "Hiya, bub," she said. "Haven't seen you in a while." "It's only been a couple of weeks, I think." "More like 4. "How've you been?" he asked. "Busy, working. Went over to Eureka to see my daughter last week. She's having herself a lousy marriage. But what should we expect? I raised her in one." "She getting divorced?" he asked politely, though in truth he didn't care that much. He didn't know her kids. "No, but she should. Let me get this table. I'll be back." She left him to make sure the other customers were served. There were only a few, and once Jack showed up, the owner, Butch, knew that Charmaine would want to leave a little early. He saw her take a tray of glasses back behind the bar and talk quietly with her boss, who nodded. Then Charmaine was back. "I just wanted to have a beer and say hello," Jack said. "Then I have to get back. I have a big project going on." "Oh, yeah? What's that?" "I'm fixing up a cabin for one of the women in town. I put on a new porch today, and tomorrow I'm going to paint it and build back steps." "That's so. Pretty woman?" "I guess you could say she's pretty, for 76 years old." She laughed loudly. Charmaine had a big laugh. It was a good laugh that came from deep inside her. "Well, then, I guess I won't bother being jealous. But do you think you can spare the time to walk me home?" "I can," he said, draining his beer. "But I'm not coming in tonight." "That's fine," she said. "I'll get my coat." When they were outside, she looped her arm through his and began to talk about her last couple of weeks, as she always did. He liked the sound of her voice, deep and a little raspy, what they called a whiskey voice, though she wasn't much of a drinker. She could go on and on about next to nothing, but in a pleasant way, not an irritating way. She would talk about the bar, the people in town, her kids, what she'd bought lately, what she'd read. News items fascinated her. She would spend the mornings before work watching CNN, and she liked to tell him her opinion of breaking stories. She always had some project going on in her little house. Wallpaper or paint or new appliances. The house was paid for, an inheritance of some kind, so the money she made she spent on herself and her kids. When they got to the door, he said, "I'll shove off, Charmaine, but I'll see you before long." "Okay, Jack," she said. She tilted her head up for a kiss, and he obliged. "That wasn't much of a kiss," she said. "I don't want to come in tonight," he said. "You must be awful tired," she said. "Think you have enough energy to give me a kiss that I'll remember for an hour or two?" He tried again. This time he covered her mouth with his, allowed his tongue to do a little exploring, held her close against him. And she grabbed his butt. Damn, he thought. She ground against him a little bit, sucked on his tongue. Then she hooked her hand into the front of his jeans and pulled him forward, letting her fingers drift lower against his belly. "Okay," he said weakly, a little vulnerable, stirred up. "I'll come in for a few minutes." "That's my boy," she said, smiling at him. She pushed open the door and he followed her inside. "Just think of it as a little sleeping pill." He dropped his jacket on the chair. Charmaine wasn't even out of hers when he grabbed her around the waist, pulled her against him, and devoured her with a kiss that was sudden, hot, and needy. He pushed her jacket off her shoulders and walked her backwards toward the bedroom and dropped her onto the bed. He pulled at her top and freed her breasts, filling his mouth with one and then the other. Then off came her pants and down came his. He ran his hands over her lush body, down over her shoulders, hips, thighs. He reached over to the bedside table, retrieved one of the condoms kept there for him, and ripped the package open. He put it on and was inside her so quickly it startled even him. He thrust and plunged and drove, and she said, oh my God!" He was ready to explode, but held himself back while her legs came around his waist and she bucked. Something happened to him. He went a little out of his mind. Didn't know where he was or with whom. When she finally tightened around him, he let himself go with a loud groan. She panted beneath him, the sound that told him she was completely satisfied. "My God," she said when she finally caught her breath. "What's got you so hot?" "Huh? Jack, you don't even have your boots off." He was shocked for a moment, then rolled off of her. Jesus, he thought. You can't treat a woman like that. He might not have been thinking, but at least he wasn't thinking about anyone else, he consoled himself. He had no brain power involved in that at all. It was all visceral. His body reaching out. "I'm sorry, Charmaine. You okay?" "I'm way more than okay. But please take your boots off and hold me." It was on his mind to say he had to go. He wanted to go. But he couldn't do that to her after this. He sat up and got rid of the boots and pants and shirt, everything hitting the floor. After a quick visit to the bathroom, he was back, scooped her up in his arms and held her. Her heavy, soft body was cushiony against his. He stroked her, kissed her, and eventually made love to her again, as opposed to what he'd done before. This time sanely, but no less satisfactorily. At 1 a.m, he was searching around the floor for his pants. "I thought you might be staying the night this time," she said from the bed. He pulled on his pants and sat on the bed to put on his boots. He twisted around and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "I can't," he said. "But you'll be fine now." He smiled at her. "Think of it as a little sleeping pill." As he drove back to Virgin River, he thought, "It's over now. I have to end it. I can't do that anymore, not with a clear conscience. Not when something else has my attention." Chapter 4. Jack drove out to the cabin, the truck bed loaded with supplies. It was his 3rd day in a row. When he pulled up, Cheryl came out of the house onto the new porch. "Hey, Cheryl," he called. "How's it going? Almost done in there?" She had a rag in her hands. "I need the rest of the day. It was a real pigsty. Will you be here tomorrow, too?" He would, but he said, "Nah, I'm about done. I want to paint the porch this morning. Can you get out the back door? I haven't built steps yet." "I can jump down. What you got?" She came down the porch steps. "Just stuff for the cabin," he said, unloading a big Adirondack chair for the porch, its twin in the truck bed. "Wow, you really went all out," she said. "It has to be done." "She must be some nurse." "She says she's not staying, but the place has to be fixed up anyway. I told Hope I'd make sure it was taken care of." "Not everyone would go to so much trouble. You're really a good guy, Jack," she said. She peeked into the truck. He had a new double-size mattress inside a large plastic bag lying flat in the bed. On top of that, a large rolled-up rug for the living room, bags from Target full of linens and towels that were new as opposed to the graying used ones borrowed from Hope's linen closet. Potted geraniums for the front porch, lumber for the back step, paint, a box full of new kitchen things. "This is a lot more than repair stuff," she said. She tucked a strand of hair that had escaped her clip around her ear. When he chanced to glance at her, he saw those sad eyes filled with longing. He looked away quickly. "Why go halfway?" he said. "It ought to be nice. When she leaves, maybe Hope can rent it out to summer people." "Yeah," she said. Jack continued unloading while Cheryl just stood around. He tried to ignore her, but didn't even make small talk. Cheryl was a tall, big-boned woman of just 30, but she didn't look so good. She'd been drinking pretty hard since she was a teenager. Her complexion was ruddy, her hair thin and listless, her eyes red-rimmed and droopy. She had a lot of extra weight around the middle from the booze. Every now and then she'd sober up for a couple of weeks or months, but invariably she'd fall back into the bottle. She still lived with her parents, who were at their wits' end with her drinking. But what to do? She'd get her hands on booze regardless. Jack never served her, but every time he happened upon her, like now, there was usually a telltale odor and half-masked eyes. She was holding it together pretty good today. She must not have had much. There had been a bad incident a couple of years ago that Cheryl and Jack had had to get beyond. She had a little too much one night and went to his living quarters behind the bar, banging on his door in the middle of the night. When he opened the door, she flung herself on him, groping him and declaring her tragic love for him. Sadly for her, she remembered every bit of it. He caught her sober a few days later and said, "Never. It is never going to happen. Get over it and don't do that again." And it made her cry. He moved on as best he could and was grateful that she did her drinking at home, not in his bar and grill. She liked straight vodka, probably right out of the bottle, and, if she could get her hands on it, Everclear. That really mean, potent stuff. It was illegal in most states, but liquor store owners usually had a little under the counter. "I wish I could be a nurse," Cheryl said. Have you ever thought about going back to school? He asked as he worked. He was careful not to give her the impression he was too interested. He hauled the rug out of the back of the truck, hefted it over his shoulder, and carried it to the house. To his back, she said, I couldn't afford it. You could if you got a job. You need a bigger town. Throw your net a little wider. Stop relying on odd jobs. Yeah, I know, she said, following him. But I like it here. Do you? You don't seem that happy. Oh, I'm happy sometimes. That's good, he said. He threw the rolled rug down in the living room. He'd spread it out later. If you have time, could you wash up those new linens I bought and put them away? Fix up the bed when I get the new mattress on it? Sure. Let me help you with the mattress. Thanks, he said. And together they hauled it into the house. He leaned it against the wall and grabbed the old one off the bed. I'll go by the dump on the way home. I heard there was a baby at Doc's. Like a baby that was just left there. Jack froze. Oh, man, he thought. Cheryl? Could it be Cheryl's? Without meaning to, he looked her up and down. She was big, but not obese, yet fat around the middle and her shirt loose and baggy. But she'd been out here cleaning that very day. She couldn't do that, could she? Maybe it wasn't the Smirnoff flu. Wouldn't she be bleeding and leaking milk? Weak and tired? Yeah, he finally said. You hear of anyone who could have done that? No. Is it an Indian baby? Because there's reservations around here. Women on hard times. You know. White, he answered. You know, when I'm done here, I could help out with the baby. I think that's covered, Cheryl. But thanks. I'll tell Doc. He carried the old mattress out and leaned it against the truck bed. God, that was an awful-looking thing. Mel was completely right. The cabin was horrific. What had Hope been thinking? She'd been thinking it would be cleaned up, but had she expected the new nurse to sleep on that thing? Sometimes Hope could be oblivious to details like these. She was pretty much just a crusty old broad. He reached into the truck and hauled out the bags of linens. Here you go, he said to Cheryl. Now get inside. I have to start painting. I want to get back to the bar by dinner. Okay, she said, accepting the bags. Let me know if Doc needs me, okay? Sure, Cheryl. Never, he thought. Too risky. Jack was back at the bar by mid-afternoon with time enough to do an inventory of bar stock before people started turning out for dinner. The bar was empty, as it often was at this time of day. Preacher was in the back getting started on his evening meal, and Ricky wasn't due for another hour at least. A man came into the bar alone. He wasn't dressed as a fisherman. He wore jeans, a tan t-shirt under a denim vest. His hair was on the long side, and he had a ball cap on his head. He was a big guy with a stubble of beard about a week old. He sat several stools down from where Jack stood with his clipboard and inventory paperwork, a good indication he didn't want to talk. Jack walked down to him. Hi, passing through? He asked, slapping a napkin down in front of him. The man answered. About a beer and a shot. Heineken and Beam. You got it, Jack said, setting him up. The man threw back the shot right away, then lifted the beer, all without making any eye contact with Jack. Fine, we won't talk, Jack thought. I have things to do anyway. So Jack went back to counting bottles. About 10 minutes had passed when he heard, Hey, buddy, once more, huh? You bet, Jack said, serving him another round. Again, silence prevailed. The man took a little longer on his beer, time enough for Jack to get a good bit of his inventory done. While he was crouched behind the bar, a shadow fell over him, and he looked up to see the man standing right on the other side of the bar, ready to settle up. Jack stood just as the man was reaching into his pocket. He noticed a bit of tattoo sneaking out from the sleeve of his shirt, the recognizable feet of a bulldog, the devil dog. Jack was close to remarking on it. The man wore an unmistakable United States Marine Corps tattoo. But then the man pulled a thick wad of bills out, peeled off 100, and said, "Can you change this?" Jack didn't even have to touch the bill. The skunk-like odor of green cannabis wafted toward him. The man had just done some cutting, pruning, or harvesting, and, from the stinky cash, had made a sale. Jack could change the bill, but he didn't want to advertise how much cash he kept on hand, and he didn't want that money on the premises. There were plenty of growers out there, some with prescriptions for legal use, conscious of the medical benefits. There were those who thought of marijuana as just any old plant, like corn, agriculture, a way to make money. And some who dealt drugs because the drugs would offer a big profit. This part of the country was often referred to as the Emerald Triangle, for the 3 counties most known for the cannabis trade. Lots of nice, new, half-ton trucks being driven by people on a busboy's salary. Some of the towns around these parts catered to them, selling supplies illegal growers needed: irrigation tubing, grow lights, camouflage tarps, plastic sheeting, shears in various sizes for harvesting and pruning, scales, generators, ATVs for getting off-road and back into secretive hideaways buried in the forest. There were merchants around who displayed signs in their windows that said, "Camp not served here." Camp being the Campaign Against Marijuana Planting that was a joint operation between the county sheriff's department and the state of California. Clear River was a town that didn't like camp and didn't mind taking the growers' money, of which there was a lot. Charmaine didn't approve of the illegal growing, but Butch wouldn't turn down a stinky bill. Virgin River was not that kind of town. Growers usually maintained low profiles and didn't cause problems, not wanting to be raided. But sometimes there were territorial conflicts between them, or booby-trapped grows, either one of which could hurt an innocent citizen. There were drug-related crimes ranging from burglary or robbery to murder. Not so long ago, they found the body of a grower's partner buried in the woods near Garberville. He'd been missing for over 2 years, and the grower himself had always been a suspect. You couldn't find anything in Virgin River that would encourage an illegal crop, one means of keeping them away. If there were any growers in town, they were real secret. Virgin River tended to push this sort away. But this wasn't the first one to pass by. "Tell you what," Jack said to the man, making long and serious eye contact. "On the house this time." "Thanks," he said, folding his bill back into the wad and stuffing it in his pocket. He turned to go. "And Buddy," Jack called as the man reached the door to leave. He turned and Jack said, "Sheriff's deputy and California Highway Patrol eat and drink on the house in my place." The man's shoulders rose once with a silent huff of laughter. He was on notice. He touched the brim of his hat and left. Jack walked around the bar and looked out the window to see the man get into a black late-model Range Rover, supercharged, big wheels jacked up real high, windows tinted, lights on the roof. That model would go for nearly $100,000. This guy was no hobbyist. He memorized the license plate. Preacher was rolling out pie dough when Jack went into the kitchen. "I just served a guy who tried to pay for his drinks with a wad of stinky bends as big as my fist," Jack told him. "Crap. He's driving a new Range Rover, loaded, jacked up, and lit up. Big guy. You think he's growing around town here?" "Have no idea," Jack said. "We better pay attention. Next time the deputy's in town, I'll mention it. But it's not against the law to have stinky money or drive a big truck."
If he's rich, it's probably not a small operation, Preacher said. He's got a bulldog tattoo on his upper right arm.
Preacher frowned.
You kind of hate to see a brother go that way. Yeah, tell me about it. Maybe he's not in business around here. He could have just been scoping out the town to see if this is a good place to set up. I think I sent the message that it's not. I told him law enforcement eats and drinks on the house.
Preacher smiled.
We should start doing that then, he said. How about a discount to start? We don't want to get crazy.
Mel got her sister Joey on the phone. Oh, Jesus, Mel. You scared me to death. Where have you been? Why didn't you call sooner? I've been in Virgin River where I have no phone and my cell doesn't work. And I've been pretty busy. I was about to call out the National Guard. Yeah? Well, don't bother. They'd never be able to find the place. You're all right? Well, this will probably make you perversely happy, Mel told her. You were right. I shouldn't have done this. I was nuts, as usual. Is it terrible? Well, it definitely started out terrible. The free housing turned out to be a falling down hovel, and the doctor is a mean old coot who doesn't want any help in his practice. I was on my way out of town when, you'll never believe this, someone left an abandoned newborn on the doctor's porch. But things have improved, if slightly. I'm staying for at least a few more days to help with the baby. The old doc wouldn't wake up to those middle-of-the-night hunger cries. Oh, Joey, my first impression of him is that he was the poorest excuse for a town doctor I'd ever met. Mean as a snake, rude as sour milk. Fortunately, working with those LA medical residents, especially those dicky surgeons, prepared me nicely. Okay, that was your first impression. How has it changed? He proves tractable. Since my housing was uninhabitable, I'm staying in the guest room in his house. It's actually set up to be the only hospital room in town. This house is fine, clean and functional. There could be a slight inconvenience at any moment. A young woman who asked me to deliver her first baby will be having it here, in my bedroom, which I share with the abandoned baby. Picture this, a postpartum patient and a full nursery. And you will sleep where? I'll probably hang myself up in a corner and sleep standing up. But that's only if she delivers within the next week while I'm still here. Surely a family will turn up to foster this baby soon. Although I wouldn't mind a birth. A sweet, happy birth to loving, excited, healthy parents. You don't have to stay for that, Joey said firmly. It's not as though they don't have a doctor. I know, but she's so young. And she was so happy thinking there was a woman doctor here who could deliver her rather than this ornery old man. Mel, I want you to get in your car and drive. Come to us, where we can look after you for a while. I don't need looking after, she said with a laugh. Work helps. I need to work. Whole hours go by without thinking about Mark. How are you doing with that? She sighed deeply. That's another thing. No one here knows, so no one looks at me with those sad, pitying eyes. And since they don't look at me that way, I don't crumble so often. At least, not where anyone can see. Oh, Mel, I wish I could comfort you somehow. But Joey, I have to grieve this. It's the only way. And I have to live with the fact that I might never be over it. I hope that's not true, Mel. I know widows. I know widows who have remarried and are happy. We're not going there, she said. Then Mel told Joey about what she knew of the town, about all the people who'd been drifting into Doc's house just to get a look at her, about Jack and Preacher, about how many more stars there were out here, the mountains, the air so clean and sharp it almost took you by surprise, about the people who came to the doctor bringing things like tons of food, a lot of which went right across the street to the bar where Preacher used it in his creations. About how Jack refused to take a dime from either Doc or Mel for food or drink. anyone who cared for the town had a free meal ticket over there. But it's very rural. Doc put in a call to the county social services agency, but I gather we're on a waiting list. They may not figure out foster care for who knows how long. Frankly, I don't know how the old doc made it without any help all these years. People nice? Joey asked. Other than the doctor? The ones I've met vary. But the main reason I called, besides letting you know that I'm safe, is to tell you I'm on the old doc's phone. The cell just isn't going to work out here. I'll give you the number. Well, Joey said, at least you sound okay. In fact, you sound better than you have in a long time. Like I said, there are patients, challenges. I'm a little keyed up. The very first day I was left alone here with the baby and the key to the drug cabinet and told to see any patients who wandered in. No training, nothing. About 30 people came, just to say hello and visit. That's what you hear in my voice. Adrenaline. Adrenaline again. I thought you swore off. Mel laughed. It's a completely different brand. So, when you wrap it up there, you'll come to Colorado Springs? I don't have any better ideas, Mel said. When? Not sure. In a few days, hopefully. Couple of weeks at the outside. But I'll call you and let you know when I'm on my way, okay? Okay. But you really do sound up. There's nowhere around here to get highlights. Some woman in town does hair in her garage, and that's it, Mel said. Oh my God, Joey said. You'd better wrap it up before you get some ugly roots. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Wednesday, appointment day came, and Mel watched the baby and saw a few patients with only minor complaints. One sprained ankle, a bad cold, another prenatal exam, a well baby check, and immunizations. After that, there were a couple of walk-ins. She stitched up a laceration on a 10-year-old's head, and Doc said, "Not bad." Doc made 2 house calls. They traded off babysitting to walk across the street to Jack's to eat. The people she met at the bar and those who came into the doctor's office were pleasant and welcoming. But this is just temporary, she was careful to explain. Doc doesn't really need any help. Mel put in an order for more diapers with Connie at the corner store. The store was no bigger than a mini-mart, and Mel learned that the locals usually went to the nearest large town for their staples and feed for animals, using the store merely to grab those occasional missing items. There were sometimes hunters or fishermen looking for something. They had a little of everything, from bottled water to socks, but only a few items of each. I heard no one's turned up for that baby yet, Connie said. I can't think of anyone around here who'd have a baby and give it up. Can you think of anyone who'd have a baby without any medical intervention of any kind? Especially since there's a doctor in town? Connie, a cute little woman probably in her 50s, shrugged. Women have their babies at home all the time, but Doc's usually there. We have some isolated families out in the woods, hardly ever show their faces for anything. She leaned close and whispered, strange people. But I've lived here all my life and have never heard of them giving up their children. How long do you expect the social services intervention to take? Connie laughed. I wouldn't have the first idea. We run into a problem, we usually all pitch in. It's not like we ask for a lot of outside help. Okay, then, how long before you get in a new supply of disposable diapers? Ron makes his supply run once a week, and he'll do that tomorrow morning. So by tomorrow afternoon, you should be fixed up. A teenage girl came into the store carrying her book bag. The school bus must have just dropped off. Ah, my Lizzie, Connie said. Mel, this is my niece, Liz. She just got here. She's going to stay with me for a while. How do you do? Mel said. Hey, Liz said, smiling. Her full, long brown hair was teased up high and falling seductively to her shoulders. Eyebrows beautifully arched over bright blue eyes. eye makeup thick, her glossy lips full and pouty. Little sex queen, Mel found herself thinking, in her short denim skirt, leather knee-high boots with heels, sweater tugged over full breasts, and not meeting her waist. Belly button ring. Need me to work a while? Liz asked Connie. No, honey, go to the back and start your homework. Your first day was good? Okay, I guess. She shrugged. Nice to meet you, she said, disappearing into the store's back room. She's beautiful, Mel said. Connie was frowning slightly. She's 14. Mel's eyes grew wide as she mouthed the word silently. 14? Wow, she whispered to Connie. The girl looked at least 16 or even 17. She could pass for 18. Yeah, that's why she's here. Her mother, my sister, is at the end of her rope with the little hot bottom. She's a wild one. But that was in Eureka. Not so many places to go wild around here. She smiled. If I could just get her to cover her naked body, I would feel so much better. I hear ya, Mel laughed. May the force be with you. But I'd consider birth control, Mel thought. When Mel had her meals at the bar, if there was no one around she knew, like Connie or her best friend Joy, or Ron or Hope, she would sit up at the bar and talk to Jack while she ate. Sometimes he ate with her. During these meals, she learned more about the town, about summer visitors who came for hiking and camping, the hunters and fishermen who passed through during the season. The Virgin was great for fly fishing, a comment that made her giggle. And there was kayaking, which sounded like fun to her. Ricky introduced her to his grandmother, who made a rare dinner appearance. Liddy Sutter was over 70 and had that uncomfortable gait of one who suffered arthritis. You have a very nice grandson, Mel observed. Is it just the two of you? Yes, she said. I lost my son and daughter-in-law in an accident when he was just a little thing. I'd sure worry about him if it weren't for Jack. He's been looking out for Ricky since he came to town. He looks after a lot of people. I can sense that about him, Mel said. The March sun had warmed the land and brought out the buds. Mel had a fleeting thought that seeing this place in full bloom would be glorious, but then reminded herself that she would miss it. The baby, little Chloe, was thriving, and several different women from town had stopped by to offer babysitting services. She realized that she'd been here over a week, and it had passed like minutes. Of course, never getting more than 4 hours of sleep at a stretch tended to speed up time. She'd found living with Doc Mullins to be more bearable than she would have thought. He could be a cantankerous old goat, but she could give it back to him just as well. Something he seemed to secretly enjoy. One day, when the baby was asleep and there were no patients or calls, Doc got out a deck of cards. He shuffled them in his hand and said, "Come on, let's see what you got." He sat down at the kitchen table and dealt the cards. "Gin," he said. "All I know about gin is that you mix it with tonic," she told him. "Good. We'll play for money," he said. She sat down at the table. "You plan to take advantage of me?" she said. "Oh, yes," he confirmed. And then, with a smile so rare, he began to tell her how to play. Pennies for points, he told her. And within an hour, she was laughing, winning, and Doc's expression was getting more sour by the minute, which only made her laugh harder. "Come on," she said, dealing. "Let's see what you got." The sound of someone coming through the front door temporarily stopped the game, and Mel said, "Sit tight. I'll see who it is." She patted his hand. "Give you time to stack the deck." Standing just inside the front door was a skinny man with a long graying beard. His overalls were dirty and the bottoms frayed around filthy boots. The edge of his shirt sleeves and collar were also frayed, as though he'd been in these particular clothes a very long time. He didn't come into the house, probably because of the mud he tracked, but stood just inside the door twisting a very worn felt hat. "Can I help you?" she asked him.
"Doc here?"
"Uh-huh. Sure. Let me get him for you." She fetched Doc to the front door, and while he was chatting with the man, she checked on Chloe. When Doc finally came back to the kitchen, he was wearing a very unpleasant expression.
"We have to make a call. See if you can rustle up someone to keep an eye on the baby."
"You need my assistance?" she asked, perhaps more hopefully than she wished.
"No,"
he said,
"but I think you should tag along. See what's on the other side of the tree line."
Chloe stirred in her bed, and Mel picked her up. Who was that man?
"Clifford Paulus. Lives out in the woods with some people. His daughter and her man joined them a while back. They have regular problems. I'd rather you just see."
"Okay," she said, perplexed. After a few phone calls had been placed with no success, the best they could do for the baby was take her across the street to Jack's with a few diapers and a bottle. Mel carried her little bed while Doc managed the baby in one arm and his cane in the other hand, though Mel had offered to make 2 trips. "Are you sure you'll be all right?" she asked Jack. "You might have to change her and everything."
"Nieces," he said again. "I'm all checked out."
"How many nieces exactly?" she asked.
8 at last count. 4 sisters and 8 nieces. Apparently they can't breed sons. Where are you off to?"
"I'm not sure."
"Paulus's,"
Doc said, and Jack whistled. As they drove out of town, Mel said, "I don't have a good feeling about this. Seems everyone knows about this family except me."
"I guess you deserve to be prepared." "The Pauluses live in a small compound of shacks and trailers with a few others. A camp. They stay out of sight and drink a lot. Wander into town very rarely. They keep a supply of pure grain alcohol on hand. They're dirt poor, miserable folk, but they haven't given Virgin River any trouble. Clifford says there was a fight last night and there's some patching up to do."
"What kind of fight?"
"They're pretty gritty folk. If they sent for me, must have been a good one."
They drove a long way into the woods. The dirt road a narrow, bumpy 1 lane before it finally broke open into a clearing around which were, as Doc had said, 2 shacks and a couple of trailers. Not mobile homes, but camper shells, and an itty-bitty trailer that had seen better days, along with an old wheelless pickup truck up on blocks. They circled an open area in the middle of which was a crude brick oven of sorts. There were tarps stretched out from the campers, and shacks with actual furniture under them. Not outdoor furniture, but household. Tables and chairs, old sofas with the stuffing popping out. Plus old tires, a couple of small trucks, unidentifiable junk, a wringer washer lying on its side. Mel peered into the trees and blinked to clear her vision. There appeared to be a semi-trailer half buried in the ground with camouflaged tarps over the top. Beside it was, unmistakably, a gas-powered generator. Mel said, "Holy shit!"
"Help if you can,"
Doc said.
"But try not to talk."
He peered at her.
"That'll be hard for you."
Doc got out of the truck, hefting his bag. People started to drift into the clearing, not from within their homes, such as they were, but more like from behind them. There were just a few men. It was impossible to tell their ages. They all looked like vagrants with their dirty and worn dungarees and overalls. They were bearded, their hair long and matted, like real sad hillbillies. Everyone was thin with sallow complexions. They were not enjoying good health out here. There was a very bad smell, and Mel thought about bathroom facilities. They would be using the forest, and it smelled as if they didn't get far enough from the camp. Their facilities were minimal. It was like a little third-world country. Doc nodded to people as he pressed forward, getting nods back. He'd obviously been here before. Mel followed more slowly. Doc ended up in front of a shack outside of which Clifford Paulus stood. Doc turned to make sure Mel was with him, then entered. She felt their eyes on her, but they kept their distance. She wasn't exactly afraid, but she was nervous and unsure and hurried behind Doc to enter the shack with him. There was a small table inside with a lantern on it. Sitting on short stools at the table were a man and a woman. Mel had to stifle a gasp. Their faces were swollen, cut, and bruised. The man was perhaps 30, his dirty blonde hair short and spiky, and he twitched and jittered, unable to sit still. The woman, maybe the same age, was holding her arm at an odd angle. Broken. Doc put his bag on the table and opened it. He pulled out and put on his latex gloves. Mel followed suit, but slowly, her pulse picking up. She had never worked as a visiting nurse, but knew a few who had. There were nasty hovels all around the poorer sections of L.A. where paramedics might be called. But in the city, if you had a situation like this, you'd notify the police. The patients would be brought to the emergency room. And in the event of domestic violence, which this clearly was, these two would both be booked into jail right out of the ER. When there's an injury in a domestic, no one has to press charges besides the police.
"What you got, Maxine?"
he said, reaching out for her arm, which she extended toward him. He examined it briefly.
"Clifford," he called. "I'm going to need a bucket of water."
Then to Mel, he said,
"Get to work on cleaning up Calvin's face. See if sutures are required, and I'll attempt to set this ulna."
"Do you want a hypo?" she asked.
"I don't think we'll need that," he said.
Mel got out some peroxide and cotton and approached the young man warily. He lifted his eyes to her face and grinned at her with a mouth full of dirty teeth, some of which appeared to be rotting. In his eyes, she saw that his pupils were very small. He was full of amphetamine, higher than a kite. He kept grinning at her, and she tried not to make eye contact with him. She cleaned some of the cuts on his face and finally said, "Wipe that look off your face or I'll let Doc do this." It made him giggle stupidly.
"I'm going to need some for the pain," he said.
"You already had something for the pain," she told him, and he giggled again. But in his eyes there was menace, and she decided not to make any more eye contact. Doc made a sudden movement that slammed Calvin's arm onto the table, hard, gripped by Doc's arthritic hand.
"You never do that! You hear me?"
Doc said in a voice more threatening than Mel had heard before, then slowly released Calvin's forearm while boring through him with angry eyes. Then Doc immediately turned his attention back to Maxine.
"I'm going to have to put this bone right, Maxine. Then I'll cast it for you."
Mel had no idea what had just happened. "You don't want an X-ray?" she heard herself ask Doc. And her answer was a glare from the doctor who'd asked her to try not to talk. She went back to the man's face. There was a cut over his eye that she could repair with tape, no stitches required. Standing above him as she was, she noticed a huge purple bump through the thinning hair on the top of his head. Maxine must have hit him over the head with something, right before he broke her arm. She glanced at his shoulders and arms through the thin fabric of his shirt and saw that he had some heft to him. He was probably strong. Strong enough, at least, to break a bone. The bucket of water arrived, the bucket rusty and dirty, and momentarily she heard Maxine give out a yelp of pain as Doc used sudden and powerful force to put her ulna back into place. Old Doc Mullins worked silently, wrapping an ace bandage around her arm, then dipping casting material into the bucket, soaking it and applying it to the broken arm. Finished with her assignment, Mel moved away from Calvin and watched Doc. He was strong and fast for his age, skilled for a man with hands twisted by arthritis, but then this had been his life's work. Casting done, he pulled a sling out of his bag. Job done, he snapped off his gloves, threw them in his bag, closed it, picked it up, and, looking down, went back to the truck. Again, Mel followed. When they were out of the compound, she said, "All right, What's going on there?
What do you think's going on?
He asked.
It isn't complicated.
Looks pretty awful to me, she said.
It is awful, but not complicated. Just a few dirt-poor alcoholics, homeless, living in the woods. Clifford wandered away from his family to live out here years ago, and over time a few others joined his camp. Then Calvin Thompson and Maxine showed up not so long ago and added weed to the agenda. They're growing in that semi-trailer. Biggest mystery to me is how they got it back in here. You can bet Calvin couldn't get that done. I figure Calvin's connected to someone, told him he could sit back here and watch over a grow. Calvin's a caretaker. That's what the generator is about. Grow lights. They irrigate out of the river. Calvin's jitters don't come from pot. Pot would level him out and slow him down. He's got to be on something like meth. Maybe he skims a little marijuana, cheats the boss, and trades it for something else. Thing is, I don't think Clifford and those old men have anything to do with the pot. They never had a grow out there before, that I know of. But I could be wrong.
Amazing, she said.
There are lots of little marijuana camps hidden back in these woods. Some of them pretty good size. But you can't grow it outside in winter months. It's still the biggest cash crop in California. But even if you gave Clifford and those old boys $1 million, that's how they're gonna live.
He took a breath.
Not all local growers look like vagrants. A lot of them look like millionaires.
What happened when you grabbed his arm like that? She asked.
You didn't see? He was raising it like he was gonna touch you. Familiarly.
She shuddered. Thanks, I guess. Why do you want me to see that?
2 reasons. So you'd know what some of this country medicine is about. Some places where they're growing are booby-trapped, but not this one. You should never go out to one of those places alone, not even if a baby's coming. You better hear me on that.
Don't worry, she said with a shudder. You should tell someone, Doc. You should tell the sheriff or someone. He laughed.
For all I know, the sheriff's department's aware. There are growers all over this part of the world. For the most part, they stay invisible. It's not like they want to be found out. More to the point, I'm in medicine, not law enforcement. I don't talk about the patients. I assume that's your ethic as well.
They live in filth. They're hungry and probably sick. Their water is undoubtedly contaminated by the awful, dirty containers they keep it in. They're beating each other up and dying of drink and whatever.
Yeah, he said. Doesn't make my day either.
She found it devastating, the acceptance of such hopelessness. How do you do it? She asked him, her voice quiet.
I just do the best I can, he said. I help where I can. That's all anyone can do.
She shook her head. This really isn't for me, she said. I can handle stuff like this when it comes into the hospital, but I'm no country practitioner. It's like the Peace Corps.
There are bright spots in my doctrine, too, he said. Just happens this isn't one of them.
She was completely down in the dumps when she went back to the grill to collect the baby.
Not pretty out there, is it?
Jack said. Horrid. Have you ever been out there?
I stumbled across them a couple of years ago when I was hunting.
You didn't want to tell anyone? She asked. Like the police?
It isn't against the law to be a bum, he said with a shrug.
So, she thought, he didn't know about the semi-trailer. Doc had said it showed up not too long ago. I can't imagine living like that. Can I use your bathroom? I want to wash up before I touch the baby.
Right back off the kitchen, he said.
When she got back, she picked up Chloe and held her close, breathing in the clean, powdery scent.
Fortunately, you don't have to live like they do, he said.
Neither do they. Someone should do an intervention out there. Get them some help. Food and clean water, anyway. He picked up the baby bed to carry it across the street for her.
I think they've killed too many brain cells for that to work, he said. Concentrate on the good you can do and don't gnaw on the hopeless cases. It'll just make you sad. By early evening, Mel was coming around. She took her dinner at the bar, laughed with Jack, and even Preacher cracked the occasional smile. Finally, she put her small hand over Jack's and said, "I apologize for earlier, Jack. I never even thanked you for watching the baby." "You were kind of upset," he said. "Yeah, I surprised myself. It's not as though I haven't seen plenty of bums and street people. They were frequent clientele at the hospital. I didn't realize before today that in the city we'd clean 'em up, straighten 'em out, and hand 'em off to some agency or another. In the back of my mind, I probably always knew they'd be back, picking out of trash cans before long, but I didn't have to see it. This was very different. They're not going anywhere, and they're not getting any help. It's been down to Doc, alone. Takes a lot of courage to do what Doc does." "He does more than a lot of people would do," Jack said. She smiled. "This is rough country." "It can be," he said. "Not a lot of resources out here. We do pretty well with what we've got. But you have to remember, the old boys in that little camp don't seem to want resources so much as to be left alone," he said. "I know that's hard to stomach, but most of this area is the opposite, thriving and healthy. Did that trip out into the woods make your desire to get out of here even more desperate?" "It sure opened my eyes. I thought small-town medicine would be peaceful and sweet. I never thought it had that other side, as hopeless as some of our worst inner-city problems." "Don't know that it is," he argued. "The sweet and peaceful will far outnumber the hopeless. I swear on it. You're welcome to see for yourself and call me a liar, but you'd have to hang around." "I made a commitment to stay till the baby is placed," she said. "I'm sorry, I can't promise more." "No promise is necessary. Just pointing out the options." "But thank you for taking care of the baby for me." "She's a good baby," he said. "I didn't mind at all." After she'd gone back to Doc's, Jack said to Preacher, "You okay here? I'm thinking about a beer." Preacher's bushy black brows shot up in surprise, but he didn't say it. Didn't say, "Another beer? So soon?" He finally said, "I'm okay here." Jack knew that if he didn't say anything at all to Charmaine for a few weeks, she wouldn't know there was anything to be said. He also knew that despite the fact Mel had captured his thoughts, it didn't mean anything would ever happen. Didn't mean she'd make it even another week in Virgin River. That wasn't really the point. The issue was that it was wrong to go to Charmaine at all. Ever. If he wasn't into Charmaine. It was a point of honor with him. Even though he never thought in terms of commitment, he certainly didn't think in terms of using someone. Then there was another matter. A fear that he'd been having sex with Charmaine and, behind his closed eyes, see another face. That couldn't happen. That would insult both women. When she saw him walk into her tavern, her first reaction was one of pleased surprise, and she smiled at him. Then she immediately realized how unprecedented this visit was, and her smile vanished. "Beer?" she asked him. "Talk?" he answered. "Can Butch cover for you for 10 minutes?" She actually took a step back. She knew what was coming, and sadness seeped into her brown eyes. Her face actually fell. "Is that all it's going to take?" she asked. 10 minutes? "I think so. There isn't too much to say." "There's someone else," she said at once. "No, there isn't. Let's take a table." He looked over his shoulder. "That one over there. Ask Butch." She nodded and turned from him. While she spoke to Butch, Jack moved to the table. Butch took the bar and Charmaine joined Jack. He reached across and took her hands. You've been a wonderful friend to me, Charmaine. I've never for 1 second took that for granted.
But
my mind is on other things, he said. I won't be coming to Clear River for a beer anymore.
There can only be one thing, she said, because I know you, and you have needs. He thought about this long and hard on the way over, and it wasn't in his mind to lie to her. But there wasn't anyone else. Mel wasn't someone else, and might never be. Just because she'd taken over his consciousness didn't mean it would ever materialize into something more. She might stick to her word and leave Virgin River at the first opportunity, and even if she didn't, you don't show your hand this early in the game. His reason for breaking this off wasn't just about having Mel, but about not misleading Charmaine. She was a good woman. She had been good to him. She didn't deserve to be strung along while he waited to see what the other woman was going to do. The cabin in Virgin River might be ready, but Mel sure wasn't. The baby at Doc's was keeping her in town for now, but it was impractical to think of her caring for Chloe out at a cabin. There was only the one plexiglass incubator, no car seat for traveling back and forth, no phone. Of course, it was no punishment to have her living right across the street. But he wanted her in the cabin he'd renovated. He wanted that real bad. Charmaine was so right. He had needs. But somehow, when he looked at this young Mel, he knew it would never be like this. An arrangement for sex every couple of weeks. Jack had absolutely no idea what it might become, but he already knew it was going to be more than that. He had a very long history of not getting hooked up, so this disturbed him. The chances were real good he was casting adrift in a sea of sheer loneliness. Because Mel had complications. He had no idea what they were, but that occasional sadness in her eyes came out of the past, something she was trying to get over. But he wanted her. He wanted all of her. He wanted everything with her. That's the thing, he said. I have needs. And right now, I think what I need is completely different from what I've needed in the past. I could easily keep coming here, Charmaine. I sure don't suffer. You're awful good to me. But the past 2 years when I've been here completely. It shouldn't be any other way. The last time was different, she said. I knew something was wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's really the first time my head wasn't connected to my body. You deserve better than that. She lifted her chin and gave her hair a toss. What if I said I didn't care? God, he felt so bad doing this. I do, was all he could say. She got teary. Okay, then, she said bravely. Okay, then. When he left, he knew it was going to be a while before he felt all right about what he'd just done. That business about playing it fast and loose, about having no ties or commitments, that wasn't really how it was. All that no-commitment bullshit meant was that you didn't talk about it. You never took it to the next level. He had had a contract of sorts with Charmaine, even if it wasn't a formal one, a legal one, even if it was pretty casual in the give-and-take department. She had stuck to the contract. He had just broken it and let her down. Chapter 5. In the mornings, after the baby had that first really early feeding and was settled back to sleep, Mel liked to take her coffee out to Doc's front porch and sit on the steps. She found she enjoyed watching this little town wake up. First, the sun would create a kind of golden path through the tall pine trees onto the street, slowly lighting it. The sound of doors opening and closing could be heard. A Ford truck drove slowly from the east to the west down the street, tossing out papers. The Humboldt News. She liked getting the paper early, though it was hardly akin to the LA Times. Soon the kids started to emerge. The bus picked them up at the far west end of the main street. Those in town would walk or ride their bikes down the street and gather there, chaining their bikes to trees in someone's front yard. That would never happen in the city. Someone just allowing their yard to be used as a bike lot while the kids were in school? She saw Liz come out of Connie's house right next to the store. Liz sashayed across the street, book bag slung over one shoulder, fanny swaying seductively. Boy, howdy, Mel was thinking. That girl's advertising like mad. Cars and trucks began to drop off the more rural kids. It was not yet 7. A long day for these country kids. Driven to the bus stop, ride the bus for who knows how long since there was no school in Virgin River, then back to town, back to the farm or ranch. The kids who gathered there, probably 30, ranged in age from 5 to 17, and the mothers of the younger ones stood around chatting while they waited for the bus. Some of them held their coffee cups and laughed together like old friends. Then it would come, the bus, driven by a big, happy woman who got off, said hello to the parents, herding each one of the kids on board. Jack came out of the bar, fishing rod in one hand, tackle box in the other. He put his gear in the back of his truck and lifted a hand to her. She waved back. Out to the river for some fishing. Not long after, Preacher was sweeping off the front porch. When he looked up, he lifted a hand as well. What had she said about this little town? That it didn't resemble the pictures she'd seen? In the early morning, the town was lovely. Rather than looking old and tired, the homes looked sweet and uncomplicated. They were unfussy clapboards in a variety of colors. Blue, light green, beige with brown trim. Connie and Ron's house, right next to the corner store, was the same yellow with white trim as their store. Only one house on the street had been painted recently, a white house with dark green shutters and trim. She saw Rick come out of that house, sprint across the porch, jump down to the street and into his little white truck. It was a safe-looking street, friendly homes. No one walked out of their homes to see another person and failed to greet, wave, stop and talk. A woman came out from behind the boarded-up church down the street and seemed to be walking unevenly toward her. As she neared, Mel stood up. "Hello," she said, holding her coffee cup in both hands. "You the nurse?" she asked. "Nurse, practitioner, and midwife, yes. Can I help you with something?" "No," she said. "I heard about you is all." The woman's eyes were drawn down sleepily as though she had trouble staying awake, with dark circles under them. She was a large woman, maybe 5'10", and rather plain, her greasy hair pulled back. It was possible she was sick. Mel stuck out a hand. "Mel Monroe," she said. The woman hesitated a minute before accepting a handshake. She wiped her palm down her pant leg first, then reached out. Her grip was strong and clumsy, her nails dirty. "Cheryl," she said in response. "Crichton." She pulled her hand back and put both her hands in the pockets of baggy pants. Men's pants, it looked like. Mel stopped herself before saying, "Ah, that would be the Cheryl who was supposed to clean the cabin. The Cheryl Hope suspected was drinking again, which would explain her sallow complexion and weary eyes, not to mention all the little broken blood vessels in her cheeks. "Sure I can't do anything for you?" "No." "They say you're leaving right away." "Do they now?" she said with a smile. "Well, I have a few things I made a commitment to see through first." "That baby?" she said. Mel tipped her head to one side. "Hardly anything goes unnoticed around here. Do you know anything about the baby or her mother? I'd like to find the woman who—" "So you could go sooner. Because if you want to go, I could take care of the baby." "You have an interest in the baby?" she asked. "May I ask why?" "I just mean to help. I like to help out." I really don't need much help, but I sure would like to find the baby's mother. She could be sick, giving birth alone like that." Mel chanced a glance toward the bar and noticed that Preacher had stopped sweeping and watched. At that same moment, Doc came out of the house.
"Cheryl,"
Doc said.
"Hey, Doc. Just telling the nurse here I could help out with that baby. Watch her for you and stuff." "Why'd you want to do that, Cheryl?"
She shrugged.
"Jack told me about it." "Thanks. We'll sure keep you in mind,"
Doc said.
"'Kay,"
she said with another shrug. She looked at Mel.
"Nice meeting you. Explains a lot now I see you."
And she turned and walked back the way she'd come. Mel looked up at Doc and found him frowning. "What was that all about?" she asked him.
"Seems like she wanted to see what you look like. She tends to follow Jack around like a lovesick puppy."
"He shouldn't serve her."
"He doesn't,"
Doc said.
"Jack's a generous guy, but not a foolish one. Giving Cheryl booze would be like throwing kerosene on a fire. Besides, she can't afford Jack's place. I think she gets some of that rot gut they keep out in the woods."
"That's going to kill her."
"Unfortunately."
"Can't somebody help her?"
"She look to you like she wants help?"
"Has anyone tried? Has Jack?"
"Jack can't do anything for her,"
Doc said.
"That would put an awful lot of useless ideas in her head."
He turned around and went back into the house. Mel followed him and said, "Do you think it's possible she gave birth?"
"Anything's possible, but I doubt it."
"What if we checked her? It would be obvious." Doc looked down at her and lifted one snowy brow.
"Think I should call the sheriff? Get a warrant?"
And he walked off toward the kitchen. What an odd little town, Mel found herself thinking. While the baby napped, Mel took a break and wandered down to the store. Connie poked her head out of the back and said, "Hey, Mel, can I get you something?" "I just thought I'd look at your magazines, Connie. I'm bored." "Help yourself. We're watching our soap if you want to come back here with us." "Thanks," she said, going to the very small book rack. There were a few paperbacks and 5 magazines. Guns, trucks, fishing, hunting, and Playboy. She picked up a paperback novel and the Playboy and went to the back where she'd seen Connie. A parted curtain hung in the doorway to the back room. Inside, Connie and Joy sat in old canvas lawn chairs in front of the small desk, coffee cups in hand, their eyes focused on a small TV that sat on a shelf. The women were complete physical opposites. Connie being small and trim with short hair dyed fire engine red, and Joy must be easily 5'9" and 250. Very plain, with her long graying hair pulled back into a ponytail, her face round and cheerful. They were an odd pair, and it was said they'd been best friends since they were kids. "Come on back," Joy said. "Help yourself to coffee if you want." On the television, a very pretty woman looked into the eyes of a very handsome man and said, "Brent, I never loved anyone but you. Ever." "Oh, she is such a liar," Connie said. "No, she's not. She didn't love any of them. She just screwed them all," Joy said. On the TV, "Belinda, Brent, the baby is yours." "The baby is Donovan's," Joy told the TV. Mel leaned a hip against the desk. "What is this?" "Riverside Falls," Connie said. "Brent and the slut Belinda." "This is what Lizzie is going to be doing if Connie can't get her out of those slutty clothes." "I have a plan," Connie said. "As she grows out of her clothes and I replace them, we're going to get a more conservative wardrobe." Joy laughed loudly. "Connie, it looks like she already grew out of them." The camera pulled back, and Mel saw that the couple on screen were in bed together, their naked bodies barely concealed by a sheet. "Whew," she said. Soaps have come a long way. You ever watch any soaps, honey? Connie asked. Not since college. We watched General Hospital. Mel put down her magazine and book on the desk and helped herself to a cup of coffee. We used to get our patients to keep an eye on it for us. I had one long-term care patient, an old guy, and I used to give him his bath at 2 every afternoon, and we'd watch it together. There is only one man left on this show that Belinda hasn't done, and he's 70. The patriarch. Connie sighed. They're going to have to bring in some new talent for Belinda. Back on TV, Belinda bit at Brent's lip, then his chin, then slipped lower in the bed and disappeared under the sheet. All 3 women in the back room leaned toward the TV. The lump in the sheet that was Belinda's head went lower, and momentarily, Brent threw back his head and let a delicious moan escape. "My God," Mel said. Connie fanned her face. "I think that's her secret weapon," Joy said. And the program cut to commercial. Connie and Joy looked at each other, giggled, and got up out of their chairs. "Well, not much has changed since yesterday. That baby is going to be in college before it gets out who the daddy is. I'm not even sure it is Donovan's. She was with Carter, too." "That was a long time ago. It couldn't be his." "How long have you 2 been watching the soap?" Mel asked. "Oh, God! 15 years?" Connie answered by way of a question. "At least." "You find a magazine, honey?" Mel made a face and held up the Playboy. My, Connie said. "I'm not too interested in trucks, fish, guns, or game," she said. "Don't you ever get any others in?" "If you tell me what you want, I'll have Ron pick 'em up on his next run. We only carry what we sell." "Makes sense," she said. "I hope I haven't just snatched up some poor guy's Playboy that he's looking forward to." "Don't you worry about it," Connie said. "Hey, there's a little potluck at the bar tonight for Joy's birthday. Why don't you come on over?" "Oh, I don't have a present." "We don't do presents, honey," Joy said. "Just come and party." "Well, happy birthday anyway, Joy. I'll check with Doc," she said. "What time? If I can come, should I bring something for the potluck?" "We'll get over there about 6, and no, don't you worry about bringing anything. I don't guess you do any cooking at Doc's, and we have the food covered." "Nothing new on that baby, huh?" "Not a peep." "Damnedest thing," Joy said. "But whoever's it is came from another one of the towns." "I'm starting to think that, too," Mel said. She pulled some bills out of her pocket to pay for her stuff. "Maybe I'll see you later, then." On her way back to Doc's, she passed the bar. Jack was sitting on the porch with his feet up on the rail. She wandered over. Sitting beside him was a fishing tackle box full of beautiful feathery flies. Small pliers, scissors, and a razor blade were sticking out of the tackle box, as well as little plastic envelopes that contained colorful feathers, silver hooks, and other paraphernalia. "Break time?" he asked her. "I've been on break all day, except for a little diaper changing and feeding. The baby's asleep, and there aren't any patients, and Doc is afraid to play gin with me. It turns out I can beat his socks off." Jack laughed. He leaned forward and peered at the book and magazine. He looked at her face and raised an eyebrow. "Little light reading?" he asked. She lifted the magazine. It was either this or guns, trucks, hunting, or fishing. "You want to borrow it when I'm through?" "No, thanks," he laughed. "You don't like naked women?" "I love naked women. I just don't feel like looking at pictures of them. It seems like you'd get enough of that in your line of work," he said. "Like I said, the choices were pretty limited. I haven't seen one of these in years, but when I was in college, my roommates and I used to laugh ourselves stupid at the advice column. And they used to have some interesting stories. Does Playboy still run fiction?" "I've absolutely no idea, Melinda," he said, grinning. "You know what I've noticed about this town? Everyone has a satellite dish and at least one gun. A couple of items that seem to be necessary. No cable TV out here." You shoot? He asked. I hate guns, she said with a shudder. Try to imagine the number of gunshot deaths in a trauma center in L.A. She shivered again. He has no idea, she thought. The guns around here aren't the kind people use on each other. Hardly a handgun in the town, although I have a couple, just because I've had them for a long time. This is rifle and shotgun country, used for hunting, euthanizing a sick or wounded animal, protection from wildlife. I could teach you to shoot, so you'd be more comfortable with guns. No way. I hate to even be around them. All these guns I see in the gun racks in the trucks, are they loaded? You bet. You don't take a minute to load your rifle if a bear is charging you. Bear fish in the same rivers we do. Whew. Fishing just took on a whole new meaning. Who shot all the animals on the walls in the bar? She asked. Preacher got the buck. I caught the fish and shot the bear. She was shaking her head. How can you get any satisfaction out of killing innocent animals? The buck and fish were innocent, he admitted. But that bear wasn't. I didn't want to shoot her, but I was working on the bar and she was poking around right back there, maybe looking for trash. Bear are scavengers. They'll eat anything. It was a real dry summer. Her cub wandered too close to me and riled her up, pissed her off. She must have gotten the idea I was going to interfere with the cub. So... Oh, what happened to the cub? I locked him in the bar until Fish and Game could come out for him. They relocated him. That's too bad. For her. She was just being a mother. I didn't want to shoot that bear, he said. I don't even hunt bear. I carry repellent, sort of a pepper spray. That day the repellent was in the truck, but the rifle was handy. I wouldn't have shot her, but it kind of got down to her or me. He grinned at her. City girl, he said. Yeah, I'm just a city girl, with no dead animals on my walls. Think I'll keep it that way. Friday night, big night in Virgin River. There were more than the usual number of cars parked around the bar, though the people Mel knew best would have walked over. Mel had said to Doc, "There's a potluck for Joy's birthday at Jack's tonight. I assume you're going over. Maybe later, if you could spell me for a half hour, I can just drop in and wish her a happy birthday." Doc scoffed at the idea. All he wanted was to go collect his one whiskey of the day, have a bite to eat, and turn in. So Mel fed and settled the baby while he was across the street. She fluffed her hair and put on a little lipstick, ready for what she expected to be a fairly dull evening, but an evening with a few friendly faces nonetheless. It was 7:30 before Chloe slept, and she was able to leave. "I won't be long," she told Doc. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. "Dance till dawn, for all I care." "Will you call if you need me?" she asked Doc. "Hardly ever have a party in this town," he said. "You should take advantage of it. I know how to change and feed. Been doing it a lot longer than you." When she walked in, she found the place nearly full of people. The jukebox, which was hardly ever playing, provided background music. Country. Jack and Preacher were behind the bar. Ricky was busy bussing tables. She looked around until she found Joy. "Sorry to be showing up so late, Joy. The baby didn't really want to settle down tonight." She plucked her sweater away from herself and gave a little sniff. "I think I might smell like cheese." "You're fine, and there's still plenty of food left, so grab yourself a plate." A few tables had been pushed together to line a wall, and upon them, dish after casserole dish of delicious-looking food. Right in the center was a sheet cake, practically covered with candles. After she'd put some food on her plate, people started wandering over to say hello and chat. She greeted Fish Bristol, noted fisherman in these parts, and his wife, Carrie. Harv, who was found in the bar almost every morning, was a lineman for the telephone company. But before getting out on the road, he had his breakfast at Jack's. "My wife can't be bothered to get out of bed just to cook breakfast," he said with a laugh. She noticed that Liz was tucked away in the corner, looking miserably bored. her long, shapely legs crossed, her short skirt just barely covering her privates. Mel gave her a wave, coaxing a very small smile out of Liz. Mel was introduced to a sheep rancher and his wife, Buck and Lily Anderson. Buck, tall and skinny and balding, and Lily, short and round and rosy-cheeked. "Any news on that baby?" Lily asked. "Nothing," she said. "Is she a good baby?" "Oh, God, she's perfect. An angel." "And no one's asked if they can take her, adopt her?" "I haven't even heard from social services yet," Mel said. Connie brought a friend over to introduce. "Mel, this is Jo Fitch. She and her husband live on the end of the street, the biggest house there." "I'm so glad to finally meet you," Jo said. "No one expected such a young, pretty girl. Before Jo could finish, she was joined by a man who slipped an arm about Jo's waist and, while swirling a drink in his glass, boldly looked Mel up and down and said, "Well, well, well. So this is our little nurse. Ooh, nurse, I'm not feeling so good." And then he treated himself to a great big laugh. "My husband, Nick," Jo said. If Mel wasn't mistaken, she said it somewhat nervously. "How do you do?" Mel said politely, deciding that he'd had a bit too much to drink. She turned to Connie and said, "Everything is so delicious." "So, Nurse Melinda, how do you like our little town?" he asked her. "Please, just call me Mel," she said. "It's great. You're very lucky." "Yep," he said, looking her over again. "We really got lucky. Where do I sign up for an examination?" And he laughed at himself some more. It came back to her then. Jo Ellen and that husband of hers. This was the guy. He'd been slapped down by more than one woman, Hope had said. He couldn't possibly be more obvious. "Gosh, excuse me just a second. I'll be right back. I need something to drink." He grabbed her arm and said, "Let me." She shook him off firmly, smiling all the while. No, you wait right here." And she scooted away as fast as she could. On her way to the bar, she stopped to say hello to Doug and Sue Carpenter, frequent visitors at Jack's. She met the elder Fishburns, Polly's mother and father-in-law. When she got to the bar and hopped up on a stool in front of Jack, setting her plate down, she didn't have his attention right away. He was looking into the crowded room, frowning. Finally, he looked at her. "Could I have a beer?" she asked him. "Sure," he said. "You don't look too happy," she observed. His expression relaxed. "Just keeping an eye on things," he said. "Having fun?" She nodded, taking a sip. "Have you eaten this stuff? It's almost as good as Preacher's. These country women can cook." "That's why most of them are, how should I put it, robust?" She laughed at him. Leaving her beer for a moment, she ate a little more off her plate. Yet another reason for me to get back to civilization. She stayed there for a moment longer, then he was beside her again. Nick. "I waited," he said. "Oh, Nick, sorry, but I have to mingle. I'm new in town, you know." And off the stool she leapt, beer in hand, leaving the plate behind. As Nick made to follow, he found his wrist clamped down on the bar. Jack looked into his eyes darkly. "Your wife is waiting for you over there." "Be a sport, Jack," Nick said, laughing. "You better behave yourself," Jack warned. Nick laughed heartily. "Now, Jack, you can't have all the pretty girls to yourself. I mean, come on, man. All our wives are hot for you. Cut a guy some slack." And he made his escape. Jack watched closely from behind the bar. He was able to serve drinks and draw drafts without taking his eyes off the room. Nick seemed to follow Mel around like a smitten puppy, sidling up as close as possible. But Mel was quick. She'd go around to the far sides of tables to crouch to speak to people, get other men between her and Nick, slip across the room as if there was someone she just had to see, always leaving Nick in her dust. Preacher was behind the bar with him and at a point said, "Want me to give him a little advice before he gets his nose broken?" "No," Jack said flatly. Jack was thinking that breaking his nose was going to feel very good. If Nick put one hand on her, he was going to come apart. "Good," Preacher said. "I haven't been to a good bar fight in years." In keeping an eye on things, he saw Connie's young niece stand up and walk over to the buffet, stick her finger into the icing on the cake, and then into her mouth, slowly, so slowly pulling her finger back out while glancing over her shoulder at Rick. And his boy Ricky froze at one of the tables where he was picking up glasses. Jack saw him see her, saw Ricky almost tremble for a moment, mouth open slightly, eyes wide, taking her in. Those long legs, full breasts. Oh boy, Jack thought. Someone lit the candles on the cake, and everyone got up from their tables and came from the edges of the room to gather round, sing, and watch Joy knock herself out trying to blow out 53 of them. Mel stood at the rear of the crowd. Jack's eyes were back on her. Jack scowled blackly as Nick came up behind her. He couldn't see what was happening through the crowd, but he noted that a smile grew on Nick's face just as Mel's chin raised up. Her eyes grew round and startled, and she threw a panicked look in Jack's direction. Jack pushed himself off the bar and was making fast tracks to the other side when Mel reacted. Mel felt a hand run over her bottom, an inch between her legs. She was stunned for a moment, disbelieving. Then her instincts kicked in and shifted her beard to her other hand, threw an elbow back into his gut, brought that same elbow up under his chin, swept his legs out from under him with one booted foot, lifting him off his feet to send him crashing to the floor, flat on his back. She put her foot on his chest and glared into his eyes. "Don't you ever try anything like that again." All this without spilling a drop of her beer. Jack froze at the end of the bar. Whoa, he thought. Damn! A second passed. Then Mel looked around the now silent room in some embarrassment. Everyone was shocked and staring. "Oh," she said, but her foot still held Nick on his back. Nick, who, it seemed, couldn't draw a breath, just lay there, stunned. She removed her foot. "Oh," she said. A laugh broke out of the crowd. Someone clapped. A woman yelped approvingly. Mel backed away somewhat sheepishly. She ended up at the bar right in front of Jack, right where she felt safest. Jack put a hand on her shoulder and glared in Nick's direction. Mel felt awfully sorry for Joellen. What's a woman from a town this size supposed to do with an obnoxious husband like that? Once Joe peeled him off the floor and took him home, the party became much more fun, and the jokes were fabulous. Several men asked her to arm wrestle, and she had clearly become a hero to the women. The stories of Nick's antics were both shocking and entertaining. Once, when he was feeling invincible and couldn't resist a breast, he'd been cold-cocked by a woman. Up till tonight, that was the most legendary put-down he'd suffered. He'd collected a number of slaps, but by some miracle had not yet been beat to a pulp by an angry husband. He was apparently regarded as a pathetic joke. It seemed that when there was some kind of community or neighborhood party, like tonight, he'd have a couple of pops and get frisky, take chances that, by the light of day, he managed to keep under control. His reputation was firmly established. "And yet you keep inviting him?" Mel observed to Connie. "It's just us here, kiddo. We're kind of stuck with each other. He should be told that if he can't mind his manners, he won't be included anymore." The problem with that is it would leave Jo out, and she's good people. I feel a whole lot sorrier for Jo than any of the women he pesters, Connie said. Makes her look like a damn fool. We can pretty much take care of ourselves. She patted Mel's arm. And you, girl, I doubt he's going to give you any more trouble. At 9 o'clock, the party abruptly ended. It was as though someone had rung a bell. All the women gathered up their dishes. Men stacked up plates and picked up trash. Goodbyes were being said, and people were filing out the door. Mel was at the back of the group, following, when Jack called her. "Hold up," he said. So she went back and jumped up on the stool. He put a cup of coffee in front of her. "Did I call you a city girl?" he asked with a smile. "I didn't even know I could still do that," she said, accepting the coffee. "Mind if I ask how you learned that?" "It was a long time ago, when I was in my last year of college. There had been some rapes around the campus, and a bunch of us went to a self-defense instructor together. To tell you the truth, I was never sure that would work in a real situation. I mean, with an instructor, mats on the floor, everything rehearsed, and knowing exactly what to expect, that's one thing. But I wasn't sure I would react the same way if a real rapist jumped out from behind a parked car. Now you know. He never saw it coming." "Yeah, that worked to my advantage, too." She sipped her coffee. "I didn't see what he did," he said. "I could tell by that stupid grin on his face and the shocked look on yours that something happened." She put her cup on the bar. "Major butt grope," she said, and she noted that Jack's expression went instantly dark. Mean, narrowed eyes, deep frown. "Whew, easy, buddy. It wasn't your butt. I saw you making a move. What were you about to do?" "Way too much," he said. "I don't like seeing something like that in my bar. I was watching him all night. The second he saw you, it was a target lock-on. He was a giant nuisance, but I'm pretty sure he'll leave me alone now," she said. It was kind of funny, the way the party just suddenly stopped like that. Did someone look at their watch or something? "Livestock don't give days off," he said. "Neither do babies," she said, getting off the stool. "I'll walk you," Jack said. "You don't have to, Jack. I'm okay." He came around the bar anyway. "Indulge me. It's been an interesting night." He took her arm, telling himself he was just being gentlemanly. But, in fact, if he saw the chance, he was going to get his lips on hers. He'd been wanting to kiss her for days. They walked across the porch and down the steps, out into the street. There were no streetlights, but the moon was high and full, and cast a soft glow over the town. There was a light on in the upstairs bedroom at Doc's. Jack stopped right in the middle of the street. "Look, Mel. Look at that sky. You can't find that anywhere else on Earth. All those stars, that moon, the clear black sky. That belongs to us." She looked up at the most gorgeous sky imaginable, with more stars than she thought existed. He stepped behind her, and with his hands on both of her upper arms, he gently squeezed. "You just can't see this in the city, in any city." "It is beautiful," she said softly. "I admit, this is beautiful country. It's majestic. One of these days, before you pack it in and run for your life, I'd like to show you some things. The redwoods, the rivers, the coast. It's almost time for whale watching." She leaned back against him and couldn't deny it felt pretty good to be shored up by Jack. "I'm sorry about what happened tonight." He leaned down and inhaled the scent of her hair. "I was really impressed with how well you handled it. But I'm sorry I hate that he touched you like that. I thought I had an eye on him." "Too quick for me, too quick for you," she said. He turned her around and looked into her eyes. He thought he saw an invitation there in her upturned face, and he lowered his. She put a hand on his chest. "I have to go in now," she said, a little breathless. He straightened. "We both know I couldn't throw you," she said, smiling weakly. "You'll never have to," he said. But he still held her arms, so reluctant to let go. "Good night, Jack. And thanks for everything. Despite Nick, I had a good time." "Glad to hear it," he said. And he let go. She turned and, with her head down, went the rest of the way alone. He stood in the street until she was inside, then headed back to the bar. On his way, he saw Ricky's truck parked right in front of Connie's house. Well, damn. The boy sure didn't waste any time. Ricky didn't have a mom or dad, and his grandmother wasn't well. Jack had been looking out for him for a long time, and he knew this day would come eventually. They'd have to have the talk. But not tonight. Tonight, Jack would have that talk with himself. Preacher had the chairs upside down on the tables and was sweeping up. Jack walked right by him at a good clip. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Preacher asked. "Shower," he said miserably. It was because Connie and Ron liked Ricky so much that they had no problem with him staying out in front of the house talking with Liz for a few minutes. They trusted him. He knew this. But maybe they shouldn't, because if they knew what one look at Liz had done to him, they'd lock her up. She leaned against the porch, crossed her legs in front of her, pulled a cigarette out of her purse and lit it. "What are you doing that for?" he asked her. "Got a problem with it?" she said, blowing out smoke. He shrugged. "Makes your mouth taste like shit," he said. "No one's gonna want to kiss you if you smoke." She smiled at him. "Someone wants to kiss me?" she asked. He took the cigarette out of her hand and tossed it. Then he grabbed her around the waist and brought her into his lips. Yeah, he thought. Makes your mouth taste bad, but not bad enough. She curved right to him, and, of course, it happened to him. Happened all the time these days. When she opened her mouth and pressed harder against him, it happened even more. Holy God, he was dying. He could feel her full, hard breasts against his chest, and right now, all he wanted was to palm one. Against her lips, he said, "You shouldn't smoke." "Yeah. It'll cut your life short." "We wouldn't want that." "You're beautiful," he said. "Really beautiful." "So are you." "Guys aren't beautiful." "You want to ride to school Monday?" "Sure. What time?" "Pick you up at 7. What class are you?" "Freshman," she said. It stopped happening to him real fast. 14? He asked her. "Yeah, and you're..." A junior. 16. He backed away a little. "Damn! Holy God!" "Did I just lose my ride?" she asked, tugging her sweater down a little bit, which only made her boobs pop out more. He smiled at her. "Nah. What the heck, huh? See you Monday morning." He started to walk away, then turned back abruptly and decided on another kiss. Deep and strong. Long. And then another, still longer. Maybe deeper. She sure didn't feel 14. Chapter 6. One morning, Doc left the house early, before breakfast, to make a call. He hadn't been gone long when Lily Anderson came to the office to see Mel. Lily was in the same general age group with Connie and Joy and most of the other women Mel had met, late 40s to early 50s. She was pleasantly round with a soft, kind face and lots of short, curly brown hair strung with gray. She wore no makeup, and her skin was perfect, blemish-free ivory with pink cheeks and a sweet, dimpled smile. The moment Mel met her at the potluck, she'd sensed a safe, nurturing way about her. Mel instantly liked her, trusted her. "You still have that little one? That baby?" Lily asked. "I do," Mel said. "I'm surprised no one has come forward, wanting to take her in, adopt her." "I'm kind of surprised by that, too," Mel said. "Perfect, healthy little baby," she said. "What about all those people who want to adopt healthy babies? Where are they?" Mel shrugged. "Maybe it's just a matter of social services getting their ducks in a row. I understand they're busy and small towns like this get put on the back burner." "I haven't been able to stop thinking about her. I thought, well, maybe I could help out," Lily said. "That's nice of you," Mel said. "Do you live nearby? Because sometimes it's nice for me and Doc to get a break for a few hours, especially if we have patients. We're ranchers. I'm on the other side of the river, but it's not so far. Thing is, I already raised 6 youngsters. Had my first at only 19, and my baby is 18 now and already married. But I have room at the house, what with the kids gone off on their own. I could take in the baby until something permanent is arranged for her. I even have those old baby things stored in the barn. Maybe I could be a foster parent. Buck, my husband, he says it would be okay." "That's very generous, Lily, but I'm afraid we couldn't pay you anything." "I wouldn't need pay," she said. "It's just a neighborly thing. We help out when we can, and I do love babies. Let me ask you something. Have you any idea who might have had this baby?" She shook her head and looked terribly pained. "You have to ask yourself, what kind of woman would give up her baby? Maybe some young girl in trouble, no one to help her. I raised 3 daughters, and by the grace of God, none had to pass that way. I have 7 grandchildren already." "That's the beauty of starting early," Mel said. "Your grandchildren come along while you're still young enough to enjoy them." "I'm blessed," she said. "I know this. I can only imagine that whoever left her must have been desperate. So desperate." Mel thought Lily might have even briefly had tears in her eyes. "Well, I'll take your offer to Doc and see what he says. You're sure? Because I can give you some formula and diapers, and that's all." "I'm sure. And please tell Doc I'd be more than happy to do it." When Doc returned an hour later, Mel told him the story. His white eyebrows shot up in surprise, and he rubbed a hand over his head. "Lily Anderson?" he asked. He seemed to be considering this idea with some consternation. "Does something about that worry you? Because we can make do here a while longer." "Worry me? No." He collected himself. "Surprises me is all." And he shuffled off to his office. She followed him. "Well, you didn't have an answer." He turned back toward her. "Can't think of a better place for that infant than Lily's," he said. "Lily and Buck are good people, and they know what to do with a baby, that's for sure." "You don't need time to think about this?" she asked. "I don't," he said. "I was hoping a family would turn up." He peered at her over his glasses. "Seems like maybe you need some time to think about it." "No," she said somewhat tremulously. "If you're okay, I'm okay." "Think it over, just the same. I'll walk across the street and see if anyone's willing to play cribbage. Then, if you're of a mind, we'll take her out to the Anderson ranch." "Okay," she said. But she said it very quietly. Jack was painfully, embarrassingly aware that Mel had only been in town 3 weeks, and he could think of little else. Fact was, from the moment he looked at her in the dim light of the bar that first night, he wanted to sit right down at that table with her and get to know her. He saw her every day, and given their meals together and long conversations, he knew himself to be her closest friend at the moment. And yet, there was much about herself she was concealing. She was open about having lost her parents young, her close relationship with her sister and sister's family, her nursing career, the crazy and chaotic life at the hospital. But it was as though there was a block of time missing. Him, Jack thought. The one who devastated her and left her hurt and lonely. Jack would drive him away given half a chance. He wished he knew what it was that had hooked him so quickly, so thoroughly. It wasn't just her beauty, though that was evident. True, there weren't any pretty single women around town, but he hadn't been lonely. And Mel hadn't been the only sexy woman he'd laid eyes on in the past few years. He was hardly a hermit. He'd been to lots of the other towns, the coastal towns, to night spots. There'd been Clear River. But Mel had some aura that had him all worked up. That tight little body, full breasts, compact fanny, rosy lips. Not to mention some real sexy brains. It was all he could do to keep from breathing heavy in her presence. When she had those moments when whatever plagued her was forgotten and she smiled or laughed, her whole face brightened up. Her blue eyes danced. He'd already dreamed of her, felt her hands all over his body, felt her beneath him, felt himself inside of her. Heard her soft moans of pleasure, and bam, he awoke to find himself as alone as ever, bathed in sweat. Jack was already turned on before Mel dropped Nick on his ass, but if he hadn't been, that sure would have sealed the deal. She was a dynamo, gorgeous, feminine little thing with one hell of a punch. Whoa! Damn! The vulnerability in her eyes warned him he'd better be very, very careful. One wrong move and she'd jump in that little BMW and shake the dust of Virgin River off the soles of her shoes, the town's medical needs notwithstanding. He reminded himself constantly that this was one reason he hadn't sprung the cabin on her yet. Walking away from her last week after Joy's party had been one of the hardest things he'd ever done. He had wanted nothing so much as to crush her to him and say, "It's going to be all right. I can make it all right, all good. Give me a chance." Doc and Preacher sat at a table in the bar playing cribbage. Jack put a slice of Preacher's apple pie on a plate, covered it with saran wrap, and left the bar to walk across the street. No cars or trucks at Doc's except Doc's truck and that little BMW parked on the side. All clear, he thought, his pulse picking up. He opened the front door and looked around. No one. He thought to go tap on the office door, but a sound from the kitchen led him there instead. The baby in her little plexiglass bed on wheels sat near the warm stove, and Mel was at the table, her head down, resting on her folded arms. And she sobbed. He rushed to her. He put the pie on the table and was down on one knee at the side of her chair, all in one movement. "Mel," he said. She lifted her head, her cheeks chafed and pink. "Damn it," she said through her tears. "You caught me." His hand was on her back. "What is it?" he asked gently. Now, he thought. Now she'll tell me about it. Let me help her through it. "I found a home for the baby. Someone came in and offered to take her, and Doc endorses it." "Who?" he asked. "Lily Anderson," she said, large tears spilling over. "Oh, Jack, I let it happen. I got attached." And she leaned against his shoulder and wept. Jack forgot everything. "Come here," he said, pulling her out of the chair. He traded places with her and pulled her down on his lap. She encircled his neck with her arms, her face buried in his shoulder, crying, and he gently stroked her back. His lips were on her soft hair. "It's okay," he whispered. "It's okay."
"I let it happen,"
she said into his shirt.
"Stupid. I knew better. I even named her. What was I thinking?"
"You gave her affection," he said. "You were so good to her. I'm sorry it hurts." But he wasn't sorry, because he had his arms around her and it felt as he knew it would. Her little body warm and solid against his. She was light as a feather on his lap. Her arms around his neck like ribbons, and the sweet, fragrant smell of her hair coiled around his brain and tightened, addling his thoughts. She lifted her head and looked into his eyes.
"I thought about taking her,"
she said.
"Running away with her. That's how crazy I am. Jack, you should know. I'm totally nuts."
He wiped the tears from her cheeks. "If you want her, Mel, you can try to adopt her."
"The Andersons," she said. "Doc says they're good people. A good family."
"They are. Salt of the earth."
"And that would be better for her than a single mother who works all the time," she said. "She needs a real bed, not this incubator. A real family, not a midwife and an old doctor."
"There are lots of different kinds of families."
"Oh, I know what's best."
Then the tears began to flow again.
"It's just so hard."
And she laid her head back on his shoulder. His arms tightened around her, and hers tightened around his neck. He closed his eyes and just rested his cheek against her hair. Feeling these strong arms around her, Mel let herself sink into a good, heartfelt cry. She was fully aware of him, but what really mattered to her at the moment was that for the first time in almost a year of crying, she wasn't alone. Someone was holding her, and she felt protected. There was the comfort of strength and warmth, and she welcomed it. His chambray shirt was soft against her cheek, and his thighs hard beneath her. He had a wonderful scent of cologne in the outdoors, and she felt safe with him. His hand stroked her back, and she was aware that he softly kissed her hair. He rocked her gently as she continued to dampen his shirt. Minutes passed, and her weeping slowed to a sniffle, then a murmur. She lifted her head and looked at him, though she said nothing. His brain went numb. He touched her lips softly with his, gently, tentatively. Her eyes closed as she allowed this, and his arms tightened around her as he pressed more firmly against her lips. Hers opened, and his breath caught as he opened his own and felt her small tongue dart into his mouth. His world reeled, and he was lost in a kiss that deepened, that moved him, that shook him.
"Don't,"
she whispered against his mouth.
"Don't get mixed up with me, Jack."
He kissed her again, holding her against him as though he would never let her go. "Don't worry about me," he said against her lips.
"You don't understand. I have nothing to give. Nothing."
"I haven't asked you for a thing," he said. But in his mind he was saying, "You're mistaken. You are giving and taking, and it feels damn good." All Mel could think, in the abstract, was that her body for once wasn't hollow and so empty she ached. She drank it in, the feeling of being connected to something, to someone, anchored. So wonderful to have that human contact again. In her soul she had forgotten how, but her body remembered. "You're a good man, Jack," she said against his lips. "I don't want you to be hurt, because I can't love anyone." All he said was, "I can take care of myself." She kissed him again. deeply, passionately. For a long minute, 2 minutes, moving under his mouth with heat. And the baby fussed. She pulled away from him. "Oh, man, why'd I do that?" she asked. "That's a mistake." He shrugged. "Mistake? Nah, we're friends," he said. "We're close. You needed some comfort, and here I am." "That just can't happen," she said, sounding a little desperate. He took charge, feeling his own sense of desperation. "Mel, stop it. You were crying, that's all." "I was kissing," she said. "And so were you." He smiled at her. "You are so hard on yourself sometimes. It's okay to feel something that doesn't hurt once in a while. Promise me that won't happen again." "It won't if you don't want it to. But let me tell you something. If you do want it to, I'm going to let you. You know why? Because I like kissing, and I don't beat myself up about it." "I'm not doing that," she said. "I just don't want to be stupid." "You're punishing yourself. I can't figure out why." "But," he said, lifting her off his lap and putting her on her feet, "you get to call the shots. Personally, I think you secretly like me. Trust me. And I think, for a minute there, you also liked kissing me." He grinned at her. "I could tell. I'm so smart that way." "You're just desperate for a little female companionship," she said. "Oh, there are females around. That has nothing to do with anything." "Still, you have to promise." "Sure," he said, "if that's what you want. It's what I need." He stood up and looked down at her. He had warned himself of this and stupidly ignored his own warnings. He had to renew that trust, fast. He lifted her chin with a finger and looked into her pretty, sad eyes. "Would you like me to take you and Chloe to the Anderson ranch? If I promise not to kiss you anymore?" "Would you?" she said. "I want to take her, to see where she'll live. And I don't think I want to be alone." Jack knew it was imperative that Mel regain her sense of control. He went back to the bar to get his truck and poked his head in. "Doc, I'm going to drive Mel and the baby out to the Andersons. You okay with that?" "Sure," the old boy said, not looking up from his game. When Mel had the few amassed baby things packed up, he took her. They had no car seat, so she held the baby, and she got a little teary. But once they had traversed the long road up into the hills and were passing through the fenced pastures of grazing sheep, he could see that she was pulling herself together. Lily Anderson brought them into her home, a simple house that spoke of the abundance of life. The floors and windows were shining from the housekeeping attention they received. There were folded quilts on the ends of sofas and draped over chairs, cruel pictures on the walls, the smell of freshly baked bread, a pie cooling on the counter, and dozens of pictures of children, of family, a collection that spanned many years. A wicker bassinet stood ready for Chloe. Lily made Mel tea, and they sat at the kitchen table and talked while Jack went with Buck to the corral where his grown sons had begun the spring shearing. "I'll be honest with you, Lily. I got pretty attached to her." Lily reached across the table for her hand. "It's perfectly understandable. You should come out here often, hold her, rock her. You should stay close. I don't want you to go through that when someone finally comes for her." Lily got tears in her eyes in sympathy with the tears Mel was showing. "You must be such a tender heart," Lily said. "Don't worry, Mel. Now that I'm a grandma, lots of little ones pass through here and don't stay. But while she's here, promise you won't be a stranger." "Thank you, Lily, for understanding. My women and their babies, it's what I live for." "It shows. We're so lucky to have you with us."
But I'm not staying, you know. You should think about that. This isn't a bad place. I'll hang around long enough to be sure things are working out for Chloe, and I'll try to make it a few days before I'm back to cuddle her, Mel said. You come every day if you like. Twice a day. It wasn't long before Mel joined Jack at the fence and stood watching the shearing.
You'll have to come back for the lambing in a few weeks, Buck said. We like to shear before the lambing. It's easier on the sheep.
When they left the ranch, Jack drove around the hills of Virgin River. He didn't say anything. He just let her see the beauty of the green fields, the high hills, grazing livestock. He took her for a little stretch along Highway 299 through a piece of the redwoods that, despite her morose mood, caused her to gasp in awe. The sky was still and blue, the breeze light and cool. But in the tallest trees it was dark except for those blinding flashes of bright sun that broke through. He could tell she was getting better, if slowly, quietly. It was like this place was divided into two worlds, the dank and dark world of the deep forest where life was bleak and poor, the people desperate, and this world, the national forest of redwoods, the first-rate campgrounds, the hills and valleys where the fields were lush and plentiful, where health and contentment abounded. Jack drove down a tree-canopied road toward the widest curve in the Virgin River, pulled the truck up to the edge and parked. There were two men in the river, waders held by suspenders, wearing tan fishing vests with many pockets and wicker creels held by the shoulder straps, casting out into the water. The arcs of their lines were like a ballet, so graceful, so rhythmic. "What are we doing?" she asked.
I wanted you to see a few things before you cut and run. This is where a lot of the town and visitors like to fish, where I mostly fish. When the winter rains come, we come out here to watch the salmon leap up over the natural waterfalls to return to their home creeks to spawn. It's really something to see. Now that the baby is at the Andersons, I'll take you to the coast if you like. Pretty soon the whales will be migrating north to cooler waters for the summer. They'll travel close to the coastline with their new calves, and it's incredible.
She watched the fishermen cast and reel in. Then there was a catch, a good-sized brown trout.
During a good season, fish is the main staple on the menu at the bar, he said.
Most of it you catch yourself? She asked.
Me and Preacher and Ricky. The best way to make work into play. Mel, he said, his voice soft. Look downstream. There.
She squinted and then sat back with a gasp. Poking their heads out of the brush at the side of the river on the other side was a mother bear and her cub.
You were asking about the bear, black bear. The cub looks young. They're just giving birth and coming out of hibernation. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Only on the Discovery Channel. The fishermen don't see her? She asked.
I'm sure they see her. She won't bother them and they won't bother her. But they carry bear repellent just in case. And they'll have a rifle in the truck. But if she gets too close, they'll just reel in their lines and sit in their trucks until she leaves. He chuckled. Watch while she eats their fish.
She watched in fascination for a moment, then said, "Why do you bring me here?"
Sometimes, if something's eaten me up, I can come out here, or drive into the redwoods, or go up on the knoll where the sheep are grazing, or maybe out to a pasture where the cows roam, and just sit a while. Just connect with the earth. Sometimes that's all I have to do.
One elbow sticking out of the window, wrist of the other hand balanced on the top of the steering wheel, Jack just watched the fishing, the men and the bear. The men were so intent on their sport that they had never even turned around at the sound of the truck pulling into the clearing. They were quiet. Jack had no idea what she might be thinking, but he thought don't turn and run just because you got kissed. Things could be worse. After about 20 minutes, he started the truck. I have something to show you. You're in no hurry, are you? Doc's in town, she said. I guess not. Jack eventually pulled into the clearing where Hope McCrae's cabin sat. It was perfectly obvious he'd like her to reconsider leaving. But she never expected him to do what he had done. As they pulled up to the cabin and parked, she looked at him in surprise. My God, she said. How did you do this? Soap, he said. Wood, paint, nails. You shouldn't have, Jack. I know, because you're not staying. I've heard that at least 100 times over the past couple of weeks. That's fine. You'll do what you have to do. But this is what you were promised, and I thought you ought to have the option. Straight ahead of her was the little A-frame cabin with a new, strong, wide porch painted red. 2 white Adirondack chairs sat on the deck, and 4 white pots holding red geraniums sat on the porch rails in the corners. It was beautiful. She was afraid to go inside. Did this mean that, if it were lovely, she'd be forced to stay? Because she knew it was going to be lovely. Wordlessly, Mel got out of the truck. She slowly walked up the steps to the house, aware that Jack had not gotten out of the truck behind her. He was letting her go alone. She pushed open the door, which no longer stuck. Inside, the wood floors gleamed. The countertops sparkled. The windows, previously so grimy you couldn't see out, were so clean it seemed possible there was no glass. The window that had been boarded up was replaced. The appliances were spotless. The furniture had been so vigorously vacuumed or shampooed that the colors were now bright, because there was no dust. There was a new area rug on the floor. She wandered into the bedroom. A new comforter replaced the old, and she could tell without even checking under the covers that a fat fur mattress had been purchased and that the nasty soiled one was gone. The brightness of the sheets indicated these were not Hope's hand-me-downs, but newly purchased linen. On the floor beside the bed, a wide, thick rug. In the bathroom, new towels and accessories. The shower glass had been completely replaced, and the tiles had been scrubbed to such a high sheen that even the grout was immaculate. There was the faintest smell of bleach. Not a spot or stain remained. She loved the bright towels, alternating red and white. The rugs were white. The trash can, glass, and tissue dispensers were red. There were 2 bedrooms downstairs and a small open loft upstairs at the peak of the A-frame, only large enough for a bed and maybe a small dresser. Both of them had been scoured clean, but they were empty of furniture. Back in the living room, she saw the fire had been laid and a fresh pile of wood sat at the side of the hearth. The books in the bookcases were dust-free. The trunk, that could be used as a coffee table, had been polished with lemon oil. The cupboard shone with oil as well. She opened one of them and saw that there were new ceramic dishes to replace the dingy Melmac that had been there before. Graying old plastic was replaced with glass. A wine rack on the counter held 4 bottles. Inside the refrigerator, which also gleamed, there were a few staples. A bottle of white wine was chilling, a 6-pack of good beer. There was milk, orange juice, butter, bread, lettuce, and other salad items. Bacon and eggs, sandwich items, lunch meat, cheese, mayo, mustard. On the kitchen table, which wore a pretty new tablecloth, sat a festive ceramic bowl holding fresh fruit. In the corner of the counter, a set of 4 thick, round white candles. She lowered her face and sniffed. Vanilla. She left the house, pulling the door closed behind her, and went back to the truck. It made her melancholy, all that he'd done. This was not what she'd expected either. Mel had come to terms with the fact that she'd made a mistake. Now that she'd accepted that, she was ready to move on, as soon as they could spare her. Why did you do this? It was promised to you, he said. You're under no obligation. But what did you hope? she asked. The town needs you. Doc needs help. You can see that. I hoped you'd give it a chance. A few more weeks, maybe. Just to see if it worked for you. I think the Virgin River folks have already made it clear. It works for them. Did you do this hoping it would force me to the terms of Hope's 1-year contract? She asked him. Because, as the place was, we were at an impasse. She couldn't hold me to it. She hadn't met the terms. She will not force that contract, he said flatly. But yes, she will. No, she will not hold you to that contract. Guaranteed. I'll see to it. This is just for you. Not leverage for Hope. She shook her head sadly. You can see I don't belong here, she said softly. Oh, I don't know, Mel. People belong wherever they feel good. It can be a lot of different places, for a lot of different reasons. No, Jack. Look. Look at me. I'm not a camper. I'm a shopper. I'm really not one of those homespun country midwives. I'm so citified it's scary. I feel so out of place here. It's as if I'm not like anyone. They don't make me feel that way, but I can't help it. I shouldn't be here. I should be at Nordstrom's. Come on, he laughed. She lowered her face into her hands and massaged her eyes. You just don't understand. It's complicated, Jack. There's more to this than you realize. Tell me. You can trust me. That's just it. One of the reasons I agreed to come here is so I wouldn't have to talk about it anymore. Let's say I made a crazy decision, an insane decision, the wrong decision. This isn't for me. It wasn't just burnout, was it? He asked her. I got rid of everything that tied me to L.A. and ran for my life. It was a panicked, crazy, irrational decision, she said. I was hurting all over. I assumed as much. A man, maybe. A heartache or something. Close enough, she said. Believe me, Mel. This is as good a place as any to work through a heartache. You? She asked him. Yeah, in a manner of speaking. But I didn't come here in a panic. I was looking for a place like this. Good fishing and hunting. Remote. Uncomplicated. Clean air, decent values, hard-working people who help each other out. It serves. She took a deep breath. I don't think it's going to work for me in the long term. That's okay. No one asked you to make a long-term commitment. Well, no one except Hope, but no one really takes her seriously. But you shouldn't rush out of here with the same panic as you rushed in. It's a healthy place. It's a loving place. Who knows? You might find it helps you get through whatever. I'm sorry. I'm such a downer sometimes. I should be so thankful, grateful. And instead, hey, easy, he said, throwing the truck into gear to take her back to town. I blindsided you. You had it in your head that you could use the excuse of having no decent housing. And now Chloe isn't holding you here, but I figured you don't have to stay at Doc's now. And if someone's going to give birth in your bedroom there, maybe it's time you have your own place. If you want it, that is. Are there bears out here? She asked. It might be best if you keep your trash indoors and drive it into town to put in the dumpster. Bears so like garbage. Oh, for the love of God. We haven't had a bad bear scare in ages. He reached across the console and squeezed her hand. Just give yourself a break. Work on your particular heartache. And while you do, take the occasional temperature. Give a pill now and then. No one's holding you hostage. She watched him as he drove. That strong profile. He had a solid square face, straight nose, high cheekbones, bristle of stubble on his cheeks. He was a hairy guy. She noticed that he shaved his neck down to the top of his chest, and she found herself wondering what was under his shirt. She remembered Mark's complaints of his receding hairline, which did nothing to detract from his boyish good looks. But this man, Jack, wasn't boyish. He had the hard good looks of a woodsman, and, though his hair was cropped short in that military buzz, it was so thick that it looked as if it should be thinned. The big hands on the steering wheel were calloused. He worked hard. The guy was dripping in testosterone. What was this magnificent man doing locked away in a little town of 600, where there were no women for him? She wondered if he had the faintest clue about her, that she had no heart. He had just given so much, and she had absolutely nothing to give. Nothing. She was hollow inside. If she weren't, a man like Jack would appeal to her. This was the worst thing about grief, she thought as she walked back to Doc's house. It emptied you. She should be flattered and pleased with what had been done for her in the renovating of the cabin. She should be thrilled that a man like Jack was interested in her, because clearly he was. But instead, she was sad. She had lost the ability to be moved by these acts of kindness. Instead, it made her feel depressed and alone, because she didn't feel up to the task of receiving gifts and kindness graciously. She couldn't respond to a handsome man's interest. She couldn't be happy. Sometimes she asked herself if she was paying some tribute to Mark's memory by hanging on to the sadness of losing him. Ricky worked at the bar after school every day and some weekends, whenever Jack wanted him. He dropped Liz at the store after school, then parked behind the bar next to Jack's and Preacher's trucks. As he was going in, Jack was coming out.
"Grab your gear," Jack said. "We're going to run out to the river, see if we can make a catch."
"There isn't anything out there now," Ricky said. The good catch was in the fall and winter, dwindling by spring, starting to pick up again in summer.
"We'll cast a while," Jack said. "See what you got."
"Preacher coming?" Ricky asked, going to the storeroom in the kitchen to get his rod, reel, and waders.
"Nah, he's busy."
Jack remembered the first day he'd met Ricky. The kid had been 13 and had ridden his bike up to the cabin that would become the bar. Skinny and freckle-faced, with the most engaging grin and sweetest disposition. He let him hang around, help him with the carpentry during the renovation if he could pay attention. When he found out it was just Ricky and his grandma Liddy, he kind of took him under his wing. He'd watched the boy grow tall and strong. Jack taught him to fish, shoot. Now he was damn near a man. Physically, he didn't have far to go. But mentally and emotionally, 16 was still just 16. At the river's edge, they cast their lines a few times, and then it came. The real reason for fishing when there were few fish.
"You and I should have a little talk, I think," Jack said.
"About?"
Jack didn't look at him. He just cast in long, beautiful arcs, and said, "About all the places you can put your dick that aren't statutory."
Ricky snapped his head around and looked at Jack's profile. Jack turned his head and met the boy's eyes.
"She's 14,
Jack said. Ricky looked back at the river, silent.
"I know she doesn't look 14.
She's 14. "I haven't done anything," Ricky said.
Jack laughed. "Oh, give me a break. I saw your truck over at Connie's the first Friday night she was in town. You moved on her fast. You want to stick with that story?"
He reeled in and turned toward Ricky.
"Listen, son, you have to keep your head. You hear me, Rick? Because this is dangerous ground you're on. She's a little hottie."
"She's a sweet girl," Rick said defensively.
"You're already hooked," Jack said, hoping they weren't already doomed. "How hooked?"
Ricky shrugged. "I like her. I know she's young, but she doesn't seem that young, and I like her."
"Okay," Jack said, taking a breath. "Okay.
Maybe we should talk about the things you can do to avoid putting your 16-year-old swimmers in contact with her 14-year-old eggs, huh? You don't have to, Ricky said, casting. And casting pretty badly. Oh, Jesus. You're already involved. Physically, huh? Ricky didn't answer, and Jack thought, who knew what they were up to? Jack remembered only too well the things experimental kids could do to get a little satisfaction without going all the way. It was a frickin' art form. Problem was, it just didn't last. And the closer you got, the greater potential for slip-ups. Sometimes it made more sense to decide you were going all the way with good birth control in place, rather than risk an accident. But man, you should be older. Older. Ah, Jesus. Jack took a breath. He dug down into his waders, down into the pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a fistful of condoms. This is tough, Rick, because I don't want you to use these on her, and I don't want you not to. I'm stuck here. Help me out, will ya? It's okay, Jack. I'm not gonna do her. She's 14. Jack reached out and tousled his hair. Those freckles had given way to the stubble of a young beard. He wasn't skinny anymore. The work he did at the bar, plus the pastimes of hunting and fishing, not to mention chores for his grandma, had bulked the kid up, and his shoulders and arms were muscled. Handsome kid, he thought. Real grown up. He had a lot of responsibility. He worked hard, maintained his grades, did every physical thing around his grandma's house that needed doing. With Jack's supervision, Rick had painted her house. All that built toward creating a solid, reliable man. One who shouldn't get shot in the foot by a teenage pregnancy. So, how old were you? Ricky asked him. About your age, but the girl was much older. Much? Way older than Lizzie. Older than me. Smarter than me. He handed Rick the condoms, and although Rick's cheeks took on a dark stain, he accepted them. I know you're at that age. I was at that age once. You know what the problem is? She might not look so young, but she's got a long way to go yet, huh? A shiver went through Ricky, and Jack caught it. Well, it's not as though he had been oblivious to Lizzie's rather over-matured charms. Thus the talk. Yeah, Ricky said, a little breathless. Let's be sure you know some things, Jack said. You know that old business about pulling out in time? You know that doesn't work, right? And trying to not put it all the way in? Useless. First of all, if you can do that, you're a stronger man than I am. And even if you can, it's not good enough. You can still get her pregnant. You know these things, right? Of course I know that. Rick, you understand, if there's no backing out of this relationship with her, and if there's a strong potential for it to get more serious rather than less, you might have to be the one to take charge. Draw a line in the sand. Insist on birth control at least. You got a midwife in town. There's help available. For Liz. I think she's too young to be having sex personally, but I know she's too young to be pregnant. You with me here, buddy? I told you, I have it under control. But thanks, Jack. I know you just want me to do the right thing. Which includes not getting caught off guard. If it's getting close, you get her fixed up. Double protection, hers and yours. You have to use the head with the brain in it. Believe me, I've seen more than one good man go down because he was thinking with his dick. He watched Ricky's chin lower as he looked down, and he knew. Liz was irresistible to him. He was fighting for his life. His pants were on fire. Yeah, Ricky said. I hear ya. You make sure you always have a condom, okay? It's your responsibility to keep her safe, son. If you use even one condom, Rick, you get her to Mel, right away. Do we have to talk about this anymore? Jack grabbed the boy's arm and felt solid biceps in his grasp. Damn, Ricky was nearly 6 feet and still growing. You want to be a man, son? You have to think like one. It's not enough to just feel like one. Yeah, he said. Then, by the way, it's not statutory unless I'm over 18. Jack laughed in spite of himself. Too smart for your own goddamn good, aren't you? I hope so, Jack. Holy God. I hope so. Chapter 7. Mel talked to Joey at least every other day, sometimes every day. She would place the call from Doc's when she had a free minute, and Joey would call her back so it wasn't on his nickel. She sent her digital pictures of the renovation of the cabin from Doc's computer, and Joey, being an interior decorator, was fascinated by all the building and refinishing Jack had done. Then Mel told Joey that she was going to stay a little longer, a few weeks, at least long enough to be sure Chloe was doing well with Lily. She loved the little cabin and wanted to see Polly through her delivery. She didn't tell Jack. But by her daily presence at the grill, he came to realize that she was giving it a chance, and he couldn't hide the fact that it pleased him. She and Doc played gin. Mel walked down to the store in time to watch the soap with Connie and Joy and spent a large amount of time at the bar. Joy, who was not a librarian, was the person who opened up the little library on Tuesdays, and Mel was always there. It was about 10 by 12 feet, crammed with books, mostly paperbacks with the stamps from second-hand stores inside the covers. It was the only entertainment Mel had when she went home at night. Mel learned that Liddy Sutter had poor general health when Doc sent her down to the Sutter house to deliver diabetic testing supplies, insulin and syringes. Liddy, beside being diabetic and arthritic, had a weak heart, but Mel was surprised to find that the little house she shared with Ricky was very well kept and nicely furnished. Liddy somehow managed to keep up with things. She got around slowly, but her smile was kind and her manners delightful. Of course, she wouldn't let Mel out of the house without tea and cookies. She was still there, visiting with Liddy on the front porch, when Ricky came home from school, driving up in his little white truck. "Hey, Mel," he said. He leaned down and kissed his grandmother's cheek. "Hi, Gram. I'm gonna work if you don't need anything." "I'm just fine, Ricky," she said, patting his hand. "Call me if you need me," he said. "I'll bring you something of Preacher's later." "That would be nice, honey." The boy went inside to drop off his books, then out again, jumping off the porch steps and back into his truck to drive the whole block to the bar. "I guess a man can't be separated from his wheels," Mel observed. "That appears to be the case," Liddy laughed. The next day, she sat at the grill at lunchtime with Connie. "I haven't heard you say you're leaving for days now," Connie said. "Something change on that score?" "Not a great deal," Mel said. "But since Jack went to such a lot of trouble to work on that cabin, I thought I owed it to him to give it a few weeks. I can deliver Polly's baby." Connie glanced at the bar where Jack was setting up lunch in front of a couple of fishermen. She gave a nod in his direction. "Bet that makes Jack real happy. He seems to think the town can use me, even if Doc doesn't think so." Connie laughed at her. "Girl, you need glasses. The way Jack looks at you, I don't think it's about Doc or the town." "You don't see me looking back in any particular way, do you?" "You should. There isn't a woman within 100 square miles wouldn't leave her husband for him." "Even you?" Mel asked with a laugh. "I'm different," she said, drinking her coffee. "I married Ron when I was about 7. She took a drink of her coffee. "But okay, if he begged me, I'd leave Ron for him." Mel laughed at her. "It is pretty strange that no one's latched on to him. I heard he was seeing a woman in Clear River. Don't know how serious it is. Might be nothing." "Do you know her? The woman he's seeing?" She shook her head.
but lifted one curious brow at Mel's obvious interest. He's private, isn't he? Doesn't let anything slip, but he can't hide those looks he sends your way. He shouldn't waste his time, she said. I'm not available, she didn't add. In her new abode, Mel had put her own favorite books on the shelves, all of which she had already read and reread, and Mark's picture on the table beside the bed. Each night she told him how much she missed him, but she cried less. Maybe because of the way Jack looked at her, the soothing way he talked to her. The house Mel sold in L.A. was almost 4,000 square feet, and it had never seemed too big. She had loved the spaciousness of the rooms. Yet the cabin, maybe 1,200 square feet total, felt right, like a cocoon. It hugged her. One of her favorite parts of the day was at the end, before she drove out to her new cabin. She would go to the bar for a cold beer and some chips, or cheese and crackers. Once in a while she had dinner, but she didn't mind being by herself at her cabin where there was now food in the cupboard. Jack put her cold beer in front of her. "We have macaroni and cheese tonight," he said. "I can talk preacher into putting a slice of ham with that." "Thanks, but I'm going home for dinner tonight." "You're cooking?" he asked. "Not exactly," she said. "I cook things like sandwiches, coffee, the occasional fried egg, and takeout." "A modern woman," he laughed. "But that place is working out for you?" "It's wonderful. Thanks. And I need the quiet. Did you know Doc snores like a freight train?" He chuckled. "Doesn't surprise me." "I picked up a little gossip about you, that you're seeing a woman in Clear River." He didn't look all that surprised. He lifted his brows and his coffee mug. "Seeing? That sounds a little delicate for this crowd." "I was glad to hear you have someone in your life." "I don't," he said. "Ancient history. And I wasn't exactly seeing her. It was a lot more basic than that." Somehow that made her smile. "Sounds like maybe you had some kind of arrangement." He sipped from his mug and gave a shrug. "It was... Wait," she said, laughing. "You don't owe me any explanation." He put both hands on the bar and leaned toward her. "We had an understanding. I went to her place once in a while. For an evening. Nothing deep, no love affair. Casual sex, Mel, between consenting adults. When I realized it didn't work for me, we parted as friends. I'm not with a woman." "Well, that's kind of too bad," she said. "It's not necessarily a permanent condition," he said. "That's just how it is right now." "Want a slice of pie to take home?" "Yeah," she said. "Sure." Mel had been in Virgin River 4 weeks. In that time, patients and friends dropped by frequently. Some had a little cash for medical services, a few had insurance, but the majority had produce from their farms, ranches, orchards, vineyards, or kitchens. The latter, knowing that a single loaf of bread or pie probably didn't cover the cost of an exam and treatment or medication, tended to stop by with a little something even when they were well. The unprepared food, a bushel of apples or nuts, canned or fresh fruit, vegetables, berries, lamb shank, or veal, would go right over to Preacher, who could make good use of it, later feeding some of it to Mel and Doc. In some ways, it was like a commune. That usually left Doc and Mel with more food than they could use, especially since they were getting most of their meals at Jack's. Mel packed up a box of some stuff that was likely to go bad soon, some eggs, bread, sliced ham, and a brick of cheese, a pie, apples, and nuts. A carton of orange juice she'd picked up from Connie. She put the box in the passenger seat of Doc's old truck before she asked him, "Could I borrow your truck for a couple of hours? I want to drive around some, and I don't really trust the BMW. I promise I'll be real careful with it." "My truck?"
I can't see you in my truck, he said doubtfully.
Why not? I'll gas it up, if that's what you're worried about.
I'm worried about you driving it off a cliff and leaving me with that piece of shit you call a car.
She pursed her lips. Some days you're more than I can take, really. He picked up his keys and flipped them at her. She caught them.
Don't hurt the truck. As God is my witness, I will never be caught driving that foreign job.
She drove his truck out of town, and the minute she was on the winding mountain roads, in the trees, driving up, and then down, down, over the mountain, her heart started to beat a little wildly. She was afraid, plain and simple. But she'd been haunted for 2 weeks and couldn't live with the feeling, and that brought a plan into focus. She surprised herself by remembering where Clifford Paulus's camp was. She wondered if she was driven by some psychic energy. Her sense of direction in the hills, through the trees, was perfectly lousy. But before long she was there, recognizing the nearly invisible old logging road that led to their compound. She drove in, made a big turn inside the opening so that she was pointed toward the way out, and then got out of the truck. She stood right beside the driver's door and yelled, "Clifford!" No one appeared immediately, but in a few moments a bearded man came out from around a camper shell that had been pulled off a pickup, and she recognized him as one of the men she'd seen on her last visit. She crooked her finger at him, beckoning him to her. He shuffled slowly toward her, and as he neared, she reached back into the truck and pulled out the box. "I thought maybe you guys could use this," she said. "It was going to waste at the clinic." He looked at her dumbly. "Go ahead," she said, pushing the box toward him. "No strings, just a little neighborly gesture." He seemed to take the box reluctantly. He looked inside. She dazzled him with her prettiest smile. When he smiled back, his teeth were god-awful, but she didn't react. After all, she'd seen people like him before. But before, she'd call one agency or another, hand them off, clear her charts. It was different out here. She got in the truck and put it in gear to leave. In the rearview mirror, she saw him hurrying toward that camper shell, and a couple of guys had come out from behind and joined him. It made her heart feel better. Good. When she got back to town, she returned the keys to Doc, who sat behind his desk in his cramped office.
"I guess you think I don't know what you did," he said.
She lifted her chin in some defiance.
"I thought I told you, stay away from there. It isn't an innocent place, and no one knows what might happen."
"You go," she said.
"And I told you not to."
"Did we have some understanding? That I was going to follow your non-medical orders? Because I don't recall that in my personal life I'm obligated to do everything you tell me."
"Guess you're not obligated to use your brain in your personal life either."
"I filled your truck up with gas, you old pain in the ass."
"I didn't get caught in that piece of shit foreign job of yours, you obstinate little strumpet."
And she laughed at him so hard, tears came to her eyes and she had to leave, laughing all the way back to her cabin. It was a bright and sunny afternoon when Mel went to Doc's office. She tapped lightly and stuck her head in. "Do you have any idea what's taking social services so long to do something about Chloe?" she asked him.
"Certainly don't,"
he said. "Maybe I should do a follow-up. Give them a call."
"I said I'd take care of it,"
he answered, not looking up. "It's just that, I got attached. I didn't mean to, didn't intend to, but there it is. I'd hate for Lily Anderson to go through that withdrawal. It doesn't feel good."
"She's raised a passel of kids. She knows the score."
"I know, but—" She stopped talking as she heard the front door open. She leaned out of his office and looked down the hall. Right inside the door stood Polly. She seemed to be holding her belly up with her hands, and instead of that usual glow on her cheeks, she looked just a bit pale. Nervous. Right behind her was a young man in almost identical overalls, holding a small worn suitcase. Mel looked back at Doc and said, "Showtime." Polly wasn't even sure how far apart the panes were.
"It feels like one big one," she said. "Mostly down real low. Okay, let's just go upstairs and get settled. Can Daryl come?"
Mel reached over and took the suitcase from Daryl. "Of course. That would help a lot. I'm going to concentrate on you." She took Polly's hand. "Come on." Once upstairs, she had Polly sit in the rocker while she went about the business of getting a bed ready with the plastic mattress protector and clean sheets. "Good timing, Polly. My cottage was ready at the same time my littlest patient went out to Lily Anderson's ranch to stay. I'm all moved out, and you, Daryl, and the baby can have the whole room." "Oh!" Polly answered, grabbing her belly and leaning forward. There was a slightly muffled sound that preceded the soft dripping of amniotic fluids onto the floor. "Oh, Polly!" Daryl exclaimed. He looked suddenly stricken, embarrassed. "Well," Mel said, looking over her shoulder, "that should speed things up. Just stay put until the bed's ready and I can help you change." A half hour later, Polly sat up in the hospital bed, not terribly comfortable on a couple of towels, her green hospital gown stretched over her belly. Mel had changed into a pair of scrubs and Nikes she'd packed for just such an event. If this were L.A., the anesthesiologist would be on his way to check her and discuss the epidural. But this was the country. No anesthesia here. Doc came around right after Mel had given Polly a pelvic to see how far she had dilated. And then, upon noting Daryl's pallor, he said, "Young man, let you and me wander across the street and have a drop of courage."
"Daryl, don't leave me,"
Polly begged. "He'll be right back, and I won't leave you," Mel promised. "But, sweetheart, you're only at 4 centimeters. It's going to be a while." Good to her word, Mel stayed at her side. She wasn't sure what she had expected the situation to be like, but she was admittedly surprised by a few things. 1. Doc Mullins stayed out of her way and let her have the case even though Polly had been his patient. 2. He took on the job of watching Daryl in case it became necessary to take the lad out of the room. Doc was staying up long after his usual bedtime. And the few times Mel wandered out of the patient's room through the night to fetch supplies or a fresh cup of coffee, she looked across the street to see the lights were on and the open sign lit at Jack's. He kept the bar open all night. Polly's labor intensified slowly as the hours ticked by, but she remained stable and progressed normally. Mel had her up walking, squatting, getting gravity on their side. She had Daryl hold her forward while she rocked her hip side to side, and at 3:30 in the morning, Polly began to push. The girl was most comfortable on her side, so Daryl and Mel joined forces to help her deliver in that position. Mel had Polly lie on her side in the fetal position, the leg beneath her tucked up and under, while Polly and Daryl together lifted the upper leg to clear the field of birth. It was a big first baby, and Polly couldn't have managed that position, pushing for so long, without a good assistant. It was important that the mother have whatever control she could, trusting her body. It made the whole experience so much more beautiful. Daryl held up pretty well despite the fact that it was difficult to watch his young wife in pain, and the sight of blood, even though he'd slaughtered his share of pigs, was clearly tough on him. At 4:30, Polly's baby emerged after an hour of pushing. Mel cut the cord, wrapped the baby, and passed him to his father. "Mr. Fishburne," she said to Daryl, "there is another Mr. Fishburne in the family. Please help Polly get your son situated on her breast. It'll help her deliver the placenta and slow the bleeding." This was so much more like a scene from Gone with the Wind than the type of midwifery Mel had known in a large, well-equipped city hospital. While Doc checked over the newborn, Mel cleaned up the mother with soap and water and changed her sheets and bedclothes. By 6:30 in the morning, physically exhausted but wired on caffeine, Mel's work was done. The baby would reside in the room with Polly, and Daryl could have the other bed if he wanted it. It took them both about 60 seconds to fall into a deep sleep. Mel washed her face, rinsed her mouth with a little mouthwash, let her hair out of the clip that held it on top of her head, and went looking for Doc. "Go to bed, Doc," she said. "It was a long night. I'll keep the office open."
"No, sir," he said. "I don't sleep in daylight, and you did all the work. I'll keep an eye on the Fishburns. Go to your place."
"I'll make a deal with you. I'll go take a nap and come back in early afternoon to spell you."
"That'll do,"
he said. Then, peering over his glasses, added,
"Not bad. For a city girl."
The sun was just peeking over the mountains, bathing the little town in pinkish beige rays. The April air was cold. She pulled her wool jacket around herself and sat on Doc's front porch, feeling exhilarated, and perhaps a little too wound up for sleep right away. Polly had done well, for a mere girl. No Lamaze training for those two, and no drugs. There had been some powerful grunting, groaning, and straining. Daryl had grunted along with his wife with such sincerity, it was lucky he didn't mess his pants. Nice, big, 8-pound country baby. There was nothing in this world like pulling a squalling infant from its mother's womb. No panacea for a breaking heart could do more. This didn't throw Mel into a stupor of longing or depression, because this was her life's work, what she loved. And she loved it so much more when the couple was happy and excited, the baby robust and healthy. Holding the baby she had just delivered, handing it to its mother and watching it suckle hungrily, it was like seeing God before you. She heard a loud thwack, and another. She had no idea what time Jack's usually opened. It was only 6:30. Another loud thwack, coming from his place. She went down the porch stairs and across the street. Behind the bar, there was a big brick barbecue. Wearing boots, jeans, and a flannel shirt and hefting a heavy axe, Jack was splitting logs on a tree stump. She just stood there watching him for a moment. Thwack, thwack, thwack. He looked up from his chore to see her leaning against the side of the building, pulling her jacket tight over turquoise scrubs. She had no idea that what made him grin at her was the huge toothy smile she wore. "Well," he said, leaning the axe against the tree stump. "Baby boy. Big baby boy." "Congratulations," he said. "Everyone is okay?" She walked toward him. "They're better than okay. Polly did great. The baby is strong, healthy, and Daryl is expected to recover." And then she laughed, throwing her head back. Nothing was more satisfying than coming out of a delivery with 100% success. My first country birth. Harder on Mom than on me. In the city, it's always an option to just roll over, bare your spine, and labor in comfort from an epidural. Women out here are made of steel. "I've heard that," he said with a laugh. "Know what Doc said? Not bad for a city girl." She reached for his hand. "Did you stay open all night?" He shrugged. "I nodded off by the fire a couple times, but you never know when someone might need something. Boiling water, ice, a stiff drink. You want some coffee?" God, I think it would make me barf. I've had enough coffee to jangle even the nerves of a caffeine junkie. Uncharacteristically, she wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him. This man had become her closest friend. Jack, it was wonderful. I had forgotten how wonderful. I haven't delivered a baby in, almost a year, I think. She looked up into his eyes. Damn, we did a good piece of work. Me, Mom, and Dad. Damn. He smoothed a little hair off her forehead. I'm proud of you. It was so awesome. See? I knew you'd find something here to sink your teeth into. He reached down, crossed his arms under her bottom, and lifted her straight up so that her face was even with his. "Now, what did we decide?" she asked, but her tone was teasing. Her smile was playful. "We decided that I would not kiss you." "That's right." "I haven't," he said. "Maybe we should have talked about this," she added, but she certainly didn't struggle. In fact, this seemed oddly right. Celebratory, like being picked up and swung around after the win of a big game. And that was how she felt, as though she'd just scored a touchdown. Arms resting on his shoulders, she clasped her hands behind his head. "We further decided that if you kissed me, I would let you," he said. "You're fishing." "Does this look like fishing to you?" "Begging?" "Doing exactly as I've been told. Waiting." What the hell, she thought. Absolutely nothing could feel better after the night she'd just spent than to plant a big, wet one on this guy. A guy who'd keep his business open all night just in case they needed something. So she laid one on him. She slid her lips over his, opening them, moving over his with wicked and delicious intent, getting her tongue involved. And he did nothing but hold her there, allowing this. "Did you not like that?" she asked. "Oh," he said. "Am I allowed to respond?" She whacked him softly in the head, making him laugh. She tried it again, and this time it was much more interesting. It made her heart beat faster, made her breath hard. Yes, she thought. It is okay to feel something that doesn't hurt sometimes. This wasn't because she was grief-stricken or needy. This was because she was victorious. And all she could think about at the moment was his delicious mouth. When their mouths came apart, she said, "I feel like a total champ." "You are," he said, enjoying her mood more than she would ever guess. "God, you taste good." "You don't taste that bad," she said, laughing. "Put me down," she instructed. "No. Do it again." "Okay, but only one more, then you have to behave." She planted another one on him, thoroughly enjoying his lips and tongue, the strength of the arms that held her. She refused to worry about whether this was a mistake. She was here. She was happy for once. And his mouth felt as natural to hers as if she'd been kissing him for years. She let the kiss be a little longer and deeper than she thought prudent, and even that made her smile. When it was over, he put her on her feet. "Whew," she said. "We don't have nearly enough births in this town." "We have another one in about 6 weeks. And if you're very, very good..." "Ah," he thought, "that gives me 6 weeks. He touched the end of her nose. "Nothing wrong with a little kissing, Mel." "And you won't get ideas?" He bellowed. "You can make me behave, it turns out. But you can't keep me from getting ideas." April waned and May brought out the early spring flowers. Foxgloves and Queen Anne's lace grew wild along the roads. Australian fern blanketed the earth beneath the big trees. Every week or 10 days, Mel borrowed Doc's truck, took a little lip from him, and delivered a box of food to the Paulus camp that would otherwise go to waste. Doc would have no part of it and scolded her. She ignored him indignantly, and that alone made her feel good. It made her heart pound wildly as she went and beat with satisfaction as she returned to Virgin River. The cabin was turning out to be a haven for Mel. She purchased a small TV on which she got terrible reception. If she were staying, she'd get a satellite dish. But she was only committed to a few more weeks. And one day she came home from the clinic to find she had a telephone in her kitchen and bedroom. Jack spoke to Harv, telephone lineman for the county, and had stressed Mel's occupation as midwife to get her phone installed ahead of schedule. He got another kiss for that.
behind the bar where no one could see. Okay, 2 or 3 kisses. Deep and long, strong and delicious. Living and sleeping in the cabin in the woods was as restful and peaceful as anything Mel had known in almost a year. She woke in the early mornings, in time to see the sun slowly creeping over the tall pines, to hear the birds singing. She liked to get a cup of coffee and go out on that new, strong porch and enjoy the clean morning air, still cold on early spring mornings. It wasn't yet 6 a.m. when she opened her front door, and there, before her, were at least a dozen deer grazing contentedly on the grass, bushes and ferns at the edges of her clearing. She took note of the freckled fawns. It was spring and time for birthing of all sorts. She went for her digital camera and snapped a few sneaky shots. Then she loaded the pictures onto her laptop and dialed up the internet, which took forever, but there was nothing faster out here. After she had sent the pictures to Joey, she called her. "Go online," she told her sister. "I've sent you something amazing." "What is it?" she asked. "Just hurry," Mel said. "You're going to love it." There was only a short wait as Joey could get online and download in seconds as opposed to the length of time it took Mel. She heard her sister gasp. "Deer," she said. "In my front yard," Mel said. "Look at the babies. Aren't they adorable? Are they still there? I'm looking out my kitchen window at them right now," she said. "I'm not leaving the house until they're done with breakfast. Isn't that the most wonderful thing you've ever seen? Joey, I'm staying a little longer." "Oh, Mel, no! I want you to come here. Why are you staying?" "Joey, I'm delivering another baby pretty soon. After that last one, I can't resist. It just isn't like in the hospital where everything's so sterile and artificial and there's a surgeon and anesthesiologist right down the hall. It's just me and her, getting the job done. So pristine and wonderful and natural. So country. Like Doc taking Mom's 20-year-old husband across the street to the bar for a shot of courage so he can be a less nervous assistant." "Oh, lovely," Joey said sarcastically, causing Mel to laugh. "It was fantastic," Mel said. "There's another pregnant woman in town, and I'm thinking of staying for her, too. The cabin is just great. You saw the pictures." "I saw." "Mel, are you dressed for the day?" "Yeah." "Look at your feet. Tell me what's on your feet." She sighed. "My Kolhan boots. I love these boots. They cost over $400. And they're starting to look like crap, too," she said. "If you only knew where I've been." "Mel, you're not one of them. Don't get them depending on you. Come to Colorado. We can accommodate your shoe fetish, and you can find a good job here, close to us." "I sleep so well here," she said. "I was afraid I'd never sleep well again. It's probably the air. It's so unbelievable. It almost wears you out. By the end of the day, the bed feels so good. The pace is slower. I've needed a slower pace." "Are you that busy? With patients?" Joey asked. "Not that much. They're very sparse, actually. We only make well-visit appointments on Wednesdays, and the rest of the week they either wander in with one complaint or another, or Doc goes to them. I go along most of the time. Or people wander in to talk, or drop off a pie or some fresh-baked dinner rolls. But the women, the pregnant ones, are so relieved after one look at my hands compared to Doc's." "What do you do with yourself?" "Well," she said, laughing, "every day I walk down to the corner store to watch a soap with Connie and Joy, 2 middle-aged best friends who have been watching televised adultery on Riverside Falls for about 15 years. The side comments are more interesting than the show." "God," she said. "I go out to the Anderson Ranch and hold the baby, Chloe. She's thriving there, and so is Lily. More and more I know that was the right thing to do, and it just fell in my lap. Sometimes
I take some of our leftover food out to this bunch of bums in the forest. They look so thin and hungry, but Doc says they'll probably bury us all. I stop by the bar to see if anyone's playing cribbage. If I can reel him in, Doc and I play gin, but it's hard to catch him in the mood. He taught me to play, and now he can't beat me. Penny a point. I'm funding my retirement. So, when do you think you're going to get over this break from sanity? Oh, I don't know. Just let me think about it. I've only been here a couple of months. It's not an eternity. But I hate to think of you rotting away in some dinky town, watching the soaps and growing bad roots. I could visit Dot in that garage where she does hair. Ugh. Aren't you lonely, honey? Not so much. At the end of the day, if nothing's going on, we go to the bar. Doc has his one whiskey of the day, and I get a cold beer. There are always people around. We eat dinner. Someone usually says, "Come over and sit with us." There's great gossip. That's the cool part about small towns where everyone knows everyone's business. Except, apparently, who gave birth to little Chloe. I just count it lucky that no woman who suffered postpartum hemorrhage or infection turned up. And also, no word from social services. I miss you so much. This is about the longest we've been apart in years. Why do you sound happy? Do I? Maybe because everyone around me is happy. They let me know they're glad I'm here, even if my presence isn't medically saving this town. She took a breath. I still feel out of place a lot, but I think I'm more content than I've been in 11 months and 3 days. I might finally be detoxing from the adrenaline. Promise me you're not going to stay in that godforsaken place alone, watching soaps and drinking beer. Mel's voice became soft. It's not godforsaken, Joey. She struggled for a word. It's breathtaking. Oh, the architecture leaves something to be desired. Most of the houses and buildings are small and old and could use paint. But the countryside is wondrous. And I'm not lonely. I have a town. I've never had a town before. Ricky and Liz were going to the spring dance at the high school. Except they didn't. It gave Rick a twinge of guilt because he knew in his heart that Connie and Ron trusted him. And probably they shouldn't. The thing about living in a small town in the midst of dozens of small towns separated by forests was there were a million secluded places to park and make out. He always had a condom in his pocket, one that he was determined not to have to use, but he had it just the same. He hadn't even needed Jack to supply him. He was on top of that. He felt protective toward Liz. He didn't want to get her into trouble. What they were doing was working, even if it was getting them pretty worked up. And they were doing plenty. It got off to a roaring start. Lots of deep kissing, heavy petting, incredible rubbing. They'd done a lot of bumping and grinding on the outside of clothes, but now they were getting right down to the skin. Deeper than skin, but not going all the way. They were catching on real fast. It hadn't taken them long to figure out how to have orgasms without penetration, for which Rick was sublimely grateful. Even so, he wanted more. Wanted it real bad, and so did she. He was about ready to have the big talk with her, but he knew he had to save it for the clear light of day, not the dark of night while they were pawing each other in the cab of his little truck. He loved making her feel good. She really wanted to please him. He hadn't imagined it could be this wonderful, holding someone, loving them, touching them, giving these feelings, receiving them. Nothing had prepared him for how you could be swept away by it all. It was as though the sheer pleasure had a life of its own. He had moved over to the passenger seat and held her on his lap, kissing her, hard and hot, while she squirmed around deliciously. His hand wandered under her short skirt and met with nothing. "Oh, my Jesus," he whispered. "Surprise," she said, grinding on his lap. Then her hand went there, feeling him through his clothes, making him nearly cry out. She scooted forward on his lap a little. He slid back in the seat slightly, knowing that she would now take him in her small hand. He lived for that. As she opened his pants to free him, he massaged her with his fingers of one hand, fondling her breast with the other, drowning in her mouth, holding her tight against him. She was moving roughly against his hand, wriggling, reaching desperately for her special moment, when suddenly she shifted her weight slightly. She was straining toward him. He was straining toward her. Her hands went to his shoulders. His hands grabbed her fanny. Her knee went across his lap, and she was over him. She moved down. He moved up, and they were suddenly, disastrously, wondrously, exquisitely merged. She came right down on him. He lifted right up into her. She was all around him. It was a whole new world. A lot better than a hand. He couldn't breathe.
"Holy God, Liz," he whispered. "Oh, my Jesus."
She was oblivious, pressing furiously into his lap on a mission.
Lizzie, no. Lizzie, holy God, holy Jesus."
He was half trying, half hoping to fail to lift her off him, to get out of her, when it happened for her, and the sensation of her body squeezing around him, clenching in hot spasms as she moaned her ecstasy, caused him to lose his mind. He thought he might have been momentarily unconscious. He lost all will, and that wasn't all he lost. He blew it, erupted inside of her with the force of a volcano. Right after he thought, he thought, "Oh, fuck! Way to go, genius!" She collapsed into his arms, and he held her, stroking her back as she calmed, as he calmed, as they caught their collective breath. Finally, he said, "That could have been a huge mistake."
"Uh-oh,"
she said.
Oh, now what?"
"Well, I sure as hell can't reel it back in," he told her. "If I known that was going to happen, Liz, I have a condom, for Christ's sake."
"I didn't know that."
"Well, I didn't know we were going to do that."
"I didn't know either,"
she sniffed.
"I'm sorry."
She dropped her head to his shoulder and cried.
"I'm sorry, Rick."
"No, I'm sorry." "Okay, baby, take it easy. Can't do anything about it now. Shh." He held her, and she rested against him, close in his arms. He kissed her cheeks and lips until her tears stopped. Then he took her open mouth again. God, her mouth was hot. And after a little while, as he held her, he began to grow firm again, and he was still there, inside. Without meaning to, without planning to, he began to pump his hips up and down again, driving himself into her. And she pushed into his lap. What the hell? The damage was done, he thought. And he said, "Can't do anything about it now." Chapter 8. There were no patients in the morning, and Mel took the opportunity to drive over to Clear River for gas, there being no service station in Virgin River. She took the pager with her so that Doc could call her back if something happened, but hardly anything ever happened. Every time she went to one of the little surrounding towns, she looked in particular at the women, wondering where Jack might have gone once in a while for something a little basic. It didn't take her long to realize that he probably had his pick, and that there were plenty of attractive women around these towns. She thought she might like to get something like a salt lick or some kind of feed for the edge of her property to draw the deer, so went to the very small strip mall on the main drag. As she passed the hardware store, she saw a window display of shears mounted on pegboard. They ranged in size from tiny scissors to clippers with 6-inch thick curved blades. She stared at them, frowning, for a long time. "Help you?" a young woman in a green store apron asked. What do you do with those?" "Roses," she said, smiling. Roses? I haven't seen that many roses around. Oh, you're not looking hard enough, she said, grinning. Well, I'm looking for something that would draw deer, Mel said. Like a doe call? But hunting season is months away. God, I wouldn't shoot at them. I like seeing them in my yard in the early morning. Can you tell me where to find that? If you want deer in your yard, you're the only one. Just plant some lettuce or a couple of apple trees. With deer, if you don't want them in your produce, you can hardly keep them away. Oh, if I throw some lettuce out there, will that work? Because I don't garden. The woman tilted her head and smiled with eyes that frowned. Where are you from? Los Angeles. Concrete jungle. I mean now. Up in Virgin River. Kind of back in the woods, you know? Listen, don't try the lettuce, okay? Because there are also bear. Just keep your food indoors and don't press your luck. If you get deer, you get deer. Then she looked down and said, Nice boots. Where can I get a pair like that? Mel thought a second, then said, Can't really remember. Target, I think? Rather than going back to docks, she drove out to the river. She saw that there were 6 anglers in the river and that one of them was Jack. She pulled up, parked, and got out to lean against the front of her car to watch. He looked over his shoulder at her, smiled a hello, but went back to his sport. He'd pull out some line and let it slack, then gracefully cast out, the line reaching behind him in a large S before sailing smoothly out over the river, touching down on the top of the water as lightly as a leaf floating lazily down from a tree. And again, and again. She loved to watch the arc of the lines, the whir of them going out, the clicking of them reeling in. They seemed almost synchronized, choreographed, the air above the water filled with flying lines. The men, in waders and vests, would walk around the swirling shallow waters while fish jumped now and then in the river. If there was a catch, the fish would either be released or go in the creel dangling from a shoulder strap. After a peaceful interlude, Jack came out of the river with his rod and reel in hand. What are you doing out here? Just watching. Want to try? I don't know how, she said. It's not very hard. Let's see if I can scrounge some boots or waders. He went to his truck and dug around in the back. He came up with some huge rubber hip boots. This'll keep you dry, but you won't be able to wade too far out. She stepped into them. His legs were so much longer than hers that he had to fold them down twice at the top of her thighs. Not an unpleasant sensation. They were so big that she had to shuffle rather than walk, dragging them along. I won't be able to run for my life either, she said. Okay, what do I do? It's all in the wrist, he said. Don't worry about aim so much as a nice, clean arc and a little distance. Getting you into the deeper part of the river where the fish are more plentiful. He took her hand, led her to the water's edge, and showed her his casting. Don't snap it hard. Just roll it off nice and easy. Give it a little arm, but don't throw your body into it. He handed her the rod, showed her where to unlock the reel. She gave it a try, and the fly plunked down right in front of her. How's that for distance? We're going to have to work on that, he said. He stepped behind her and, guiding her hand, helped her cast. 25 feet, maybe. Probably a fourth of the distance he could achieve, and her fly came down hard, making a splash. Better, he said. Reel her in slowly. She brought it back and repeated the process, this time without his hand guiding hers. Good, he said. Watch your footing. There are spots where you can drop, trip, slip off a rock. You wouldn't want to fall in. I wouldn't want to, she said, casting again. That time she flicked her wrist too hard and the hook flew back behind them, whooshing past their heads. Oops, she said. Sorry. It's okay, but be careful. I'd hate to have that thing pulled out of the back of my head. Here, he said. He stood behind her and put a hand on her hip. Don't throw your body into it. Just use your arm and wrist, and go easy. You'll get the distance, eventually. She did it again, and it was good. A nice, graceful arc, a respectable distance into the river. A fish jumped out where her fly had landed. Oh, he's a big one. Brown trout, a beauty. You get him today, and you'll show up all of us. Something slithered past her feet, and she jumped with a gasp. Lamprey eel, he said. They like to suck the roe and fluids out of the salmon. Ew. Charming. She cast again and again. This was fun. Now and then Jack would take her wrist and cast with her, reminding her of the wrist action. The other hand stayed on her hip, holding her still. I like this, she said. Then she had a hit and reeled in a fish. It wasn't a very big fish, but it was a fish, and she'd caught him by herself. Not bad, he said. Take it off the hook carefully. I don't know how, she said. I'll show you, but then you have to do it. If you're going to fish, you're going to take the fish off the hook. Like this. He demonstrated, sliding his hand from the fish's head to his wriggling body, holding it firmly, disengaging the hook cautiously. His mouth is okay. We're going to let him grow into a civilized meal, he said, tossing the fish back. Aw, she said. You got lucky. Come on, he said, turning her back to the river. He stood behind her, holding her body straight and still with that large hand on her hip, his other hand guiding her wrist. She cast again, reeled in again. Jack, are there an awful lot of roses around here in summer? She asked. I don't know. Sure, some. I stopped by the hardware store this morning and they had this huge display of rose clippers, all sizes. I guess I've never noticed anything like that before. When she brought in her line, he turned her around slightly. He frowned. Rose clippers? Uh-huh. From little tiny ones to great big ones with curved blades and leather grips. Where? Clear River. I went over for gas and... Well, those aren't rose clippers. Well, I guess you could use them for that. More likely, they're for marijuana harvests. Little ones for manicuring buds, big ones for cutting down plants. No, come on. He turned her back toward the river. There are towns around here that stock a lot of the stuff illegal growers need. Clear River's one. What were you doing at the hardware store? I thought I'd pick up something that would invite the deer to my yard, like a salt lick or feed or something, but... He turned her back to face him again. Salt lick? Well, cows like that, right? So I thought... He was shaking his head. Mel, listen. Don't do anything to invite wildlife to your yard. You might get some unfriendlies, okay? Like maybe a buck who's more interested in rutting than having his picture taken. Or a bear. Understand? Rutting, she frowned. He smiled patiently and touched the end of her nose. Making love. Oh, sure. Okay, she said, turning back to the river, casting again. Rose clippers, he laughed. I think you're getting the hang of this, he said. I like it. I'm not sure about that getting the fish off the hook part. Come on, don't be a sissy. Well, you have to catch one first, he said. You just watch. I'm precocious. Mel lost all track of time as she worked the rod, sending the colorful fly out across the water, bringing it back slowly. Again and again she cast, noting, too, that Jack kept his hand on her hip and now and then ran his other hand down her arm to her hand to guide her. Come on, she kept telling the fly. I'm ready. Keep your voice down, he said softly. This is a peaceful sport. Again and again she would cast her line. She wasn't skilled by any means, but she was getting it out there, and doing so prettily. At least, she thought so. She felt that hand that had been on her hip slide stealthily around her, holding her at her waist, pulling her just slightly back against him. "You're distracting me," she said, casting again. "Good," he said, lowering his lips to her head, inhaling. "Jack, there are people." "They could care less," he said, holding her against him. She looked around and saw that what he said was true. The other fishermen didn't even glance their way. Their lines were flying around in gentle, beautiful arcs. They didn't even look at each other. Okay, she thought. This feels good. I like the hand, the arm around me. I can manage this. Then she felt his lips on her neck. "Jack, I'm fishing." "Okay," he said hoarsely. "I'll try not to bother you too much." He pulled her just a little harder against him and began to nibble at her neck. "What are you doing?" she asked, laughter in her voice. "Mel, please, can't we go somewhere and just make out for a while?" "No," she laughed. "I'm fishing." "If I promise to take you fishing after?" "No, now behave yourself." But she was smiling because it was pretty heady having this big, tough guy turn weak and desperate just from the taste of her neck. She concentrated on her casting while he concentrated on her neck, his arm tight around her waist. Ah, nice. Very nice. After a few more minutes passed, he let go of her with a tortured moan, walked back to his truck, and laid himself over the front, arms outstretched wide, head lying on the hood. She looked over her shoulder at him and chuckled. Brought him to his knees, she thought. Big, tough Marine. Ha! She treated herself to a few more casts, then turned and shuffled in those great big boots back to Jack. She leaned the rod against the truck and pulled her feet out of the rubber boots. He lifted his head and looked at her through narrowed eyes. "Thanks, Jack. I have to go. It's time for my soap." She treated him to a conciliatory peck on the cheek. "Maybe we can do this again sometime." As she drove back to town, she got to thinking. A few weeks ago, she was absolutely certain there was nothing in her that allowed her to respond to a man. To Jack. Now, she wasn't so sure. A little contact, a little kissing, deep kissing. It felt good. It made her forget sometimes that she had nothing to give. In fact, it made her wonder if maybe she was wrong about that. Going somewhere to make out for a while didn't sound like a bad idea. She was going to give that more thought. She poked her head into Doc's and found him on the computer and said, "Anything?" "Nope," he said. "Okay, I'm going to the store. Need anything?" "Nope," he said again. She checked her watch, found herself hoping she hadn't missed the beginning. When she walked into the store, Joy stood in the curtained doorway and said, "Mel, thank God." The panicked look on her face sent Mel rushing to the back room. Leaning forward in the lawn chair, her hand gripping the front of her sweatshirt and breathing shallowly, was Connie. Mel kneeled down. "What is it?" she asked. "I don't know," she said weakly. "I can hardly breathe." "Joy, get me a bottle of aspirin." "Pain?" she asked Connie. "My back," she said. Mel put a hand between her shoulder blades. "There?" "Yeah." Joy handed her a brand-new aspirin bottle off the shelf, and Mel ripped it open, shaking one out into her palm. "Swallow this quickly." Connie did so, and Mel asked, "Pressure in the chest?" "Yeah. Oh, yeah." Mel got up, grabbed Joy's hand, and pulled her out of the back room. "Run for Doc. Tell him it might be her heart. Hurry." Mel went back to Connie. She took her pulse and found it fast and irregular. She had grown clammy, and her respirations were rapid and shallow. "Try to relax and breathe slowly. Joy has gone for Doc." "What is it?" she asked. "What's happening?" Mel noticed that Connie's left arm dangled at her side, probably in pain, while she gripped her shirt with her right hand and tried to pull it away from her body as though to relieve the pressure in her chest. If Mel had speculated on a heart attack for one of these two women, she'd have bet on Joy, who was overweight and probably had high cholesterol, not Connie, who was petite and didn't even smoke. "I'm not sure," Mel said. "Let's wait for Doc. Don't talk, just stay calm. I'm not going to let anything happen to you." A tense couple of minutes passed before Joy, breathless, came flying through the door with Doc's medical bag and rushed to Mel's side. "Here," she said. "He said try the nitro and get an IV started. He'll be right here." "Okay, then." She dug around in the bag, found the nitro tablets, and shook one out of the bottle. "Connie, hold this under your tongue." She did as she was told while Mel got the blood pressure cuff and stethoscope out of the bag. Connie's pressure was high, but within seconds some of the pain was easing. The nitro might be working. "That better?" "A little. My arm. I can hardly move my arm." "Okay, we'll take care of that." She snapped on a pair of gloves. She pulled the rubber strap around Connie's upper arm and started searching for a good vein, slapping her inner arm with 2 fingers. She tore open the package containing the IV needle and inserted it slowly. Blood eased up the clear tube and dripped on the floor. Mel then capped it off because she had no tubing or bag of fluid. A moment later, she heard a sound she didn't recognize and looked out of the back room to see old Doc wheeling a squeaky old gurney into the store. He left it in the store aisle and picked up a bag of Ringer's solution from its bed, handing it to Mel, while he toted a small portable oxygen canister. He put the cannula around Connie's neck and into her nostrils while he asked, "What have we got?" As Mel hooked up the tubing to the needle and the Ringers to the tube, she said, "Elevated pressure, diaphoretic chest, back and arm pain. I gave her an aspirin and the nitro." "Good. How's that pill working, Connie?" "A little," she said. "Here's what we're gonna do. Put her on the gurney, in the back of the truck. You beside her, holding the Ringers and monitoring her pressure. And if you think we have to stop for any reason, you bang on the window. The black bag goes with you. You have oxygen, a portable defibrillator in the truck bed, and I want you to draw an epi and atropine right away, to have ready." He went back to the gurney, pushed it into the very narrow space in the back room, and lowered it. He shook out and spread a large, heavy wool blanket over the sheet and said, "Okay, Connie." Managing the IV bag and tubing, Mel supported Connie under the arm so that she could be transferred from her chair to the lowered gurney. Doc lifted the back slightly so that she wouldn't be lying flat, then wrapped the blanket around her and strapped her in. He put the oxygen canister on the gurney between Connie's legs, then said to Mel, "Have Joy hold up the bag of Ringers while we get her out of here." "Shouldn't we wait for an ambulance?" "Not the best idea," he said, while together they lifted the gurney to its former upright position. As they rolled out of the store, Mel once again in control of the IV bag, Doc said, "Joy, as soon as we get out of here, I want you to call Valley Hospital and ask them to get a cardiologist to meet us in the ER. Tell Ron to meet us at Valley." Doc and Mel released the legs on the gurney and slid it in the back of the truck. Doc took off his heavy wool coat and draped it over Connie. As he would have headed for the driver's door of the truck, Mel grabbed his sleeve. "Doc, what the hell are we doing?" "Getting her there as fast as possible," he said. "In you go. You're going to be cold." "I'll manage," she said, climbing into the truck bed beside Connie. "Don't bounce out," Doc said. "I don't have time to stop and pick you up." "Just drive carefully," she said, already dreading those narrow, curving roads and sheer drops, squeaking by big logging trucks, not to mention the darkness and drop in temperature as they passed through the towering trees. He jumped in, pretty spry for 70, and put the truck in gear. He made a wide turn in the street. Mel in the back of the truck holding the Ringers above Connie's head because there was no IV stand on this old gurney. As they drove out of town, Jack was just returning. But Mel's attention was focused on Connie. She balanced the bag of Ringers on the gurney above Connie's head and dug around in Doc's black bag for syringes and vials, drawing her drugs quickly despite the hectic driving and bouncing. She capped the syringes and took up the IV bag again. Just don't arrest, Mel kept thinking. Just to be safe, she used one hand to open the portable defibrillator case, having it handy to be switched on if necessary. It was the kind used on commercial airlines. Rather than paddles, there were patches that adhered to the chest. Rather than bear Connie to the cold before it became necessary, she decided not to attach the patches to her chest. Then, with one hand over her head, she leaned her body close across Connie's to keep her warm. She had to give Doc a lot of credit for fancy driving. He managed to move down the mountain at a pretty fast clip, braking suddenly for the sharp curves and picking up speed for the straightaways while avoiding potholes and bumps. Mel was freezing, but Connie was taking steady breaths and her pulse was even and slower, when from the sheer fright and the ride in the back of the truck, it should probably be racing.
"That Doc," she said breathlessly into Mel's ear. "He sure is bossy."
"Yeah," Mel said. "Try to rest."
"Oh, sure,"
she whispered. Mel had to switch the arm that held the ringer several times. She got so sore. And even when she stayed low in the bed of the truck, the wind was chilling her to the bone. May in the mountains, under the shade of huge, towering trees, was not warm. She tried to imagine doing this in winter, and she got colder. Her cheeks were numb, her fingers nearly without feeling. After just over an hour ride, they pulled into a parking lot in front of a small hospital, where 2 med techs and a nurse stood ready in the parking lot, waiting with their own gurney. Doc jumped out of the truck.
"Take her on my gurney. I'll get it later."
"Good," one said, pulling the gurney, holding Connie out of the back of the truck.
"She have any meds?" "Just an aspirin and a nitro tab. Ringer's TKO."
"Gotcha," he said.
"Emergency staff standing by."
And off they went, running with the gurney across the parking lot.
"Let's go, Melinda,"
he said, moving a little more slowly now. Mel began to realize that waiting for emergency transport could have been a tragic mistake. It could have turned that trip into 3 hours. As she waited with Doc in the emergency room, she learned that Valley Hospital was small but efficient, serving the needs of many small towns. They were capable of labor and delivery, C-sections when the infant and mother were not at major risk, X-rays, ultrasounds, some general surgeries, lab work, and outpatient clinic. But if something as serious as emergency heart surgery or major surgery were required, a larger hospital was needed. It was a while before the doctor finally came out.
"We're going to run an angiogram. I think we're looking at blockages. She's stable for the moment, but they may be considering bypass surgery as soon as possible. We'll transport her by helicopter to Redding for that. Has her next of kin been notified?" "He should be here any minute. We'll wait for him here."
Within 10 minutes, Connie was wheeled past them and down the hall. Another 10 minutes brought Ron with joy into the emergency room doors.
"Where is she? Is she all right?"
Right behind them were Ricky and Liz, straight from school.
"They've taken her for an angiogram. It's like an X-ray of blood vessels. Based on what the test tells them, they'll decide whether or not she needs surgery. Let's go to the cafeteria and get a cup of coffee, and I'll try to explain it to you. Then we'll go see how they're doing on that test."
"God, Doc, thank you," Ron said. "Thank you for getting her help."
"Don't thank me," he said. "Thank Melinda. She saved Connie's life."
Mel's head jerked toward him in surprise.
"It was her fast action, that aspirin and calling for help, not to mention her ride in the back of my pickup, that I believe allowed us to get her to the hospital so fast."
It was 9 o'clock before Mel and Doc got back to town, and of necessity they both headed for Jack's, more than a little grateful he had stayed open, and she knew he'd stayed open for them. Doc asked for his whiskey, and Mel said, "I think I better have one too. Maybe something a little smoother than that." Jack poured her a Crown Royal.
"Long day?"
he asked.
"Shoo," Doc said. "We spent most of it waiting for a decision. Connie's going to have bypass surgery in the morning. We waited around until they transported her to Redding."
"Why didn't we just take her to Redding?" Mel asked. Both men laughed. "What?" I looked at the map before I even came up here. It's just over 100 miles of highway.
It's about 140, Mel, Jack said. Narrow 2-lane over the mountains. We'd take about 3 hours to cross at best from Eureka. Probably close to 4. Coming from Virgin River, 5.
Jesus, she moaned.
I think Ricky is taking Liz to her mother's for the night, while Ron and Joy will make the long drive to Redding to spend the night at Connie's bedside. They're a little on the nervous side, Doc said. No doubt, Jack said. I saw you flying out of town. I couldn't tell who you had in the back. I just saw Mel hanging on for dear life.
Doc took a sip.
She came in kind of handy.
What would you have done without a little help? She asked him.
I probably would have thrown Joy back there, but who knows if we'd have gotten that far. You know how great one little aspirin is for a heart attack?
Mel took a sip of her drink and let her eyes slowly drift closed appreciatively.
Connie's gonna be all right? Oh, better than all right, Doc said. People go into that surgery a little gray around the gills, and they give 'em nice, fresh, clear arteries to float their oxygen through, and they come out rosy-cheeked and brand new.
Mel took another sip. Oh, God. I didn't think I'd ever be warm again.
You want me to light the fire? Jack asked her.
No, just let me drink this. Tell Doc I caught a fish today.
She did, he said. Wasn't much of a fish, but she caught it herself, even if she couldn't take it off the hook without help.
Doc peered at her over his specs, and she lifted her chin a bit defiantly.
Careful, Melinda, he said. You could become one of us.
Not likely, she said. Not until you at least get a camper shell. We'd have been better off in the back of my BMW.
You'd have been better off, Doc said. That piece of shit isn't big enough for a patient having a heart attack and a practitioner trying to keep her alive.
I'm not going to fight with you for saying that, she said, because you at least called me a practitioner and not a nurse. You seem to be coming around, you old fart. She looked up at Jack. We keeping you up?
Nah, he said, chuckling. Take your time. In fact, I'll join you.
He reached behind him and selected a bottle, tipping it over a glass. He lifted it in a toast to both of them.
Good teamwork. Amazingly. Glad everything's okay.
Mel was exhausted, most of which came from the ride and long afternoon of tensely waiting at the hospital. Connie, she realized without much surprise, was more than a patient to her. She was a friend. And when you do this kind of work in this kind of place, your patients are almost always your friends. Must be hard to maintain objectivity. On the other hand, success was that much more gratifying, fulfilling. It wasn't like this in L.A. Doc finished his whiskey and got up.
Nicely done, Melinda. We'll try to have a dull day tomorrow.
Thank you, Doc. After the doctor left, Jack said,
Sounds like maybe the two of you have started to bond or something.
Or something, she said, sipping.
How was that trip to Valley Hospital?
Like Mr. Toad's wild ride, she said, making him laugh a little. She pushed her glass toward him, and he gave her another splash of Crown.
You want ice or water with that? He asked her.
No, this is good. Very good, in fact. She sipped her drink rather too quickly. She looked up at him, tilted her head to one side, then inclined it toward the glass.
You sure? Because I think maybe that's enough. Your cheeks are flushed, and I can tell you're not cold anymore.
Just a tish.
A tish was what she got. A couple of swallows.
Thanks for taking me fishing, she said. Sorry you didn't get in my pants again.
A large, surprised laugh escaped him.
She was getting a little tiddly.
That's okay, Melinda. Whenever you're ready.
Aha, I knew it.
Like it's been hard to tell?
You're so transparent. She downed the rest of her drink. I'd better get going. I'm completely shot. She stood up and nearly fell down. She grabbed at the bar to right herself, and Jack came around to her side. He put an arm around her waist. She looked up at him with watery eyes and said, "Damn, I forgot to eat." "Let me make you some coffee," he suggested. "And ruin this perfectly good buzz? Hell, I've earned it." She took a step and wavered. "Besides, I don't think it'll make me sober. Probably just wide-awake drunk." Jack tightened his hold around her and laughed in spite of himself. "All right, Mel. I can put you in my bed and take the couch." "But sometimes I have deer in my yard in the morning," she said, a little whiny. "I want to go home. They might come back." Home. That sounded good to Jack, that she thought of that cabin as her home. "All right, Mel. I'll take you home." "That's a relief," she said, "because I'm pretty sure I already can't drive, even on a straight and undangerous road." "You're a lightweight," he said. They took a couple of steps, and her legs buckled a second time. He gave a sigh and bent to lift her into his arms. She patted his chest. "It's good that you're strong," she said. "You're good to have around. It's like having my own personal valet." He chuckled under his breath. Preacher had gone upstairs for the night, so he turned off the open sign and managed to get his keys out of his pocket without dropping her. He locked the front door and took her down the steps and around to the back of the bar where he kept his truck. He put her in, and she managed, though with some difficulty, to buckle her seatbelt. When he got in and started the truck, she said, "You know something, Jack? You've turned out to be my very good friend." "That's nice, Mel." "I really appreciate this. Boy, whoo, I'm sure not much of a drinker. I think I'm a 1-beer girl, 2 if I've had a side of beef and an apple pie." "I think you've assessed the situation correctly." "If I ask for the good stuff again, be sure to ask me if I've had food." "Sure will," he said. She laid her head back on the seat. Within 5 minutes it lulled, and Jack spent the rest of the drive wondering a couple of things. One, what if she roused enough as he was taking her inside to invite him to stay? That would be okay, wouldn't it? Even though she was just a tish disadvantaged? Or what if she didn't rouse and he just lay down beside her to be there in case she woke and decided it was time? That would be okay. Or maybe he could just wait on her couch in case she needed anything, like sex. Then if she woke up during the night, he'd be there. He'd be ready. He'd been ready. He played a dozen scenarios in his mind. He would carry her to her room, and she would wake and say, "Stay with me tonight." He really didn't have the strength to say no. Or she would wake and he would kiss her, and then she would say, "Okay." Or morning would come. He would already be there, and she would say, "Now, Jack." Whew, boy. He was getting a little warm. But she was still asleep when he pulled up in front of her cabin. He unbuckled her and lifted her out of the truck. He whacked her head on the doorframe. "Ow!" she yelled, her hand going to her head. "Sorry," he said, and thought to himself, foreplay that was not. "It's okay." She laid her head back on his shoulder. Now, he thought, I should stay to be sure she doesn't have a concussion, and that she doesn't need sex for it. Or just to be there in case she did. He carried her across the porch, through the door to her room, and, flipping on the light, laid her on the bed. Without opening her eyes, she said, "Thank you, Jack." "You're welcome, Melinda," he said. "Your head okay?" "What head?" "Okay. Let's get your boots off." "Boots off." She lifted a leg, making him laugh. He pulled the boot off. The leg dropped, and the other one came up. He pulled that one off, and the leg dropped. Then she curled into a cute little package, pulling the quilt around her. He looked down at her and saw that it was lights out for Melinda. Then he saw the picture. Something hit him, and it didn't feel particularly good. He picked up the picture and looked at the man's face. So you're the guy, he thought. He didn't look like a bad guy, but clearly he had done something to Mel, something she was having trouble getting beyond. Maybe he'd left her for another woman, but that seemed impossible to imagine. Maybe he left her for a man. Oh, please let it be so. I can make that better. Just give me 5 minutes. Or maybe he looked harmless, but had been an impossible asshole and she'd broken off with him, but still loved him helplessly. And here she had his picture right there, to be the last face she saw before falling asleep at night. At some point, she was going to give Jack a chance to make that picture go away, but it wasn't going to be tonight. Probably just as well. If she woke to find him there, either in her bed or ready to be, she would put the blame on Crown Royal. He wanted it to come from desire, and he wanted it to be real. He scribbled a note. I'll be back for you at 8 a.m., Jack. He left it by the coffee pot. Then he went to his truck to get something he'd purchased earlier in the day. He brought the leather case holding the dismantled fly fishing rod and reel and the waders into the house and left them by the front door. And went home. At 8 a.m., he was back in front of her cabin, and what he saw made him smile. All the disappointing thoughts that had plagued him the night before vanished. She was sitting in her Adirondack chair in her new waders, idly casting her fly into the yard. A steaming cup of coffee rested on the wide chair arm beside her. He got out of the truck, grinning. You found it, he said, walking to the porch. I love it. Did you get this for me? I did. But why? When we go fishing, I need to stand beside you, not in back of you, smelling your hair and feeling you against me. You need your own stuff. How do they fit? She stood up and turned around for him. Perfect. I've been practicing. Getting any better? I am. I'm sorry about last night, Jack. I had been tense and hungry and freezing all day, and it really hit me. Yeah, it's okay. I should keep this in my trunk, huh? In case we have a light day at docks and can just sneak off and fish. Good idea, Mel. Let me put my gear away, she said happily. And he thought, just give me time. I'm going to get that picture put in storage. Ricky hadn't been around the bar the week right after Connie's heart attack, hanging close to the family in case they needed him for anything. When he did come into the bar, it was late and there were only 2 men at a table and Preacher behind the bar. Ricky sat up at the bar, his eyes downcast. How's everybody doing? Preacher asked. He shrugged. Connie's doing pretty good, I guess. They sent Liz back to her mom's in Eureka. Eureka isn't the end of the world, man. You can visit her. Ricky looked down. Yeah, but probably shouldn't, he said. She was the first girl I felt that way about. He looked up. You know, that way. The 2 men at the table stood and wandered out of the bar. Close call? Preacher asked him. I wish. Holy God, Rick said, shaking his head. I thought I had it under control. Preacher did something he'd never done before. He drew a couple of cold drafts and put one in front of Rick, one in front of himself. Tough call, that control thing. Tell me about it. This for me? Preacher lifted an eyebrow. I thought maybe you might need it right about now. Thanks, he said, lifting the glass. She doesn't look like a kid, but she's just a kid. She's way too young. Way, Preacher agreed. You got a handle on it now? Oh, yeah, he said. now that it's too late. Welcome to the world. Preacher drank half his draft. Rick just looked into his. It's just that I'd die if anyone got hurt, you know? If I hurt her, if I let you and Jack down. Preacher put his big hands on the bar and leaned toward Rick. Hey, Ricky, don't worry about letting us down. Some things are just nature, you know? You're a human being. You do the best you can. Try to think ahead next time, if you get my drift. I do now. Jack came into the bar from the back. He noticed right away that Ricky and Preacher had beers and that Ricky wore a troubled expression. Do I need to toast anything? He poured himself a glass of beer. I'm pretty sure that's a no, Ricky said. Ricky here, if I'm reading him right, has entered the world of men, and wishes a little bit he hadn't. Instead of giving me a handful of rubbers, you should have had me laminated, he said to Jack. Oh, boy. You gonna be okay, buddy? Jack asked. She gonna be okay? I don't know. When am I gonna know? How am I gonna know? A month, Jack said. Maybe less. Depends on her cycle. You're gonna have to ask her, Rick, if she got her period. I'm gonna die, Ricky said miserably. Okay, then. Let's toast to your continued good luck. Since you got, lucky. Right now, I gotta wonder why they call it that, Ricky said. Chapter 9. The grass grew tall in the pastures, the ewes fat with lambing imminent. The cows were ready to calve, and Sandra Patterson was almost to term. Sandra was expecting her third child, and the first two had come to her quickly and easily, so she and Doc claimed. She had decided to have this one at home, as she had the first two. This would be the first home birth for Mel, and she looked forward to it with nervous delight. May aged bright and sunny, and brought with it a bunch of men in pickups and campers. There was a great deal of horn honking at the bar in the afternoon, and Mel looked out to see this gathering descend on Jack's. She watched as he came out on his porch and greeted them with bear hugs and shouts and whistles. What's going on? She asked Doc Mullins. Think it's another Semper Fi reunion. Jack's old buddies from the Marine Corps. They come up here to hunt, fish, play poker, drink, and yell into the night. Really? He never mentioned that. And, she thought, is this my cue to be scarce? Because that after-work beer, the occasional kiss, had become the best part of her day. She was further bewildered by the fact that he hadn't tried anything more. And yet, if he had, she would have worried about the consequences. She shouldn't be involved with anyone, even Jack. Not until she was sure she could handle it. Thing was, she just couldn't bring herself to give up that little bit of kissing. She was sure that Mark would understand. If their situations had been reversed, she told herself, she would. But with the Marines in town, there would be none of that. Doc seemed to have no inclination to stay away, and at the end of the day, he took himself over to the bar. Coming? He asked her. I don't know. I don't want to distract anyone from their reunion. I wouldn't worry about that, he said. The whole town looks forward to seeing these boys. She went with him and found that, of course, Doc was greeted by these visiting men as if they were old friends. Jack dropped a possessive arm around Mel's shoulders and said, Boys, meet Mel Monroe, new nurse midwife in town. She's been working with Doc. Mel, meet Zeke, Mike Valenzuela, Cornhusker, Corny for short, Josh Phillips, Joe Benson, Tom Stevens, and Paul Haggerty. There will be a test later. No name tags. Doc, you are a fine and smart gentleman, Zeke said, grinning, reaching for her hand, obviously under the impression Doc had hired her rather than resisted her. Miss Monroe, it's an honor. An honor. Call me Mel, she said. The noise with which they descended on her was invigorating. The next surprise for her, and perhaps it shouldn't have been, was that Preacher was one of them. And, of course, they drew Rick in as though he were a younger brother. Mel learned that Preacher had served under Jack when he was just a kid of 18 in the first conflict in Iraq, Desert Storm. It turned out he was much younger than he looked. During that same time, a cop from L.A. by the name of Mike Valenzuela and a builder from Oregon by the name of Paul Haggerty also served with them. But the two latter Marines, being reservists, were called up for the latest Iraq conflict, again with Preacher and Jack, who were still on active duty at that time. The others, all reservists, were called up for Iraq, where they were united in Baghdad and Fallujah. Zeke was a fireman from Fresno, Josh Phillips a paramedic, and Tom Stevens a news helicopter pilot. Were both from the Reno area. Joe Benson was an architect from the same Oregon town as Paul Haggerty. Paul often built Joe's houses. And Corny, another firefighter, came the farthest, from Washington State, but he was born and raised in Nebraska, thus the nickname. Jack was older than these men by 4 years or more, the next oldest in the crowd being Mike at 36. 4 of them were married with kids, Zeke, Josh, Tom, and Corny. Mel was fascinated by the way they talked about their women with lusty smiles and glittering eyes. No jokes about the old ball and chain here. Rather, they sounded as though they couldn't wait to get home to them. "How's Patty doing?" someone asked Josh. He curved his hands over his flat belly to indicate a pregnant tummy and, grinning boastfully, said, "She's ripe as a tomato. I can hardly keep my hands off her." "If she's ripe as a tomato, I bet you get slapped down like crazy," Zeke laughed. "I got another one on Krista." "No way! I thought she said you were through." "She said that 2 kids ago, but I snuck one more by her. She's cooking number 4. What can I say? That girl's been lighting my fire since high school. You should see her, man. She's lit up like a beacon. Nobody cooks 'em like Krista. Whew! Hey, buddy, congratulations, man. But I don't think you know when to quit." "I don't. It's like I can't quit. But Krista says she's all done with me. She said after this one, snip, snip." "I think I can go one more," Corny said. "Got my girls. I feel a boy coming on." No one could better appreciate this kind of enthusiasm for pregnant women than a midwife. Mel was loving it. Loving them. "Yeah, I've heard that a lot," Jack said. 8 nieces later, no one got their boy. My brothers-in-law have run through all their chances, I think. "Maybe you're packing a boy, Jack." "I don't even kid myself about that." He laughed. Jack was among the 5 single men with Preacher, Mike, Paul, and Joe. Confirmed bachelors, Mel was warned. They loved women, but couldn't be caught. "Except Mike," Zeke said. "He gets caught regular." Mel learned that Mike was twice divorced and had a girlfriend back in L.A. who was trying to be wife number 3. The camaraderie was engaging, electrifying. These guys were tight. It was real easy to see. Mel didn't exactly rush away. She had fun. Other folks from town who frequented the bar seemed, like Doc, to be acquainted with this band of brothers and dropped in to partake of the reunion. Every bit as welcoming of them as Jack and Preacher had been. As she left that evening, Jack broke away from his buddies to walk her to her car. "Oh, now there will be talk," she said. "There's already talk. But around here, what do you expect? Listen, Mel, you shouldn't stay away on account of them. They're a good bunch of guys. But let me tell you what the agenda will be. There will be lots of beer and poker, fishing all day. They'll stay in their campers, make too much noise, and fill the place up with cigar smoke. Preacher will have something on the stove every day. And I sense a lot of fish coming our way. Preacher's got a stuffed trout that will knock you down, it's so good." She put a hand against his chest. "Don't worry about it, Jack. You just enjoy yourself. You're not gonna ignore me for 5 days, are you? I'll come by after work for a beer. But, I like my cabin, my peace and quiet. Have fun. That's the important thing." "These are great guys," he said. but I have a feeling they're going to get in the way of my love life." She laughed at him. "Your love life is pretty bleak, as a matter of fact." "I know. I keep trying to spool it up. And now them," he said, giving his head a jerk in the direction of his bar, which seemed to be throbbing from the noise and laughter within. He put his hands on her waist. "Kiss me," he said. "Oh," she said. "Come on. Haven't I been perfect? Haven't I followed all your rules? How can you be so selfish? There's no one around. They're busy drinking." "I think you should go back to your reunion," she said, but she laughed at him again. Boldly, he picked her up under his arms and lifted her high, holding her above him, slowly lowering her mouth to his. "You're shameless," she said. She told him. "Kiss me," he begged. "Come on, give me a little taste." It was simply irresistible. He was irresistible. She grabbed his head in her hands and met his lips. She opened hers, moving over his mouth. When he did this to her, she thought of nothing but the kiss. It consumed her deliciously. She allowed his tongue, he allowed hers, and she reached that moment when she wanted it to never end. It was so easy to become lost in his tenderness, his strength. And then, inevitably, it had to end. They were standing in the street after all, though it was almost dark. "Thank you," he said. He put her on her feet, and behind him a raucous cheer erupted. There, on the porch at Jack's, stood 8 Marines and Rick, their tankards raised, shouting, cheering, whistling, catcalling. "Oh, brother," she said. "I'm going to kill them." "Is this some kind of Marine tradition?" she asked him. "I'm going to kill them," he said again, but he kept his arm around her shoulders. "You realize what this means," she said. "These little kisses are no longer our little secret." He looked down into her eyes. The shouts had subsided into a low rumble of laughter. "Mel, they are not little." "And since it's leaked," he said, grabbing her up in his arms, lifting her up to him again, her feet clear of the ground, and planted another one on her, to the excited shouts of the old 192nd. Even with that ride in the background, she found herself responding. She was growing addicted to the perfect flavor of his mouth. When it was done, she said, "I knew it was a mistake to let you get to first base." "Ha! I haven't even thrown out the first pitch yet. You're invited to go fishing with us if you like." "Thanks, but I have things to do. I'll see you tomorrow night for a beer, and I'll get myself to my car. I'm not going to make out in front of them for the next week." A little local research revealed to Mel that there was an ultrasound machine in Grace Valley, about 30 minutes away in northern Mendocino County. She had a long chat with one of the town doctors, June Hudson, and they worked out a deal for the use of the ultrasound. The deal was that June would provide the service out of the goodness of her heart. "The ultrasound was donated," she said. "Women from at least half dozen surrounding towns make use of it." Mel arranged to bring Sandra in for a screening that day, but Sandra insisted on baking 6 dozen cookies that she would leave at the Grace Valley Clinic. "Are you sure your husband can't come along? It's really something to see," Mel said. "It would have to be him and the kids," Sandra said, "and I'm really looking forward to getting away for a few hours." The two of them set out for Grace Valley, driving down through the foothills and along back roads that led them past farms, pastures, vineyards, ranches, flower fields, and through a few towns that were not even specks on a map. Sandra, having lived in this part of the country all her life, was able to give Mel a running commentary on where they were, whose ranch was whose, what kind of crops were being grown, mostly alfalfa and silage for the cattle, orchards of fruits and nuts, and the inevitable lumber harvesting. It was a gorgeous day, a beautiful drive, and when they entered the town, Mel was instantly impressed by the shiny, clean appearance of the place. "It's kind of brand new," Sandra said. "A flood nearly wiped them out not long ago, and they did a lot of rebuilding and painting.
You can still see the high watermarks on some of the big old trees. There was a cafe, a service station, a big church, the clinic, and lots of well-kept little houses. Mel pulled up to the clinic and got out. Inside, she was immediately faced with Dr. Hudson, a trim woman in her late 30s, dressed much like Mel. She was clad in jeans and boots, chambray shirt with a stethoscope around her neck. She smiled and stuck out her hand. "It's such a pleasure, Miss Monroe," she said. "I'm delighted you're working with Doc Mullins. He's due a little assistance. Please, call me Mel." "You know the doctor?" "Sure, everybody knows everybody." "How long have you been in Grace Valley?" Mel asked. June laughed. "I've been here all my life, except for medical school." June stuck her hand out toward Sandra. "This must be Mrs. Patterson." "I've brought you cookies," she said. "It's really generous of you to do this for me. I've never had one with the other two kids." "It's a very convenient precaution," June said, gladly taking the box of cookies. She opened it up, inhaled deeply, and said, "Oh, these are sinful-looking." Then, looking back at Sandra and Mel, she said, "If you knew how many people from the neighboring towns helped us rebuild after the flood, then you'd know generosity. Come on, let's see what we've got. Then, if you have time, we can go grab a bite to eat at the cafe." Over the course of the next hour, they determined that Sandra would give birth to a baby boy. The baby was already in position, and there was nothing to indicate there would be complications. They met Dr. Stone, a drop-dead, gorgeous blonde man June referred to as a city boy transplant. At the cafe, they met June's father, the town doctor before her, and he asked after old Mullins, who couldn't be any older than Doc Hudson.
"Is still as ornery as ever?"
Doc Hudson wanted to know. "I'm softening him up," Mel said. "So, what's your story?" June asked over lunch. "How long have you been in Virgin River?" "Just a couple of months. I came up here from L.A. looking for a change, but I admit I wasn't prepared for country medicine. I took all of our resources and hospital technology for granted. How do you like it so far?" "It has its challenges. There are aspects of rural living that I think might be growing on me," Mel said. "But I'm not sure how long it's going to work out for me. My sister is in Colorado Springs, married with 3 children, and she really wants Aunt Mel nearby." She took a bite of a delicious hamburger and said, "I don't want to completely miss out on her kids' childhoods." "Oh, don't say that," Sandra said. "Not to worry," she said, patting her hand. "I'm not going anywhere before you deliver," which, from the look of things, is going to be real soon. She laughed and added, "I just hope we don't have to pull off to the side of the road on our way home today." "I hope you'll stay on," June said. "It'll be nice to have you so close by." "Close by?" "It took us over a half hour of twisting, turning, and inching past logging trucks just to go one way. And I bet it's not 20 miles. "I know," June said. "It's just over 15 miles. Isn't it great that we're neighbors?" Before they were done with lunch, a man came into the cafe carrying a baby. He reminded Mel just slightly of Jack, equal in height, muscled, rugged-looking in his jeans and plaid shirt, 40-ish, and handling a baby with ease. He bent, gave Dr. Hudson a kiss on the cheek, and handed over the baby. "Meet Jim, my house husband, and our son, Jamie." All the way back to Virgin River, Mel was thinking, I didn't feel so out of place today. She loved June and John Stone. Even old Doc Hudson was a kick. After she dropped Sandra off at her farm and drove back into town, it seemed as though the town was cuter, somehow. Not quite the falling-down little burg she'd first thought. It seemed oddly like home. She pulled up in front of Doc's house and noticed, as she did so, that the men were just getting back to Jack's from fishing all day. She went into the house to find Doc in the kitchen assembling something at the kitchen table. It looked as though he'd gotten himself a new bag. "Doc Hudson sends his regards, as do June and John. What are you up to?" He put a couple of things in the bag and pushed it toward her.
Time you had one of your own," he said.
It was fun to watch the Marines load up their gear and head for the river in the early morning. Mel waved to them from her spot on Doc's front steps where she took her morning coffee. And though they'd been up half the night playing poker and drinking, they seemed full of energy and enthusiasm. They'd shout and wave and whistle at her, flirt.
"Oh, baby, you are so beautiful in the morning,"
Corny yelled across the street. His reward was a playful whap on the back of the head from Jack. They were barely gone when a large, dark SUV pulled into town, driving slowly down the street. To Mel's surprise, the driver stopped in front of Doc's. The door opened, but the engine continued to run. A man got out and stood in the street next to the open door, half hidden. He was a tall guy, broad-shouldered. He wore a black ball cap, and his hair curled out beneath it.
"Does doctor make house calls?"
he asked. Mel stood up. "Someone sick?" she asked. He shook his head.
"Someone's pregnant,"
he answered. She felt a smile reach her lips. "We can make house calls if necessary, but it's a lot more convenient to do prenatal checks here in the clinic. We see well patients on Wednesdays."
"You Doc Mullins?"
he asked, his eyes crinkling doubtfully. "Mel Monroe," she said with a chuckle. "Family nurse practitioner and midwife. Doc hasn't been doing much women's health since I got here. Where does your wife plan to have the baby?" He shrugged.
"That's up in the air."
"Well, where do you live?" He tilted his head.
"She's on the other side of Clear River, almost an hour from here."
"We have a hospital room here. Is it your first baby?"
"I think so, yeah."
She laughed. "You think so?"
"It's the first one I've been around for,"
he said.
"She's not my wife."
"Sorry," Mel said. "I made an assumption. Bring the lady in for a prenatal checkup," Mel said. "I can show her our room and talk to her about her options."
"How about if she has it at home?"
he asked. "Well, that's an option too," Mel said. "But really, Mr. The man didn't respond as he should, with his name. He just stood there, big in his denim jacket, tall in his boots. Serious. Really, the person having the baby needs to be involved in the discussion. "Want to make an appointment?"
"I'll call,"
he said.
"Thanks."
And he got in the SUV and proceeded out of town. She found herself chuckling. She'd never had a consultation go quite like that. She hoped the man would confer with the pregnant woman about where she'd like to give birth. The Marines left at the end of the week and the town quieted down. But after getting to know them, she was actually sorry to see them go. While the boys were in town, Preacher was a lot more animated, laughing easily, scowling so much less. And each one of them grabbed her and hugged her goodbye, like she was part of their family. Mel found herself looking forward